I have to start the stream.
Okay.
Oh my god, gigglers. A moment, let me auto-follow you. Let me auto-follow you. You're not as quick anymore as you used to be. Okay, I'm following
There
you
you
now.
go.
Okay,
Stream's on.
gigglers, hello. I am back and I'm here to discuss the drama between President Sunday, AikoRulz, Stardust, DemonMama, Chud Logic, and DK the editor. How does that sound? Does that sound like a mouthful?
It does.
Or what? It's like a stream of President Sunday that lasted for 5 hours
Too many streamers, too many streamers.
that have sparked a whole big conversation about DK and his morals. Here? Should I get a mace here? Are you getting me the mace or?
I'll get you the mace. I'm just I'm emptying my bags. So the person that should get you a mace should be a weapon.
I should I should empty my bags. Wait, I will empty my bags. How do I do this again?
You just go up to a person and then right click stuff that in your bags that you don't want anymore.
Okay, I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want anything. But I probably shouldn't not want anything. Oh my god. Oh, thank you. I actually got here things that are upgrading my gear. I don't know what to throw out. I don't know what's good or not.
If it's gray, throw it out.
I don't have many gray items anymore. It's all white.
The gray items are. Hold on, is one of those white items? Here, I can't see your bag because.
Where are you?
The staff. Wait, go back. Go back. Oh yeah, that's right. That's why you don't have a thing because you had a staff before and then you quit the shield.
Oh.
So you can get rid of that staff though.
Where's that staff?
The thing that says staff.
Where is it? Here?
It's in your bag. I just
blemished wooden staff.
Yeah, just sell that.
Where's the? Should I get rid of? No, I cannot read it. Linen cloth.
I'll take it off your hands.
Okay. Also, wait a minute. I have a. Was DK there? Queeman was there. Like DK was not there, but Queeman was there to talk to President Sunday briefly.
Who's Queeman?
Queeman is like one of Chud Logic's cronies. That's friend of DK's.
Okay.
Where is my new weapon? Oh.
All I know about DK is that he sounds like he has a serious Adderall addiction.
Oh Jesus. So what am I? Oh, can you bring me to the place where I can learn leather working?
Yes, I can. After you give me that linen cloth.
Okay, let's trade.
I'm wheeling and dealing. All right, coffee is for closers.
He's gonna give you a bunch of mats, I guess. Do you want chunk of boar meat? Who's gonna give it to you? Do you want strider meat?
Yes.
Do you want scarpid stinger?
Yes.
Do you want light leather?
No, that's for you.
Do you want tiger's eye?
Yes.
Do you want malachite?
I'll take it.
Okay, that's all. I'm gonna trade. And now my bag is much lighter than it was.
Oh, I forgot to give you. Did I give you your mace?
Yeah, I've got it equipped, I think.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, it's equipped now.
Alright. For leatherworking, I think we gotta fly to Orgrimmar unless there's a leatherworker over here.
Yes. He's incredibly dumb. Who do you mean? Where are we going? Also, I have a quest to return. It seems a yellow question mark is a finished quest, right?
Yes. There is a. There's actually a leather worker closer to us. But here, where are you at?
Here, next
Okay.
to the quest that I've just finished. I'm sorry, everybody. We will be starting the drama very soon. Oh dear, I had no idea. I had no idea who
Wait,
was involved.
wait.
I'm sorry. Who's?
Do you have skinning?
I do have skinning. That's the one thing that I actually. Mama was involved. Yeah, Mama was involved as the voice of reason, basically.
Cool. All right, follow me.
Mama was involved as much as a voice of reason can be involved, trying to reason with people. If that makes sense. I don't know. I think it makes sense that DemonMama would take on the role of the voice of reason. I
Yes.
find her to be really reasonable. What do you think?
I like DemonMama.
Yeah, very, very kind and very nice person, especially in one-on-one interactions.
The only time I ever disagreed with her was over the supply lines thing. No, no, my whole thing with like arguing for anarchism and current year is it's a lot like arguing for representational democracy in the year 10,000 BC.
Right. Well, you know, I think it's important to move towards certain directions.
Oh yeah.
Especially since in the ghetto, those sort of things like creating those things was part of defiance and survival, growing one's own food, etc.
Yeah.
In the ghetto. Queeman, yeah, Queeman, that is how you pronounce it, I guess. Leaving my like, I have a friend coming over. I'll try to join stream again later. Thank you, Palm Dad. Well, this is going to be a huge stream, and in the middle of it, I'll also be raiding in Final Fantasy XIV, so it's going to be a whole mess. But we're going to be going through all of the drama with President Sunday and everybody. Wait, are you taking me to the letter worker?
Yes, I am. There's
Wait,
one above
follow.
the barons.
Okay, I'm gonna
You're gonna need to jump. You're gonna need to jump.
I cannot jump. I have to start the video.
Okay.
And DemonMama.
You cannot make me jump. I'm afraid of heights. Got him. Have I got you or what?
I'm pretty sure you got me.
It's true. Okay, we're gonna start it now. It's gonna be epic and amazing. You're gonna love it.
Okay. All right. So you gotta. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure I'm dropping in the right spot.
Okay, I'm gonna jump with you. What do I do?
Here, be careful where you follow me. You gotta jump.
I gotta jump now.
Yeah, there's a hidden cave in here.
A what? Sorry?
A hidden cave.
Oh my god. Okay, what do we do?
Right. You gotta. Oh no! I missed it. Don't follow me. But okay.
Oh, I see it. Do I have to jump? Can't I just fall?
You can just fall, yeah, but do it very carefully.
What the hell is wrong with this game?
It's us.
No, it's not us. No, it's not. I thought jumping in Final Fantasy XIV was not good, but this game takes the cake.
This game came out years before.
It's not an excuse. There were platformers that were long before World of Warcraft was a thing. Like, platformers is one of the oldest genres in gaming. There's no excuse.
Let's see if I can get up from right here. Can I?
You cannot.
God damn it, we have to climb the mountain again.
Oh my god. I'm gonna auto-follow you, wait. Can you believe this? Get good, Lucy. Well, you donate. Got him.
So she can be on stream longer and get better.
Got him.
Yeah.
There you go. I'll get good if you pay me. Okay.
Yes.
Let's play start. There's a starting
Hey.
soon.
Now you're proving Lactoid. It's a meritocracy if you have money.
True. It's merit. It's my merit of.
Yeah, I don't know why Merrick never went with the name Meritocracy.
Well, I have to make it less loud for a second. Yes?
Oh, I said Merrick should have made her name Meritocracy.
Merrickocracy. I want to talk with Merrick as well, but people don't read their DMs on Twitter at all.
They can't read them at all right now. It doesn't work.
What? Sorry, what?
Do you know that Twitter doesn't work right now, or it didn't yesterday?
It does work now. Wait, you've lost me.
Okay, we gotta follow Dr. Fumbles.
Like, where are you?
Oh, you get me?
Wait.
Sorry.
Oh my god, it doesn't remember. I'm mad. Okay, go. I can.
Okay.
I cannot believe. What were you saying? Oh, Merrick. Nobody responds to Twitter DMs.
Yeah, I can't. I'll only imagine what her Twitter DMs look like.
Like, I wrote her a nice thing into DMs and it's not even read. It's just sent.
I imagine her DMs are like 20 plus, and it's all just pictures of penises. I think that's all her entire is just being sexually harassed.
Also, I send one to Kaffles as well.
It's just death threats and sexual harassment is all of her inbox.
My god. How do we contact people?
The way I did it was epically own someone, and then they all contacted me.
Well, I ethically own people in the panel. Nobody contacts me.
You see, you do it in smart ways. I do it in like epic debate bro way, and you gotta do it that way. You gotta do it. You gotta be a debate hoe. All right.
Oh my god. But I don't want to be a debate hoe. I want to be a delicate intellectual.
Sorry, those don't sell here.
Okay, I did it. I'm in the cave.
I didn't do it, but you're there. That's all that matters.
What do I do now?
Talk to the leatherworking trainer.
Who's the leatherworking trainer?
The one that it has a thing above him that says leatherworking trainer.
Discipline of Naralex, and this one says Discipline of Naralex.
Yeah, one of them should say leather. There should be 2 disciples of Naralex and then one other person. That's a leatherworking trainer.
Oh, Journeyman of the Leatherworker.
Yes.
Train me! Recipes. Why are all of the recipes red?
Because you can't learn them yet.
Oh, okay.
But you got the skill, right?
Alright, so what do I do now?
Now, whenever you kill beasts, you skin them, and then you can get ruined leather scrappings and turn those into light leather.
How do I've got that skill already, right?
Yeah, you should have skinning already. As long as you have a skinning knife, you should.
No, I should. I can turn things, scrappings into leather, right?
Correct.
How do I? Where is the scrapping? I don't have any scrappings for some reason.
Well, you haven't been skinning things.
Wait, where's my character? Do I have a knife in? Do I need to have a knife equipped? Skinning
No,
knife?
you just have to have a skinning knife in your inventory.
I do have it. That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so now I leave the cave?
Yes. Come out and meet me. I am
No
outside.
berry. Wait, what berry? Oh, wait, fake Alec Kyle Parker did a thing and the berry did not go off? Why? Why not? The berry should have went off.
What's the berry?
But Lucy, when Power Rangers today, definitely today, I will not sleep or eat or drink or do anything until we do the Power Rangers. That's a promise. That is a promise from me to you, my personal pledge, which
Who does Professor Sunday's music?
Chris President Sunday's music, yeah.
No, well, who does it? Do you know?
I don't know. Isn't it like an existing music?
I have no idea.
Where are you? You're dying.
Yeah, but I should be able to kill it. Whoop.
Yeah, but there are things like congratulations on your level up.
Thank you. I'm getting killed by another stormer.
I'm healing you.
You should have healed yourself.
You should protect me.
I was.
It is a duty of a man.
You were standing in the storm.
Revive me.
I can't. I'm a mage.
Oh my god, I have to release spirit.
Yes.
It is your duty as a man to protect me in the patriarchal system.
Sorry, I reject it. Okay.
You cannot reject.
Yes, I can. I accept the beneficial parts and reject the negative parts.
I
Okay.
see. I see how it is.
I am the man version of a feminist woman that makes you pay for dinner. Okay.
My goodness.
All right.
Okay, let's.
Okay. Yeah, my
Well,
my birthday is on Valentine's
the
Day. Do you know what that means?
I don't know.
It means even on my birthday, I'm buying some bitch dinner. All right.
Oh my god. That's horrible that as a ghost you cannot climb walls to get quicker to your body.
Yeah. Hey, Jess knows what forcing a man to protect you is anti-consent.
True. But also false. It's true but also false because you should, of your own free will, do it. You should consent.
I should consent to protecting people, but
True.
not on the basis of their gender or because of the patriarchy. I should just do it as a humanitarian. Do you think humanitarianism versus like what will humanitarianism become in a transhumanist world? Like where I'm able to like put my brain in a robot or like put my spirit in a robot where it's not even a human brain anymore.
I guess it will expand, inevitably.
What, like, I guess it would be like instead of sentientism, like protection of
Yeah.
sentience.
Or simply the definition of human will be expanded.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Is everybody having fun?
Here, try and skin this. Skin this.
I just realized that. How do you skin?
Just right-click the corpse.
I am. Nothing's happening.
Well, all right. You and I are gonna have to sit down and do a lot of wow. Wait, what the fuck is happening with my? Hold on, sorry.
Maybe I have to kill it myself or something.
Hold on. I'm gonna log out, log right. But what the fuck?
What's happening?
Okay, there it goes. What for some reason I was like clicking the down thing on my chat to make chat go down, and it just kept making it go up.
Oh.
Let's see.
So what do?
Are we watching?
Let's see. We're watching the drama from the title.
Yeah.
We're going through the whole intro because we're doing also World of Warcraft, and I don't want to be super confused.
Gotcha.
So I'm not skipping the starting soon intro on purpose, sort of. I cannot skin. Oh, it requires skinning level 30.
Okay, so let's go.
I'm too low. I have to level the skinning skill.
Okay.
I'm
That's-
so
that
blind.
should take you a while.
I get tunnel vision really easily.
Hold on, Baron's chat. So Jan 6 was kind of crazy, huh?
Jesus.
Hold on. We're gonna pretend to be right wing and Baron's chat to blend in, okay? Nah, I think Jan 6 was base, brother.
Oh my god, No Tusk.
It's Elon.
Elon Tusk. Elon Tusk. When your name fits the whole thing, still too high. We should go somewhere where I can.
I'm literally just too good at puns, okay?
I cannot believe you.
You have look, in order to beat the right wing, you need to know them, okay? You need to intimately you need to run a virtual machine of their brain inside your brain.
I don't want to get intimate with them, okay?
Look, I have no choice. I'm in the Midwest.
I'm in Poland.
True.
The far right is in charge of the country, quite literally.
You got me beat there.
I can't believe that Wick excluded me from the Ukraine panel. What are you doing? Why did you stop?
Sorry, I had to dog whistle. I had to do the right wing thing. I wanted to do a quick anti-Semitism check.
Jesus Christ! What are you doing? Maybe our grandkids will do the 6th of January fireworks with shaman outfits. Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Touch my Jan 6 was literally worse than 9/11 in Pearl Harbor.
Time to cancel Ellen, literally. Like I have to... Oh, President Sunday is starting. The drama is starting officially. The video is starting, everybody. This is President Sunday with a very curly haircut with this Superman thing at the front of the hair. You know, the signature Superman swirly hair thing?
You mean a cowlick?
No, what? What do you mean?
It's called a cowlick when it goes to the side.
A what?
A cowlick.
A cowlick?
Yeah, Google it.
Oh. Am I gonna regret this? No, that's the top of the head. I mean something. Okay, I'm just gonna have to show you.
Sometimes I'm not trolling. Sometimes I'm actually just stupid.
Okay, I'm just gonna show you what I mean because there's this very quintessential Superman thing that Superman has. I'm surprised that you didn't immediately know what I mean.
I've never liked Superman.
How dare you? You're not an American.
I mean, it was kind of forced on me.
You're not an
I
American.
didn't really have a choice. I just kind of fell out of a womb here. And they were like, "You're an American." I'm like, "Okay, I guess."
Okay, I'm gonna show you what I mean. I'm circling it in the red, okay? I'm showing you it in the DMs. It's not a cowlick, okay?
Someone's calling me sexist in Baron's chat.
Who? Oh, what? Sexist?
Yeah, and he said, "Elon Tusk, you're sexist." And I said, "You can't just call me synonyms for correct."
I would just remind you that we are in Xanderhol's guild right now, and we're basically representing it with our behavior. I would just like to remind you that we are basically representing Xanderhol.
You're right. We need to make the PSYOP guild.
My god. I don't think he'd be happy with this behavior. So this is what I mean. I've sent you the with the circled. This is what I mean when I told you about the swirly thing. The quintessential Superman trait. Stop ruining our reputation. Oh my god. Have you seen the screenshot that I've sent you?
Hold on, where did you send it to me?
So what do you think?
Hold on. Did you send me? No, look at it.
Oh my goodness. I've told it to you
Now.
10 years
No,
ago.
I don't know what that's called.
But you see, this is a quintessential Superman trait.
Sorry, I was too busy being toxic in Baron's chat.
Oh my god. Superman's not Superman without this thing. A curl. A curl right in the middle of his forehead. Yes, exactly. This is what I mean. My chat, gigglers are great because gigglers understand me right away.
Yeah.
That is what I mean. The forehead thing. It's called a spit curl. Is it? Also, welcome, Telecreator. Welcome, Telecreator. Come join the page. Have I seen you here before, Telecreator? Don't be toxic. Oh my god. I'm gonna tell on you to Xanderhall. I'm gonna tell on you to Daddy Xanderhall.
Hold on. Did you read the last thing I put?
Where?
I said
You hate trans women because they're trans. I hate them because they're women. We're not the same. Oh my god, if trans women were women, then their name would not be trans women. It would just be called women. If they were women. Jesus Christ. What have I gotten myself into? A new drama. I'm covering different drama and you're starting new drama inside of World of Warcraft. I'm calling it now. We're gonna see a Xanderhold video called Bigotry Within My Guild or something.
Sorry, Maha Major. We're making. I have to blend in to the reactionary cesspit that is Baron.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry that I'm good at it. Okay, I didn't ask to grow up in Midwestern America. All right, where I get to see it on a daily basis.
I cannot believe you. We're gonna end up in a Xanderhold video, I swear.
Xander Hall, my guild is racist and sexist now? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Like, Xanderhold is gonna do a whole video which is gonna sort of start with an intro saying, I thought I wanted to create, I thought I was creating something wholesome and nice and great, and I created a band of monstrous sexists and racists.
That's what gaming will do to you.
My god. You're being weird champed, which I have to create a weird duck champ, by the way.
Thank you, Maha Major, for...
Xanderhall has a Dylan Burns interview. That's already old news. I can't believe that Dylan forgot about me and had a talk with Xanderhall instead.
You guys are wait. You aren't. You guys are one country over. Why can't
I know.
just go find Dylan on the front lines. Go find.
Oh yeah, because Dylan makes it known where he is for sure.
Just go around and be like, hey, I'm looking for some hippie kid with long black hair.
I mean, technically I could, but it would probably not be very smart of me to go.
No, probably not.
Have you created the fake Parker emote? I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna do everything today. I have to create 3 emotes.
Alright.
Oh, he is in Ukraine, not just in the general direction of Ukraine. He is in Ukraine. And I'm in Poland. Do you know how many Ukrainian people are in Poland right now?
A lot.
Or can you guess the number?
Several million. Over 9,000.
My God. I am blown away. What were we talking about? Where are you?
Where are you? I'm right next to you.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna auto follow you. What were we talking about?
We're talking about canceling me for being
About 1 million. No, that's actually incorrect.
Oh, a million Ukrainians?
There are actually 3 million, give or take, of Ukrainian people in Poland.
How has that been for you like Polish people? Do like Polish people resent it or like do they like come in, brothers?
For the most, like, it fell from 75 to 61%, the support of refugees. Which is still higher than Germany, which fell from 79 to 50 something.
Poland just knows Russia hates it and that's why they like it.
Yeah. But keep in mind that half of the 3 million were people that were already in Poland prior to the war.
Okay.
So I guess in that sense, the 1.6 million would be correct because it doesn't count in the people that were already in the country before. Because Poland was already a pretty popular destination for Ukrainian people. A new emote. Well, uploading a new emote to your own page is a much easier process than the whole Twitch thing.
I've never done an emote. I never will. You know why?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to. That's why.
Oh my God. But yes, Shakespeare.
Oh God, we're getting shot. We're getting shot
Wait, by whom?
by Razormane Hunter.
Are you killing us again? I'm gonna heal you. And not myself. Protect us as a man.
I'm trying. Okay, we're gonna die. We have to run.
We're not gonna die. I'm healing us. You're full HP all the time. How can we...
You just run. Run.
Oh my God, you just left me here. Typical man.
You gotta learn to do the Joseph Joestar technique.
I cannot believe that you just leave me. Can't believe you do this. They're chasing you.
That's good. Okay, heal up.
My goodness. I'm gonna write something. I'm gonna write a DM. One moment.
Okay.
I have to heal you, don't I? Oh, people are gathering for the drama. Nice.
Nice. People are getting in. It's drama. Here, try skinning these plain striders.
Required skinning level 20. I am skinning this one.
Good. Okay, you can
I got light leather right away.
level. You can skin level 11s. Good. All right. Here, get it. Pull all these.
Okay, I'm skinning those. One moment, I have to respond to someone, and then we have to start the drama. Giggler.
Okay. I might need you to heal me.
I told you that I have to. Oh my god, I can't believe you. What you are doing to me. Oh, this actually has really big range.
Thank you. Okay.
And now they're killing me.
Don't worry, I'll be able to pull one off you. There we go.
Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm gonna start the drama now. One moment. So let me start, okay? Let me start up the video.
Okay.
Wait, is this... Okay, this is President Sunday. Wait, where is the... Oh my god, the drama is continuing. And you have to go in 12 minutes as well.
Oh god. Oh god.
Look, this is President Sunday. And we went on a whole thing because...
The revision remix of Duclair Chateau from Deus Ex.
It's
Just letting you
because
know.
he has the Superman hair, right? Yes?
Yes, he has the Superman hair.
Yes, you wanted to say?
Yes. Oh, nothing. Nothing. I had something stupid to say, and then I realized I was 5 minutes behind on stream.
Oh my god. I cannot believe you. Okay, let's go.
Personally, I think the original's a little bit better. It's got more energy, but
I should also drink coffee like this as #1 President Sunday Orbiter. Do you not think?
Yeah, you. Wait, who else orbits Sunday? I can't think of anyone else.
Two guys talking history and I don't know who else. Who orbits President Sunday?
Brooks
Brooks, yeah, and Sirius. There you go.
Yep. There you go. Do I count as an orbiter? I don't really even make content. I just come in and
You
have a
always
good time.
count as an orbiter, but you're not number one as like I am.
I'm the biggest. I'm the biggest Lucy orbiter.
True. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah.
Did you skin all these plane striders?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna unpause now. Wait. Resident Sunday's talking about skinning this. Oh, I'm in level 18.
All right. Well,
Wait, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Do you have more subs than me?
Fake Alec Parker is biggest Lucy supporter. I'm not sure if fake Alec Kyle Parker produces content, to be honest.
Not that I do either. I go on, people let me on their stream, and I'm just a silly little guy.
Oh,
That's all I am. I'm just a
I
silly
see.
little guy.
And are you really an orbiter if you're not
You wouldn't-
do content?
Well, actually, I am an orbiter, but like in the way that the meteor that killed the dinosaurs orbited the planet,
Oh my god.
I destroy streams.
I'm Lucy's biggest fan.
I am become death. I am the destroyer of streamers.
Oh. I'm gonna have to ask Jess, as my biggest fan, what did you think of my debate with Lonerbox at my panel? The question has been thrown, and I'm gonna unlock President Sunday if it's okay with you.
Yes.
well.
You both can.
Steve tonight.
You can both have the. Does it have to be a one-person spot?
I promised that before.
If you can have two best friends,
We're going to do Amnesia tonight.
then can't you have two biggest fans?
The big artist stuff's not going to take as long. It's not going to be as painful, and it's going to be a little bit more varied. Oh man. I will say this though.
Level 20.
The breakdowns of Bogardus have been useful. Certainly in focusing a lot of my research interests.
Oh my goodness, my two biggest.
That sort.
Those are my two biggest performances
It's been helpful.
as a
It's
streamer.
given me something sort of tangible to structure my studies around recently, besides just the general.
Oh, I also had my talk with DemonMama.
working on.
Oh my gosh.
That has helped. But it's, oh my god.
Have you seen my talk with DemonMama?
Me?
The recent one,
So you
yeah.
forgot about Amnesia?
I have not. I have not been watching a lot of
sicken me.
things.
How's Wednesday with funding right now? I don't know. Anybody in my server is feeling generous. My previous editor is in a little bit of a bind right now. There's a link in the server that you can
Why previous?
donation with.
I don't know. Maybe they moved
She
on
doesn't
to
need a ton.
other
I think she's
projects.
basically up to at least halfway where she needs to be.
Sunday fired them because he was
Damn.
like, do drama. And they were like, no,
Sunday
I want to
posted
do
her
only
shower
academic
with my
content. And they were like, no, you have to do drama.
The one I asked for last night? Let's see.
I'm your oldest fan. As in you're the longest fan, or
Why can't I find... There we go.
what do you mean by oldest fan? Do you mean that you're the longest fan, or are you mean that you're a fan that is the oldest in age?
They did say they saw
Oh.
Dale die live.
Who? Who died? What?
They saw Dale Earnhardt die live. They said that earlier.
I'm confused now.
Earlier when I was making a joke, I was
Laboratory
like,
Pepper.
walls stopped
Sorry, who?
things. I said a wall stopped Dale Earnhardt.
Oh.
that was a death that happened in NASCAR a long time ago, and then Jess replied that
Oh,
they saw that
Karasu.
live.
Karasu told us new info. She moved into another state and probably busy trying to settle down and have some security. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I get it now. Why
Hi,
is the...
Shakespeare.
Sorry?
I said hi to Shakespeare.
Oh, you know Shakespeare?
They mentioned wanting to talk to me a long time ago, and I never got around to it.
You should talk to Shakespeare. That's always a great conversation.
Okay.
Very learned person. Finished a very, in my eyes, prestigious school.
Hang on, let me get over so I can see YouTube chat better.
So we're going into the drama, Karasu. You're gonna enjoy this, okay? You're gonna love this because I know you love drama. You watch me for drama because I'm a drama mongering ruffian. Isn't that right, Alan?
Yes, you are drama-mongering ruffian. That's you.
It's
That's why
true.
you're over here in Baron's chat being sexist and racist with me.
Oh my, no, I'm not being racist and sexist with you. No. If you're watching this, Xander Hall, I did no such thing, okay? I'm not part of this. For the record of the
I'm being
future.
trans positive, sexist, and racist.
Oh my god, oh my god. Xander Hall is 100% is going to do a video about this situation.
No, well, I asked earlier. I was like, who in here thinks that gender only has to do with penis and vagina? And someone said that they do, and I said, okay, how big is God's dick?
Oh,
Yes,
ceremonial
yeah.
leather ankle things. Wonderful.
Jess, you're wrong on that one.
I disavow, exactly. My god. I can't believe you.
Just because I have white letters to my name doesn't mean I'm actually white.
You should get rid of your white name by subscribing.
One day.
Alright, I'm gonna unpause because this is getting out of hand.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be inhaling the drama and we're not.
And
You've only have like 3 minutes to do it. So you have to be intense. You have to do that drama for 5 hours in 3 minutes. Can you do that? Are you capable of this feat of strength? Okay, let's...
I see. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the stuff I asked for a little while ago. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it as well, but
I'll be able to look over
where's the... Okay, they're starting off with the chat logic thing because...
So, I guess we'll get the easy stuff out of the way.
There's not talking about Elon Musk.
But it's funny.
It won't take long? Okay, I guess that Elon Musk is gonna be quick because the chat logic thing is not very funny. It definitely was not quick. It was 5 hours. So if President Sunday meant the chat logic thing that it's funny and won't take long, then oh boy.
It's you want Elon Tusk content?
Task? Oh, I don't want task content.
You don't want Elon Tusk content?
No.
You don't want to.
We're already on danger list for in Xander Hall probably.
Yeah.
No, not Elon Musk. It's Elon Tusk.
My character. I'm slowly destroying World of Warcraft.
Oh my god. Okay.
I'm being raped by JQing in Baron's chat.
Oh my god.
Okay, alright, I have to leave now.
Elon Tusk is Ellen's character in World of Warcraft.
Okay, I have to go get my dry cleaning. I will see
Okay.
you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, now we are all alone with this drama. I say farewell to you, Ellen. I disconnect from this. I disavow. Okay, let's watch the content, the thing that I've promised to you all.
Dorsey must be experiencing a lot of schadenfreude right now.
The what? The Schadenfreude? When I was watching, I did zoomed out eventually. Elon Musk was interesting though.
Here we go. Oh, I gotta reorganize this so badly.
It's true, you do. You should reorganize it.
Okay.
This became so
You might
intense.
have all noticed that Twitter doesn't work anymore.
Oh, thank you. Why is not
This is because
why is the Barry not working? It sort of worked, but it doesn't have any sound for some reason. I don't know why. It worked, but it has no sound. So weird. So it worked, but it had no sound. Why? I have no idea what's going on. I'm confused. Typical female.
Elon Musk in his infinite wisdom, realizing that his contract with Google had expired
Oh my god.
yesterday.
So we're not in the drama yet. It's okay. We're gonna watch the...
He has decided to implement a reading limit to 600 posts
Jesus.
per day for unverified accounts. I think the number of people with blue check marks accounts for something to the tune of under 5% of Twitter users.
Oh my god.
So, if you've been using Twitter and you've been finding that
The drama is about DK and Stardust accusing him of doxing or implying it, and Icon not agreeing with President Sunday on the details of it, and then DemonMama coming in to, I think, mediate. That's the gist of it, the gist of the drama. But I'm giving you not a full picture because, well, the whole thing took 5 hours. So we're gonna become intimately, like, I don't know, but we're gonna become super intimately acquainted with the whole topic. By the time we are at the end. And in the middle of it, we will have to raid.
it says there's something to the tune of data limits at the bottom, rate limits. Sorry, that's what's going on.
Elon Musk, what a clown.
Coerced into paying for a service, and it's really a genius marketing strategy where you make the app entirely non-functional for users, as well as cut the knees out from under your few remaining.
By the way, I have to add something that President Sunday is not mentioning here. You still have a limit even when you pay. It's just a bigger limit. But even when you pay, you still have a limit. Which I find to be hilarious. So no Power Rangers. I'm annoying on purses. No, I think we'll do it. I think we'll still do the Power Rangers. I never forget a thing that we have to do. Actually, we discussed the Power Rangers a bit with Ellen too, since Ellen was apparently a big Power Rangers fan. So what do you think, Karasu? Are you in for the drama? Are you excited as I am? Let's go. I'm putting my Chud Logic hat on.
File chapter 11, he probably does. I mean, like, well, here's what's a little bit strange too. As a consequence of this, the way it seems to have been implemented, is it constantly seems to be, and you'll probably notice this, when you try to load comments that are blocked because of the rate limits, the circle will keep spinning. So it's constantly sending requests to reload the page. So there is a sense in which what Elon Musk has done is to effectively DDoS his own website.
I'm probably background listen as I'm not involved. Well, I don't know what to think yet. Honestly. I'm confused. But, okay. I'm going to make you a little bit more involved, Karasu, if I may. In the way that this is actually, I'm actually watching this for a reason. I'm actually watching this for a very, in my opinion, concrete reason. Full disclosure, this thing that I'm doing, reacting to this, is on how I should call it. It is an intro for a thing that I'm working on together with Somniostatic. And this reaction that I'm doing now is going to be an intro into a segment that I want to do about arguing and conflict that is actually unnecessary, so to speak. Like when certain disagreements devolve into almost arguments for argument's sake, if that makes sense. The de-escalation is that it's not something that needed to happen. Like you said, I think was an escalation unnecessary, this stream. So like, we've been observing those escalations happen on Discords. We've been observing those escalations that were not necessarily happen in general. And this sort of escalation that happened in this stream that we're watching now is an example of that. If that makes sense. I'm sort of going to attempt to look at it from the bird's eye and think about de-escalation from that perspective. So let us continue.
Moreover, the way Twitter works is it's a scrolling thing, right? So, like 600, that might sound like a lot. 600 clicks, that's a fair amount of clicks, I would say. I probably don't click on that many tweets in a day, but I probably scroll passively by that many a day very, very fast. Moreover, I don't think this is actually an accurate representation of anything.
Stardust is two-faced.
I'm actually pretty certain that the 600 posts...
I don't doubt it, but...
Because my private message...
This goes beyond Stardust, in my opinion. Right?
Anyways, we'll just read this quickly. So
this goes a bit beyond Stardust.
Thousands of Twitter users reported problems. This is from NBC.
This topic of...
reporting problems attempting to access a social media site Saturday.
The escalations.
He is limiting the number of tweets users can read. In a tweet Saturday afternoon, Musk said that verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts a day. For unverified accounts, the number drops drastically to 600 posts a day.
Oh my god.
Verified users can only access 300 posts a day.
Ridiculous.
Twitter user, you are going to have incentive to turn off the app and go somewhere else, basically on your first day of use.
That is good. Actually.
Extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, we've applied the following temporary limits. Verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts per day. Unverified accounts to 600 posts per day. New unverified accounts to 300 per day. In an update, he said rate limits would soon increase to 8,000 for verified users, 800 for unverified, and 400 for new unverified. There is literally no reason to do this, except for the catastrophic failure of the initial announcement. About 3 hours later, he tweeted those numbers.
Ah.
10K, 1K.
Oh, thank you. Thank you Thank you, Butterwagon, for giving. Thank you very much for gifting the tier 2 subscription. Thank you. Sincerely, thank you.
Was temporary and was put in place to address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, which is bullshit. What it actually is
Huh?
hemorrhaging.
Wait, you want me to turn up President Sunday?
An idiot, and so his strategy is to try and squeeze people into using Twitter.
It's maxed out now.
It's just such a useful service. Many users who tried to access or post content on Twitter's website or mobile apps were met with a rate limit.
Is it okay now?
Tweets error message. As of 11 a.m. Eastern Time, more than 7,300 people reported issues with Twitter to the website Down Detector. Twitter responded to CNBC's request for comment with its customary poop emoji. Saturday's outage is not the first
Poop emoji.
technical difficulties in recent months. In February, users were unable to post on the site for
I need an invite for the blue thing.
over the date
For the
limit for sending tweets.
Twitter 2.0. I really need an invite.
On links or load images.
I think it would be better for advertising the streams as well than Twitter at this point.
Twitter, which Musk claimed were necessary for the financial health of the company.
You know?
Only after
Health of the company.
need be mentioned. So Jack Dorsey is weighed in, which I find just hilarious. Because you can read the just a dripping shot in front.
This is so pathetic.
Founder Jack Dorsey breaks silence amid Elon Musk setting viewing limits.
Oh my god.
It's hard. It's hard, guys. Jack Dorsey, the former CEO, is weighing in on the uproar Elon Musk caused on the social platform for setting view limits on tweets. Running Twitter is hard. I don't wish that stress on anyone. I trust that the team is doing their best under the constraints they have, which are immense. Dorsey tweeted, "It's easy to critique the decisions from afar, which I'm guilty of, but I know the goal is to see Twitter thrive at will." I remember reading a little while ago that there's actually a team at SpaceX whose sort of informal purpose is to keep Elon Musk from interfering with project important matters. I can see why. It really seems like he's just kind of making it up as he goes every single time, and he doesn't learn from previous cases. Case in point, these numbers can be pulled completely out of his ass. There doesn't seem to be a logic behind them. They're just, oh, people didn't like these view limits, let's incrementally increase them until people get happy, because that's how that works. In a second tweet he added, I do
have a Mastodon account. I have to use it more.
calls like Bitcoin and Nostra to help ease
I should advertise more
platform
the streams, honestly.
that users would read daily.
Really should do more advertising.
To address extreme levels of data scraping and manipulation.
Hey Lucy, should probably take Ellen off the screen since they aren't anymore, or will they be returning? Oh no, there won't be. Sorry. You're right, I should be taking Ellen off the screen. You're right. The guest is gone. For now.
Users that are quote-unquote very
Thank you.
pay a monthly subscription fee would be allowed to read 6,000.
I look like
This is what's insane.
I do like the pig as well, but if we want the pig, then we have to have Ellen as well. We can't have the pig without Ellen. Those are the rules of conduct.
About this. He actually has the audacity to put
Thank you for the tier 2 subscription. I'm really sorry that the audio is malfunction. Oh, I've never seen a thing like this in this game. That's so cute. That is so cute though. Oh my god. And stuff like that makes the world feel alive. That is so cute. Oh my god. I love this. This is a very old game. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. No, Zoshalix, I'm sorry. This is a very old game. Keep in mind that FF11 tried animating everything super much and doing a lot of pixels, and it destroyed the game when they tried doing it. So it's a balancing act, honestly. But yes, fake Alec Parker for the tier 2. I'm so sad that the audio is just screwed right now. Well,
But read limits on verified users. Why would you ever pay for this?
you
'Cause
wouldn't.
here's the thing. There is a value, even look, even if there is a limit on.
Oh yeah, I meant 14. I mean the original 14. Yeah, you're right. I meant the original 14. I don't know. I'm having a brain fart right now because I'm focused on the drama so much. And to do drama, your brain has to be soup. Okay, let's go.
Verified users.
Yeah, 11 was considered very good. I mean, it is ongoing till now, 11.
There could still be conceivably, this would be totally ass backwards, but there could conceivably be a value for using Twitter. So for myself, for example, I get a much higher audience when I am able to advertise on Twitter versus when I'm not, like today. People get a lot of engagement on Twitter. People can actually build an audience on Twitter, things like that. You can't build an audience on Twitter, though, if nobody can see your tweets because
True.
they're verified or they're new accounts, and everybody else has already met their quota because they happen to scroll through the news in the morning.
True.
This kills whatever value Twitter has for virtually everybody. If you're an unverified user, you can't see anything. And if you're a verified user and you have business reasons for wanting to be seen on Twitter, well, you're shit out of luck because nobody can fucking see you because they've all hit their rate limits.
Right.
It's so stupid.
And people will avoid your tweets not to endanger their limits as well.
It's so stupid. Oh yeah, and paid users aren't ad free either. There's not even like a premium paid rate that you can pay to get it without ads. Or to have no limit. It's just so dumb.
Yeah. Ridiculous. But it's Elon Musk classic.
So this is 2:49 p.m. Is there a time on this one? No. But it's the same day. So same day. 8,000 for verified. Now 10,000 for verified. You like that now, right? Right? It was originally 6,000, then 8,000, then 10,000.
Jesus.
It looks like he's floundering. And even from just the simple advantage of trying to maintain morale in your company, he looks like a fool. It would actually have been better had he stuck with the 6,000, waited a little while, and then made a formal announcement, because this makes it look like literally there's no plan. There's no reason behind anything. These numbers, he made them up. There's no purpose behind them, which means the whole notion that this is specifically targeting data scrubbing is preposterous. What it actually is he's looking at the revenue of Twitter.
Elon Musk and his...
And he's taking it out on users because he's a man-child.
True. Unfortunately.
Poke fun at users reaching their view limit, tweeting out the following: "Oh, the irony of hitting view limits due to complaining about view limits. How I can't even fucking see it. I have to go through a different website to see Twitter now."
Oh my god.
Trending topic as Musk set new viewing limits.
Musk is such an idiot. I swear.
Yeah, subscribe to me on Blue Sky. I tell you to find the link on my Twitter, but you probably can't see it either.
I don't have Blue Sky. Oh my god.
Dear God.
I need a Blue Sky. Can anybody give me a Blue Sky invite?
What? Like, why would you ever say this? The irony of hitting view. You're an advertising platform first and foremost.
View limits mean that you can only view a limited amount of tweets on Twitter, and then you cannot view tweets. That is basically what it means. So if any one of you has a free invite to, give me for the blue thing, then please and I will just advertise my streaming there. Then. Oh my goodness.
That's where your revenue comes from. Twitter by itself is not profitable. It's not like YouTube. It doesn't generate content. It is just an intersection. So here's what you've done. You've made it so that people cannot view
The intersection.
the ads, the dwindling ads, by the way, because they've been bleeding ad revenue since Musk took over. You made it so that people cannot view the ads.
Yeah, that's right.
The basis of
I think even
the economic foundation.
I'm pretty sure every like counts as an interaction as well.
It's Musk might have actually broken Twitter with this. He might have. He might have. Oh, fucking hell. I hadn't even thought of that. No, you're right. I was under Lily Tenchu says, I was under a tornado warning this afternoon. Was using Twitter to keep track of the weather. I need something else. This is actually possibly deeply destructive. So, as toxic as Twitter is, it has fulfilled a very important function in terms of being a locus of news. You can find out very quickly what is happening in the world just by checking Twitter. If there's an update on the war in Ukraine, you can see immediately when people are talking about, oh, this happened here, explosions were seen here, da-da-da-da-da-da. And you could keep track of it really quickly, all in one place. You could see weather updates. You could see
Not
COVID
anymore.
updates. You could see like tons of different things. All news sources are sort of aggregated there. By making it so that these are not viewable, this actually presents a very real danger. There are a lot of people who are relying on this that now need to find substitutes, possibly amidst evolving situations of emergency right now. This is actually extraordinarily dangerous. This is something else that people don't talk about. Well, people do increasingly, but there's a stupid...
His insanity is like he's not on Blue Sky yet. Oh, I want to be on Blue Sky. Give me an invite. Give me an invite,
no,
Gigglers.
Twitter's
Let
not
me
real life,
check
social
my
media is
Giggle
real life.
cord.
These are a means of communication. These are eminently part of real life. These are increasingly things that we have come to rely upon. They're actually really fucking important. I'm sorry. Like, imagine like 300 years ago. What are you writing letters for? Why are you reading books? And that's not real life. Go out and chase some butterflies.
Let me see.
I'm sorry. Like, this stuff influences elections. It alerts people to disasters. It informs people about upcoming events, upcoming dangers. It allows people to network, to organize, to do things like that. And a lot of people are only connected via Twitter, which means that this actually breaks up an untold number, a monumental untold number of communities and relationships and things like that. Like this creates absolute chaos. And it's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid.
It is. It absolutely is. And it's for no reason as well. Literally.
The Arab Spring's an example. Was that the original goal of Twitter, to check emergencies? I know that and that's the function of Twitter and City Skylines, or what's it called? Like Chirp or something? I can't remember. There's another bird app analog in City Skylines. But yeah, that's
Musk tweets are predators, so was he just eating up people's views limits to make fun of people hitting view limits while complaining about view limits? Yes. Correct.
That's our segment on the wonderful world of the real life Tony Stark.
I forgot about that. Real life Tony Stark.
Less depressing stuff, or maybe more. We'll see.
It's more depressing stuff. Oh my god, prepare yourselves. This lasted for 5 hours. 5 hours of intense drama with me. With a break for 2 hours of rating, admittedly. So there we go. There we have it, Gigglers. It's an intense day. It's an intense day indeed.
Monumentally stupid. It's actually incredible. In case anyone still is under the delusion that Elon Musk is intelligent. Yeah,
I don't think anybody is at this point. I don't think anybody is under that delusion at this
he's
point.
proof that you can use slave emerald diamonds, not emerald diamonds, slave emerald money to do virtually anything. That is
Lesson.
democracy. Just absolutely unreal.
It is unreal. I cannot believe this happened. Like, I was wondering, how could you make Twitter worse? And Elon Musk,
So we're gonna do the boring stuff
it
first.
just keeps...
And by boring, it's probably not stuff that people find boring, but I find it boring, but that's okay.
Well,
Stardust sent me something.
prepare yourself, President Sunday, because the boring thing is gonna take you 5 hours. And by extension, it's gonna take us much longer to react to. And of course, we're gonna do a raid in the meantime, so... I'm gonna have to go to the toilet as well. Oh... my goodness. I have to say that Ellen has made it so much easier to do things for me here. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. The drama continues. I just need to go to the toilet because I've got my bodily needs, as everyone does. All of you have those needs, including me. In 40... no, it's not 40. It's 34. In 34 minutes, we're going to be raiding. So we're going to be taking a break from the drama. But then we're jumping right back into it. BRB. And then we're also going to do some other stuff like Power Rangers and many others. BRB. I'm back. I finished my dinner. Thank you.
Something. She says, and I quote, "I crushed Chud Logic tonight." She gave me a link.
Oh my
I don't know
god.
what it's about. I have no idea what I'm looking at. But we're going to find out together.
I wanna see Chud
Except,
Logic.
sorry, unless you got a time machine that contest.
I wanna see Chud Logic crushed. Well, except it doesn't quite go that way. Which is why this is a 5-hour long affair. Unfortunately, spoilers. It doesn't exactly go quite.
Okay. Hang on. Hang on a sec. What? Oh, is she off Twitter? What happened?
Everybody's off Twitter now.
Hang on. Tonight might have just gotten shorter. Thank God. Let's see.
I just hope. Oh my god, I just hope.
I don't understand. Where is she?
Who?
Let's check her Discord. Da-da-da.
Get us into the drama, President Sunday. Oh.
Okay, I think this is it. Found it on YouTube. I don't know why it's been taken off Twitter. Maybe it broke TOS or something. Let's, I have no idea what this is about,
Oh my god.
but people are talking about it, so apparently there's a thing here. Then we'll have,
Prepare yourselves. This is going to be a ride.
Blaine Breach.
Prepare
Colin
yourselves.
has been allowing me to sleep plentifully, as you can tell by me constantly slurring my words and saying words wrong.
Oh my god.
Let's see here.
I feel bad for President Sunday.
Oh, bless you. She has timestamps. Doxing and doxing laws as he copes. Here we go. Okay. Chud came in so hot and left so docile, it really took the air out of his sail.
You actually went into...
Oh, here we go. Okay, so let's go back a little bit. Okay, so it's here. Oh, it's right at the beginning.
Who knows? Maybe my debate with Child Logic will happen now. Who knows? Let's see. Let's go.
Oh,
Who's laughing?
Hey guys,
hey.
how's it going?
Fantastic. We're talking about
Stardust can be nice, just bad takes. I don't hate Stardust. The problem with Stardust is that... how do I put this?
How do you put this?
Stardust is not a person with a very strong character. And I say that in as caring a way as possible. So, as a consequence, what she actually believes in, what she actually stands for, and so on and so forth, is basically dependent on what she perceives to be in her advantage at the moment. People have noted this. They've noted that she's not very careful about telling the truth, about saying stuff after verifying it, and so on and so forth. And so she's bled a lot of relationships, and she's bled a lot of viewers recently, which is why she's gotten very small
I see.
in terms of overall viewership.
Well, I've got strong character, which in contrast, that should mean that I should get a ton of relationship and tons of views, right? That is how it works, right? That is how it will basically happen, right? Well, let's not be like that. One moment. I'm killing a raptor. Oh, quest complete. Oh my god. Oh, now I'm very happy.
Did a fairly good job here. I don't have any animosity towards her, but I'm interested to see where this conversation goes, because if this pertains to any of the DK stuff, she
It does.
advised against me on that originally. And
It does
I mean,
go
I have a lot
about
of
the
respect for.
DK stuff, yeah.
So
It is about the
That's
DK
gonna
stuff.
be interesting to see if she's flipped sides on that, because all of a sudden she's running afoul of it herself. In fact, if anyone was there for that, I appeared briefly on her channel to talk about that after that went down, and she basically talked over me and allowed the other guests to do the same. So we'll see. I'm not expecting anything fantastic here, but I am curious to see how this went down.
I'm expecting
She
fantastic
promoted Richard
deeds.
Spencer, and when challenged, said, "I don't care." She did the same thing with Mr. Girl.
I remember.
And it's like, it's not that I think she's malicious, but I think she legitimately does not understand that it's not just a matter of people perceiving you to have no principles. It's that if you don't actually stand for anything, you hold yourself to no standards, what people are watching when they look at you, especially when this is known, is basically nothing. You're not there. There is no you present. And that gets old, you know? Like, that's why I don't watch, generally. I would like to see improvement on this front, but we'll see. Maybe this is what causes that.
Murdering black people. It's always a good time.
Oh, I love that. That's like one of my favorite things to do.
Okay, I'm going to ignore the needfulness for context for that sentence.
Okay. So we're just waiting
No, it's Prime Kai.
on our friend Stardust, and then we'll get started. Thanks all for joining us, and whoever's audience you might happen to be.
I greatly dislike
yeah.
Prime Kai. I'm not gonna
Hey,
lie.
Stardust, how are you?
Hey.
Why do you dislike Prime Kai?
Fantastic.
Sorry. Ignore me. I just made a noise. But ignore me. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So, hello all. Thanks for being here. We're doing this debate between our friends Chet Logic and Stardust. There was some drama over quote unquote doxing. We'll let them figure that out. But yeah, I think I hope this will be pretty civil.
Okay, so what this pertains to, if anyone was there for my conversation with Boots, that's Chud Logic's editor's girlfriend, who's been substantially smart person, actually. It's frustrating dealing with her. But what this pertains to is something I didn't cover, something I have no desire to cover. But
Okay.
the long and short of it is that this very, very weird, optically disadvantaged individual, we'll say, called Elder Drazi.
I remember the Elder Drazi thing. Yeah, I remember.
Access to, or left,
I remember this whole thing. Right. Yeah, I remember.
his real-life identity was discoverable.
Yes, very easily, apparently.
Some other social media that he hadn't promoted, or if he did promote it, he didn't promote it in his capacity as a Twitch streamer or whatever. People found this and they were using it to ridicule him. This caused a bit of a kerfuffle because this gets a little bit dangerous.
Right, I remember.
This kind of thing, this kind of focusing, especially on smaller people who aren't really public figures, and highlighting embarrassing elements of their personal lives as content, that can have severe
Consequences.
psychological effects. This seems to cross a line for some people. It's
Understandably.
dubious to what extent this particular individual was negatively affected by this, but it could have been somebody else. They
Sure.
might have been, and so on and so forth. And so people are disputing it on those grounds. I don't know why all of a sudden this person matters over everybody else this has been done to up till now, but we are apparently suddenly concerned with doxing and with the highlighting of individuals' personal lives.
I mean, to be honest, on
Twitch, so
be honest, from my perspective, doxing has always been.
Conversation flowing.
To be honest, doxing has always been pretty alarming from my perspective.
I'm gonna
But
keep myself out of this as much as possible.
but I get what he's
Question or
saying.
two, to maybe move things along if
we need at least 69 likes. We need exactly 69 likes, no more, no less.
that's a problem, maybe if we're stuck somewhere. But I pretty much want to stay the hell out of all this stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, so what will happen
Okay,
is
I've got a
Go
quick
ahead.
question. Sorry, no disrespect to you, Prime. It's great to be here with you. Why do we need a moderator for this conversation, Stardust? I don't understand.
It will become clear
I just thought
later.
that it would would be.
It will become clear later.
I thought it would just be good to have a moderator because I don't know how it's going to play out, especially with how the panel went, right? So.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, the panel was kind of crazy, right? So.
Yeah,
I
of course,
think-
the panel, it's going to get crazy, isn't it? Do you know we'd have a conversation backwards and forwards, though?
I mean, I just thought it would be a good idea to get a moderator. If like, obviously we have a disagreement there. So.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I plan to be pretty minimal in all this.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
No worries, friend. Anyway, I really like these two people, and I hope we can find some sort of common ground at the end of this. So, join. I guess I'll start with this. Let's give you guys a bit of a time to lay.
I thought Stardust did really well in this. I'm still surprised Sunday is starting out so hostile. Oh, that's because there's a whole history here. There's a whole history there. Glitter Bell. That's probably why. You know? It's probably because of past history with Stardust, who, I have, for example, criticism of Stardust openly sort of embracing Mr. Girl as a creator. That was a big mistake in my opinion. There's a whole history there.
Of the chat.
The hostility is not from this debate alone, but from past things.
That Stardust is referring to. I think they're gone permanently, but
Okay. Can you kind of explain? Cause I don't know what was going on.
Wait, why is Aiko here all of a sudden? Hold on, I'm confused now. And I don't know what's going on and I don't like it. Did I accidentally do a rewinding or something? Oh gosh, I died.
In the explain.
Stardust is referring to. I think they're gone
Okay.
permanently, but
Okay. Can you?
Wait, why is... What? This is a weird cut. Why is Aiko here all of a sudden? I mean, I do like Aiko, but I'm confused. And for her being friendly with Richard Spencer, yes, that goes into it as well.
Can you kind of explain? Cause I don't know what was going on in the time that in between we talked. So, what exactly?
these with respect to
have you
spicy
all
chat.
gotten? I guess this is all kind of interconnected. I'm not completely. I'm confused as to what's going on.
Okay,
why
so-
you were in spicy chat in the first place, why you decided to join, and why you're involved now.
Well,
I,
I'm not.
I don't know what you
I'm.
think.
Well, I'm not. I'm not.
thing is.
I'm not involved now. I'm just watching a thing because Stardust and apparently they had a conversation. So I'm just observing. I'm not in or associated with anybody from there.
But isn't this a situation that you were involved with?
This one, only insofar as I was having a conversation with Boots because I was watching.
Interestingly enough, after my talk with Chad Logic, I just left that server altogether soon after.
I was looking at Zanya's document of the.
And President Sunday also was one of the people that advised me to just that would be probably just best to leave the server altogether.
When was that?
Couple weeks ago. I can't quite recall. Let me find out.
Okay.
I'll get you an exact time. This was 2 weeks ago.
Except
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess can you? I don't know. Is it too much to ask for an overview of what even happened
It
in
possibly.
all of this. I know that there's Elder Drazi, the
Yeah.
doxing and stuff. I saw some people go to Stardust and be like, and I think also maybe was it Stardust or maybe Beckett. I think it was Beckett actually. Beckett talked to some people. I think maybe including Boots, and they were saying about how Stardust should have helped Drazi or something like that.
I only know Spicy Chat, its reputation, and haven't engaged. Okay, that's fair. Well, I just left the server, the ChatLogic server. And then our debate never happened, even though it was supposed
Help
to.
them take stuff down. I don't know. Like, do
I
you
don't
know
know.
what
I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about?
I don't know anything about that. That's just weird.
Okay. That's like a second. That's a separate thing.
Whatever
right?
whatever
So, like,
happened there, I have no knowledge of the details. My
So-
conversation with Boots was strictly with respect to. You saw that, right? I think Tom Poolery covered it as well.
I didn't watch it.
Okay, fair enough. My issue there was strictly with the repeat usage of people's personal drama for content. Comes with inherent risks. We were arguing about that. And
I remember that.
somebody was posting DemonMama Dockspin and sort of indicating that there was some collection of DemonMama's personal information that could be found.
I don't remember
So that
that.
was pretty swiftly removed from the chat. Other than that,
You
yeah.
mean like live chat, like
Live chat, yeah.
stream chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's basically it. So what Stardust is referring
In
to here
his
is
chat,
from
you
that.
mean?
My chat.
Oh, your chat.
Mm-hmm. Because during the
Okay.
conversation with Boots, we had a bunch of those people, and we lost a lot of them as a consequence because we were, hiding them from the channel as they would say things that would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I know
Yep.
exactly the kind of people that go around trying to
Yep.
share her doc. Okay, so
Mhm.
okay. What was it? Why were you in Spicy Chat in the first place?
I was in Spicy Chat in the first place, because I was invited there after the conversation with who was it with? Was it the Mr. Girl conversation or was it the Lav conversation? One of them. And I was having I was pursuing some interactions with Boots because she had some pretty strong responses to Lav on the gender stuff. And that's basically it.
Okay, so then,
Yeah.
so that's how you ended up in Spicy.
That's how I
Chat.
ended up in Spicy Chat. I
How
hung
long
around.
ago?
Well, when was the Lav con? It was a few weeks.
The lab. That's longer than a few weeks, right? I
Well,
feel
I think
like, I mean,
think
I don't know what time.
Well, I
is.
think I left about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, so you left a few weeks ago. I meant when did you join?
I can't recall. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've been doing shenanigans with Spicy Chat. And you were actively engaging, right?
I was
Sorry,
in
I'm losing my voice.
I was in communication with some people there. I wasn't engaging in the stuff that they engage in, but I was communicating with people. Yeah. I talked to Boots a bit. I talked to who else was I talking to?
Trying to find a blacksmith here.
I
I
kind
think
of
that's a
told them off for
blacksmith.
continuing to hang out there when they were saying stuff about Stardust.
You said something to him about that? What?
Yeah.
You said something?
Should I not have?
I cannot believe that you would tell. Wait, I'm sorry. I gotta calm down.
Are you okay?
Wait.
Yeah.
No, I'm losing my voice. I've been like yelling the past few streams about literally everything.
Huh.
What did I even do? Oh, fucking Colleen Groomleen Ballinger. That's what I've been yelling about. And Papa Gut.
Papa guy.
Fucking
Wait, really?
child predator. Yeah, yeah.
Why
yeah.
is Papa got supporting calling
Because
Bellinger?
I don't know. He turned out to be a fucking weirdo. All
Who
these
is-
people.
I mean, to be fair,
are
the song
turning
is
out to
pretty
be-
catchy. It's been stuck in my head ever since. God damn her.
That's the dance that I want you to do.
Oh,
The
wait.
dance.
Well,
No,
you're
there's a
just
dance
you're just coming on here.
That Gappy.
You're just declaring
made
war, aren't you? You just want me destroyed.
No, everything is a war with you. I don't want to be in the war with you.
Okay. Yeah,
I, don't know what-
I bet
I've
you
had too
don't.
many
Yes.
manifestos made already. Okay, I don't need more manifestos.
The channel's doing well.
Manifestos.
To pay Irrelevant to read it off too.
Oh, yeah, great, perfect. Okay, so I guess so
This is just the intro to the drama, by the way. 5 hours. And I'm just gonna spoil it here. It does not end in a friendly thing. Palin Glazer for later. Can you DM it to me? Because we're gonna be doing quite a lot of things. I'm afraid that it will just get lost in the chat. So we're gonna probably be in 8 minutes taking a break from the drama to raid, which is gonna be a whole stressful situation on its own because we're gonna be progging. I think Anna is back now. So this is gonna be a whole other thing. Oh my god. Is this really a palate cleansing? This is a whole mess. Oh my god. Is it this and Papa God took her side on oh god. I don't know. That Papa God person felt really sus to me from the get-go. I'm just maybe this is my own bias, but I'm gonna be quite honest. The Papa God person seemed sus to me from the get-go. Just so you know. The inflection signaling rhetorical questions as exasperated exclamation highlighting answer maybe conversational cues for worth paying attention to kind of gives away the trajectory of the conversation early. Do you mean Aiko? Aiko was sort of upset. I that's understandable.
No, because so sorry. Let me just clarify quickly, just so you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
So Beckett was in there. He was having interactions with people, and then in between there would be comments about Stardust. I will not repeat.
Yes, obviously.
Yes, and I like told him like, look, dude, like, don't chill with these guys.
Like I remember Papa got like positioning himself as this progressive guy that criticized Vosh or something like that. That is how I found them
Guys, when
basically.
this is going on, unless you're gonna like do something about it, you know? Like there's a level.
Why?
Well, because for me, I think that there is a moral reason to not be buddy with people who are attacking people that in dishonorable ways, shall we say, that you
Wait,
have some kind of obligation
actively?
to.
Like, how much time in between is okay? Like, how much
time in
space in
between?
between? Like,
Well, I
in
would
between someone saying terrible things about someone that you care about or your partner or something, before you can like come back. And it's
honestly,
morally
as
fine.
a general rule, I would say if it's occurred once, unless there's some kind of correction or apology or some kind of correction on that.
So why are you there?
Why was I there?
Yeah.
Because at the time, it was useful to be able to keep tabs on what the community muddying the waters and making it so I wasn't dealing with like a flood of antagonism over the erudite stuff again.
Okay, so
yeah.
do you think that maybe Beckett also, like, not saying that's why he was there, but isn't it possible?
Possibly he's
that
doing
he
like
would
he's got a
also-
tactical reason for doing it. Yeah, maybe.
No, I'm not saying it has to be tactical. I know
Okay.
he has friends in there too. But Stardust, like, that's between them. You think they haven't talked about it? You think that it, I mean, I know it has to be extremely difficult, and Stardust and Beckett have talked about this before, like, not intervening when people are constantly saying, like, way worse shit than Spicy Chat would say to her face, you know, like, with the kind of shit that she does. And she's so it's like, why do you think it's your place to give him a problem there in public?
Because it offends me, and I chose to say something about it.
I think that that's a crossed boundary. That's
I
like,
don't see a boundary
with it,
here.
you
This
should-
stuff is already made public, right? Like this isn't. I'm not walking into their living room interjecting into a personal argument they're having. I'm observing that
You
they're doing
kind of-
something publicly. I'm saying like, hey, dude, probably not a good idea. You know.
you're,
I
like,
didn't
indulging-
harass him. I didn't harass him about it. I just said it.
No, I know, but like, do you really have to? Like, considering
No,
that, like,
I don't have
with
to.
everything that you told me,
Mhm.
that I shouldn't associate with people that associated with Chud or DK, especially DK.
Did
like,
I?
in general.
No, I think I
No,
I-
you told me that.
I'm not sure if I did. I know for a fact that what I definitely
Including my
did.
friends.
Well, I know for a fact that something I definitely did say was that like it's not looking great when immediately after you have people pretty viciously attacking you, you have your friends afterwards asking the same people who are doing that for, you know, like business tips or things like that. Like that strikes me as gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not really as gross as like some other, like, honestly, I didn't really care about that. Like, I get
Mhm.
okay, I think Stardust's problem with Chud is the same problem I had with him at the time, which was just own it, what you're doing. Like, you want to have harassers in your community, that's a choice. You want to do everything up to TOS, that's your choice. But just like dodge it, just own it.
Well, it
whatever
seems
it
like
is.
it
You don't
seems
have to
like
change
Well,
it.
he is dodging it.
Owned it at this point, and he said.
Well, not
That's not
exactly.
owning it. It's like he's saying it, like he
It's-
It's pretty
acts
much
like his
owning it, no?
hands are clean.
Yeah, he's not.
Hands are like
Yeah.
up. Spicy Chat is like a
Yeah.
Spicy Chat is like the meat shield between him and criticism.
Yeah, I would agree.
He's in the same stuff as Spicy Chat. He just does it in a more public-facing way. But
I
he,
would actually agree with this. It's not a 12. Don't be mean, fake Alec Parker. It's AikoRulz. Also, we really want to talk with AikoRulz. She's really nice. Fake Alec, you don't know Aiko? Well, don't worry. You will get to know Aiko because we will talk soon.
he's like he's in. He's
No,
in
I
the,
know,
he's
but
in the mess too.
ownership.
No. I get what you're saying, but I think it tacitly amounts to ownership. So like what I consider to be ownership is not like I don't care about his moral development. What I'm reacting to is what he has basically staked out in public as being, this is the fact of the situation.
Yeah, but I think she's correct on this, that Chat Logic is basically just using the spicy chat as this sort of meat shield between him and criticism. One moment, we will be taking a break from this because we are entering the raid. And for 2 hours, we will be taking a break from the drama to do the raid. Oh, wait. Only 4 people are in the voice chat right now. Why? The party's full. That is so... strange. Hello?
Hi.
Are we missing people from the voice chat today, or...
But they will come soon.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. And hello.
Hello.
Hi, hi.
Okay, who's Lloyd here? Okay.
Who's not here?
Okay, I'm gonna sit down. Calm down. And... ready for a nice progression.
That is the current thread that we're going for, yes.
Okay, so... this one doesn't really have positionless, right?
What?
It's positionless, right?
Groups and claves.
What happened?
Cleave 2 of us.
You need to point that outwards big time. Like,
Huh.
again, it's a conclave that would envelop the whole side platforms. That is centered around you, so just turn it well away from the group. Be on 1 or 2 or even behind those if you want. Yep. I preferably don't want to see any more waves to that because it's just literally stand on marker, do nothing.
Huh. interesting. I don't know.
Rips and cleaves.
I had to think about it more. I think that it's
Prius.
In.
what the hell?
Did you guys have a purple tether or something?
Nope. Just didn't get free in time.
Freedom faster, please.
Oh, this sucks. I touched the line and the audio is not working, which makes me mad. Because oh god, the audio thing is so horrible. I sort of understand why it's happening, why I'm sort of angry. So I don't know. I don't know. I think Aiko warrants a bigger amount of charitability. Which gets me into the main topic of the main reason why I'm covering this whole thing, the escalation and argumentation. Arguing and escalating. The type of arguing that is not always conductive or conducive to, that does not always lead to any sort of a meaningful conversation, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I think it will become clear more as we continue to watch. I think we are seeing a decrease in charitability across the board.
Out. One doom. Spread position.
What do you think? Do you think that we're being less charitable towards each other than we could? Do you think more could be
Roll
done to
spreads.
facilitate productive?
No, it's
Spread, then
spread,
rolls.
then roll stacks. Stack.
What is your opinion? They fell because they wanted to finish it because that was a bad pool. What is your opinion? I don't like when Waiko does this kind of thing, but it does seem like a miscommunication, seems sensitive personal things. It's always very understandable. Well, it's an indicative of a bigger problem that's happening lately when people that like we've been seeing more and more
Pairs, then spreads.
First set.
arguments, you know, if that makes sense.
Second set. Third set. Fourth set. Body positions. Spread now. Go west. Avoid the bubble thingies or lines. Good job.
What I'm saying is that we oftentimes, instead of seeking clarification or conversation, we go into argument mode. And go into the mode of being very sure that we know what a person means, and that is not always the case, and it creates friction, arguments when there could be none. So we're getting into the heat of the argument instead of really moving the topic forward in a meaningful
Spread
way.
positions.
Does that make sense to any of you, or am I just copying and seething?
Flowers. In. Stack. Roll stacks on west. And then spread positions afterwards. Little bit.
Going to
Just not enough people in the stacks. We
yeah.
were missing one each, as you can see from the dead and not dead people.
Yeah, but where do you want to stand?
Well,
For
it's
all
east or
stacks?
west, and it's both edges. Like the if you're on the inner part,
So what do you all think?
Mhm.
then you need to be like on the edge of that AOE that goes off. Like it's
Yeah, okay. So
yeah, it's the
I was
exact same
deciding-
thing as the side platform. Like you would do on the west platform, just you do it on like half of
On-
this platform that we're on, based on if east or west is safe.
So hold on. So roll stacks will be, for example, if it's the west platform, west half of the platform, the roll stacks will be to the left and to the right of the free marker, right?
Exactly.
Oh.
A little bit more spread out than like the sides of the free marker, but yes.
That felt off-center to me for some reason. Okay.
Hey, that might be a strange question, but if the thing gets the platform in half, right?
Yeah, so
Then-
it pretty much
then-
makes
then
it one of the
w-
exact same size as the west side
That
platform. Yes.
won't it be easier if we do it on east or west around the D marker, sort of?
The D marker is the halfway mark, so it's already
Yeah.
cut off.
Yeah.
There is no like if it cleaves the right side, anything on the right side of the D is already gone.
Yeah, but the square here would be safe already, right?
Again, I
yes.
don't understand what you want from it. It's
I understand. This side is indeed,
don't complicate it anyway. Don't complicate it. This platform is exactly the size of twice of the west platform.
Yeah.
You do the exact same thing as you would do on the west platform, but on either the right side or the left side of it, the east or the west side, depending on what I call. So if it's a roll stack like it was, you would be pretty much here with your friendos as the DPS, as the tank and the healers would be here, and then you go to your spread positions, which in this case would be obviously this, and like pretty much everyone else's position. Just think of it as if you were standing on the west platform, and anything that I call is like go west, the east side is just completely unsafe. Just don't even think of that as a possibility. It's a very easy mechanic. It's just literally do the exact same thing as you did the first time, but you have to move first. But
So I guess if it's east, then we're going here, yes?
No, the spreads would be here, here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I mean.
It would be exactly the same, but on the east side.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is a very nice and colorful game. we're doing hello Fenris Wolf, but we're doing a complicated part of it. We're taking a break from the drama, but I would very much like your input. What you think about me explaining the cycle of arguing? Are we having more arguments for argument's sake than we should? Or maybe you think we're having just the right amount of arguments that we should?
Groups and cleaves.
What is your opinion on the whole situation? How do you feel as sometimes observers, sometimes participants of those arguments? What I mean is that oftentimes we get in situations when one person is saying one thing, the other person is saying the other thing, and both people assume what the other person is saying, and it basically just leads to people arguing without end about the things that they think that the other person has said.
Spread. Wipe. No, it's alright. I was like,
Does that make sense?
Maybe as a tank, but not even as a thing.
Planning doesn't have to be argumentative.
That bleed is just nasty.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Or should I try to explain it a bit more? Well, I think it's a bit more than just about them happening. I think that it's not about the intent either. It's about arguments devolving into arguments for argument's sake. Like, to the point that nobody really gets anywhere. Nothing really gets accomplished or done. That it's basically arguing for the sake of the thrill of argument, of the argument itself. Why is that a bad thing? Well, because it's pointless. It doesn't get us anywhere. It's a waste of time, I guess I would say. No?
In.
Red position.
Sometimes people talk with friends and this whole picture gets built out of fragments on all sides. After all,
Red positions, then roll stacks.
we do strive to get things done, right? We do strive to
Roll stacks.
positive outcomes, I would like to believe. Yeah, are we not? Do we not? But why not? I guess would be my next question. Shouldn't we?
Pairs, then spreads.
Well, I'm not really speaking of preventing arguments per se. I'm speaking of the way we conduct the argument itself.
Second set. Third set.
If that makes sense.
Fourth
For
set.
fuck's sake.
Oh god.
It would be body then spread.
Oh,
Oh.
Mike's body also counted.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go off and bad that people. So
Like there's a difference between arguing with someone who you know is like a Nazi who wants to genocide people and the person who is on your side and wants to work with you towards a positive outcome. I think those arguments and disagreements will be handled differently. If you know you're talking with someone who is not malicious, then I think it's not about an argument safe word. It's more about assuming less and clarifying more.
rips and cleaves.
Well, that's true, but I still think we could strive for more clarification and understanding when we're talking with people who are
Out.
good intentioned, just as we are. No. What do you think? What I'm saying is not exactly like I'm not calling for the absolute lack of any sort of
Single doom.
arguments.
Spread.
I'm sort of trying to advocate is to argue while leaving space for understanding the other person, I guess.
Spread it and roll stacks. Spreads. Roll stacks.
Yeah, but thinking about power within people that are on your side makes no sense, to be honest. It's just counterproductive. It just divides the overall power of the group.
Spreads then pairs.
Which is as counterproductive as it can basically be.
First set. Second set. Third set.
My god, slimes.
Spread positions, then partners.
Oh.
Need a swipe.
Yeah, but of course I'm talking that about things that sort of go beyond even content creators. I'm talking about arguments in discords and stuff like that. The issue is that some people who say they're part of the group who are holding the actual deal of said group. Well, I still think it's worth sort of investigating if they do or not. If that makes sense.
Groups and cleaves.
I'm not even sure if people are inherently divisive. I'm not even sure if it's safe to assume that people are inherently much of anything. Well, I would say that it's more visible within internet culture, since
Spread positions.
like there are cultures in which I'm doing the spread wrong. I would say there are cultures in which arguing is a big part of the cultures, but it's not arguing in a way that leads to people just all hating each other afterwards. Like it's okay to argue,
Partners, then spread.
but it lead to something, in my opinion.
Spread.
It shouldn't be just a waste of time and energy. Well, that's a pretty Christian point of view, that humans are inherently immoral. There is a very very Catholic way of seeing things, I have to say. The people are born in sin, kind of thing.
Spreads, then pairs.
First set.
Well, immorality is basically
Second
sin, no? Immoral, in sin, flawed,
Third
evil.
set.
That is basically what
Fourth set.
Catholicism means when it says that humans are born with in sin, that they are born
Spread,
immoral.
Then partners. Too close.
Yeah, didn't have power.
Yeah, sorry. I need to remember that the third cleave will be diagonal in this kind of setting.
Yep.
Like, I mean arguing to the point of just arguing for argument's sake. Yeah, but it's a functional, it's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing since both Catholics and you believe that people are just born flawed in some way. It's basically the same sort of logic.
In.
Actually, Christians believe that we are born in sin because of the first sin that the first humans committed, not because God made humans born in sin. I think it's a bit more.
Out.
Out.
Red positions.
Wow.
I might get hurt.
Yeah, I tend to avoid statements such as we are inherently this or that, because it also sort of implies that there is nothing that can be done because it is what it is. We're just like that,
Spread positions.
which I'm
then
not
roll
really
stacks.
a big proponent of, you know?
Roll stacks. Ah!
Cancelled cast.
I apologize for
No,
the
I mean,
Poison.
for the chat.
it's just that I've got pulled into the thing, so I figured I would just die quickly. No reason to even try.
I apologize for the chat. The voice chat, that is.
There we go.
But yeah, what do you think?
Spreads, then pairs.
Spreads and bears.
First set.
Normal.
Second set. Third set. Fourth set into spread. Spread and then partner. Partner. Nice. Go west.
Is it just what it is, or
With the little bubble
is
thingies.
there possibly something that we can do about it? Yeah, I think so too. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Oh. You're saying I didn't get invited because I was not aggressively argumentative enough for the panel?
Spread position. Towers. In. Spread positions. Then stack on the west.
What did I die to even?
Bleed.
Oh.
One of the tanks wasn't in the tower in time, so
Oh.
it
I
takes.
think many issues we face is because the lack of understanding and comprehending of issues and problems. And might very well be the case.
Yeah,
Like,
just remember, I will always call east or west there, and if it's spread, then it's good to pop like your sprint on the towers, because then your sprint will usually last for the spread at least at first.
so I really think that we should, think of our goals rather than think of winning arguments, right? I think there's the generalizable solution here. Each config and based on communication is unique. That's right. But the problem is that we don't treat one of them as unique. We treat them as an argument to win. That is sort of my point. That we do sort of try to find the generalizable solution, and in this case the generalizable solution is to win the argument. It's to be right.
Clips and cleaves.
So to speak.
In.
Well, that is understandable. It is an understandable want to be loved by those around you. I will see how,
In.
because a lot of it is sort of exemplified by
Spread position.
what will happen in the present Sunday thing that we'll be watching later. You know? If that makes sense.
Spread, then partners. Spread. Partners.
There was discussion with President Stanley Brooks, Nick Sutter, and the Allied Navy commander. They didn't agree on everything, but they did not in any way get vicious. Yeah, that's basically what I'm asking for, right? Like, I'm not asking for lack of arguments or... It's like, it's keeping your goal in mind. What do you want to get out of the
Spreads, then pairs.
interaction? Yeah.
Set.
We'll probably get more into this as the thing will go on.
Seconds.
Maybe we can get a guest in, if I'm lucky.
Third set.
That would be amazing. There is a guest that I'm really...
Fourth set.
Spreads first, then pairs.
Spread, partners. Partners. Go east.
If we can get that guest, then I will be... Oh my goodness. It will be the best guest ever. But I'm not sure that will happen, unfortunately. As much as it would be the best outcome of all worlds. I think it's basically what I want to say is, oh no, you are a good guest, but I'm thinking of a particular guest for the coverage of the President Sunday thing, because they were directly involved in it. If that makes sense.
Powers. In.
In.
Spread. East, spread, then stack. No, it's spread
Too
first.
slow.
Yeah, but you were in my place.
I was in the wrong position, yeah. Could be groups and cleaves on sides, but
Oh my god, I went to the wrong place.
who are we missing here?
Lucy was dead.
Yeah, there's no surviving that.
I've returned for a tiny bed. A friend of mine that hasn't streamed for 2 months went live, so I went her stream and then I had to catch up. I see. Okay, that's understandable. Is DemonMama coming on to... I mean, I can ask her.
Alright.
That would be great if she did, to be quite honest. The DemonMama is the guest I was thinking of. LH Fruit and I are on the same wavelength, so to speak. Yes, that is exactly the guest that I was thinking of getting after the raid. I'm not sure if she'll want to, necessarily. Boom. But what I'm actually talking about is something akin to what DemonMama has been talking about since I think the start of the year, about looking for the signal rather than being caught up in the noise. I think that's a pretty elegant way of putting what I'm trying to say.
Groups and cleaves.
Does that make sense?
In.
And
And I think there's a really important talk to be had there. Like if we wanna sort of move forward and really practice the love and solidarity that is our mantra, right?
Out.
Oh, it's an out.
I will
God.
raise. Spreads.
I don't think she should have accepted it.
Well, not yet, no. Just like go middle or something. Yeah, like right there.
I know I may seem jealous, but it exists.
Body, then spread. Partners, spread.
I mean, we are going to do the very important
Spread.
Power Rangers segment. Damn, I forgot to ask you so many important things yesterday in the Power Rangers thing, which I think I would like to ask today. And we're gonna do it.
First set.
Hopefully I will ask these questions like when we do the thing.
Second set. Third set. Fourth set. Spread,
Right.
then partner.
Oh,
Too close.
yeah. My bad, I moved to heal the tank.
Avoid the lines. This is recoverable still. I can do the next. Ah, no.
Damn.
Yeah,
I thought
just
we
no.
were wiping.
Just no. Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
Could have not wiped.
It hit my toe.
Let's go. I'm asking. Between pools, I'm asking DemonMama about her availability. My hopes are not super high, but if we could get DemonMama as a guest, that would have been a really big boon to the overall conversation. Would have like a big thing. As you watching what's happening in the game on the screen, do you feel like you're understanding what's happening, or is it like a big? Is it like a
Was
big?
it just an auto attack that killed you?
Is it like a big bunch of nothing to you, and you're not really getting what's happening on the screen?
That's
Okay. Wait, can you hear the game? I have to ask you this now. Do you actually hear the game? Or is it just silence and me talking?
Groups and cleaves.
Oh, that's nice. That's actually really good that you can hear the game. Because I cannot hear it on my end, and I was afraid that I was basically subjecting you to silence plus my voice. But if you can hear Final Fantasy, that's actually really nice. I'm really glad about that, to be honest. Or can't hear. Oh. Well, now I'm sad. Like, it's because I didn't turn off Resident Evil and the audio thing is confused on whether or not it should be playing Resident Evil or Final Fantasy or whatever other game. It's also why the O'Berry thing got, messed up. It's all because I didn't turn off the Resident Evil game.
In
In other words, I messed up. And I apologize. Which is why I'm trying to make up for it by engaging more in conversation. Oh, you don't want to hear it. Oh, that's good then. What is good then?
spread, then roll stacks.
Yeah, I would really love to have DemonMama to have to talk about
Roll stacks.
the whole situation with.
Huh?
One of our DPS was too late.
Jesus Christ, this is so
Like way too late.
way too late. I like ASMR. Thank you. Oh, Maluna has defended me, which is nice. So yeah, I'm thinking of. We're actually working on a segment with together with some new static to expand on the ideas that I'm talking about right now. And the reaction to the President Sunday thing is sort of an intro to that, if you know, if you will.
Groups and cleaves.
And I believe that it is an important conversation to be had.
In.
Circles of pandemonium. The lack of audio is actually throwing me off. But I just cannot fix it because I really don't want to turn off Resident Evil. I'm really interested in this because I've been thinking about that a bit as well. Yeah, I think it's important to think about this topic. Yeah, I think so.
In. Single doom. Spread. There's still
Lucy.
Oh.
Stay out of the group. You don't have to stack immediately. Check what you have. If you don't have anything, then it's stack. If you have the thing, you just stay out.
Jesus. I'm a mess today.
If you're not confident with your marker, just generally stay out of the group. You have a lot of time to adjust.
Well, such cases created by, yeah. I have to admit, the lack of the audio is really throwing me off. It makes me somewhat nervous. And that makes sense. Oh yes, this sort of miscommunication is basically also what I'm talking about.
Groups and cleaves.
And for us to know what our goals are and what we want to achieve.
In.
So far we've got in the conversation, like, I'm not sure what the context of the first call-in from Aiko is because there was a cut. There was a sudden cut, and then Aiko was just there. That happened just near the very beginning of the whole thing. I don't think we've even heard almost anything of the chat logic thing itself.
Out. Single doom. Spread.
So the discussion with Aiko is happening before the debate between chat logic and Stardust had even begun, which I wasn't quite expecting.
Partner then spread. spread.
I really want to talk about this more, but on the other, I really have to go to bed. That's understandable. If you want to talk about it, we can talk about it more when you're awake on the Giggle Court, but I'm probably gonna do the reaction. Hopefully, DemonMama will be able to join in. I will not hold my breath though. But there's a lot of things coming, so this is going to be an interesting time for sure.
First set.
I didn't hear if it was spread or...
Second set. Third set. Fourth set. Spread, then partner.
Okay, where's my partner?
Partner. I will raise tank. East, go east. Avoid the line thingies.
I'm doing my best to... I mean, we can talk about it. I think we can. Maybe you should. Oh, even from memes, serious conclusions can be born. Sometimes. The memes are the genes of the culture, after all, as the Metal Gear...
Oh.
Wait.
Spreads.
Yeah, it is spread.
I will get that raise. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Swipe. We're not getting that.
What happened with...
Sorry. I know it's not a bit.
Jesus, what happened with Lloyd here? Lloyd disappointed us. So yeah, this apparently really became intense later, the whole thing, which is what I'm using it as the intro to what I want to talk about. Also, it's time for me to take my HRT. So I might have to do it after this poll. Otherwise, I will never be pretty. It's true. I have to take a blocker and a estrogen in the... like at this time of day. And then I have to take up an estrogen in the morning. I've switched to 2 estrogens.
Out.
Out.
It's like the thing that we have decided with the doctor, who said that I should switch to 2 because it will make my spread more even and more sustained.
Out. Single doom. Spread.
And of course, my liver is still getting used to the new hormone, which of course is also interesting because it makes me
Spread
glad
and
that
partner.
just makes me glad that I'm not much of a drinker and my liver is in prime condition.
Partner.
Either Ramaz who was disappointed recently was Stardust. She was reading so much from some message. Huh. Do you think it was a threat? Well, we'll watch it. I haven't seen the thing. Like I didn't understand the whole joke, not joke thing, admittedly. So we're gonna see it as we watch it.
First set.
Keep in mind, something can be a joke and a threat at the same time
Second
as
set.
well. Like those things are not even mutually exclusive.
Third set. Fourth set.
Oh, emo. Oh, I'm dead.
It would be spread and partners. Go east. But yeah, swipe.
Yeah, then partner.
It is when you take it as pills. Estrogen is a liver concern when you take it as pills because then it goes through your liver and your liver has to process it. It's not a concern if you take shots. It's actually not a concern at all if you take it as shots.
Okay, last pull in this instance. Afterwards, it's a 5-minute break, and make sure to repair your gear in the meantime.
So send a look at the message section when it starts drawing the experiences expeditions so conclusions may vary. I think it probably was intended as just silly and not sharing, but it would have been funny as a joke. Problem is that it came from a terrible person. The doctor actually recommended I go to the shots, but God. But I have to get it from the Czech Republic, and so I need to talk to people on forums that go to Czechoslovakia to get me the receipt, to get me my stuff, which feels like such a, oh my gosh, hurdle to overcome. I might just go to the Czech Republic myself, to be honest, with my mom as a trip and just get the receipt, get the thing. I'm also not really confident in administering the shot to myself. That's another thing. I don't really feel confident when it comes to that sort of stuff. Yes. Correct.
Out. Spread position.
So yeah. Like, I really dislike having these sort of weird trials and tribulations when it comes to things that should be just readily available at the pharmacy, like the hormone shots or and
Spread
stuff
then
like
roll
that.
stacks.
You know, you shouldn't have to go abroad to get the medicine,
Roll stacks.
right? I don't think it should be. I don't know if it's a huge ask of me to expect not to have to go to abroad to get a type of medication. Oh god. I have to.
First.
I'm in the middle of the poll, but I want to respond to DemonMama who responded to me. I'm in a pickle, Gigglers.
Second set.
Because if I respond, I will
Third
just...
set.
I'll just wipe us all.
Fourth set. Spread then partners. Partners. Go west. Avoid the line.
Oh my gosh. Gigglers. I am in a pickle. Pickle duck. Pickle Lucy. Pickle Lucy. Yay. Like in the animated show of the predatory voice actor that happens to voice both the protagonists. Oh, we will take a break after this poll. That's like a decided thing.
Spread.
This poll is going too well. Which is a horrible thing of me to say, by the way. This poll is going too well.
In. Spread. Spread on the west. Stack. Almost. You can heal Abby if you want.
Too late, I think.
Just so we can. I think we got it.
Yeah, I might be stuck for a bit.
Yep, we got it.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to the right place.
What?
Ah, I see it. I see the problem.
What?
Yeah, I was too close to the thing.
What was the problem? I'm sorry? Sorry, what was the problem? It's okay to ask.
On our side, it was I was too close to the pole.
Okay.
Wait, so if you're too close to the pole, you get hit for harder?
Or if you are close to the pole, you get the unbreakable tethers.
No. I mean,
Yes,
if you have the cleave.
What about the cleave? You just point it downwards.
Yeah, still got that for some reason.
does deal massive damage, and then it gives you like a blade that does 30k, 32k attack. But I think he just died to the blade itself.
Felt pretty instant to me. Must have been the first hit then.
Yeah, like the first hit itself hits for a lot as well.
Okay, I responded. So we're taking a break now.
It's a 5-minute break time, yeah.
So it wasn't on our platform anything that killed us, right?
No, on our platform, I just died after taking the cleave, so no one was there for you.
Yes. Plus there was a little bit of a slow adjustment on the east-west side mechanic, but it was almost good.
Amazing. I'm writing with DemonMama. Yes. So it's a possibility that maybe DemonMama might be able to come on, which I think is not a low possibility because it's a 5-hour video and we'll be pausing the 5-hour video, which means Rick and Morty. You've never seen the appeal of Rick and Morty? Morty? Burp? The burp Morty? So yes, because the DemonMama has to meet up with someone, but since the video is so long and we will be doing a long reaction, there is a not zero possibility that that DemonMama might hop in to talk, which is great because I'm actually extremely confident that this will go for 1 billion hours and then we're gonna have the Power Rangers sing. I'm a hardcore streamer. I never stop. I never I don't know what rhymes with stop. I never stop. I never spot. I never stop. I never spot. There we go. I rhymed it. I'm a genius. That's why you watch me, because I'm a genius. So how are we feeling? We had such a good pull. Oh my god, should I do it? Should I turn off Resident Evil? You know what? I'm gonna whatever. I'm gonna save state. I'm gonna cheat and save state and I'm gonna turn it off. It's an emergency. This is the only reason why I did the cheat of save stating. I also might need to turn wave off and on again. There's still no music. Sheesh. Pop, drop, mop, flop, plop, lop, shop, wop, top, true. Oh, I never stop because I don't top. There you go. Because I don't top. Here we go. I've done it. Yeah, the audio is just not working. It's just not working out, it seems. Bottom confirmed. True. Ah. Damn. Ah, what a dream. What a dream I've had today. Maybe I'll be able to talk about it later. Have you ever had one of those dreams when you just felt complete bliss? A feeling of this complete bliss and light feeling of I'm sorry, what? Wait, what was the... I'm not sure what the stones from the cat house was in relation to. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the dream if DemonMama comes on.
And cleaves.
That is the thing. I was interesting in many ways. That dream was because it...
In
Oh. Just remember that dream that I had. I think I'll talk about it if... Oh, thanks, Butterwagon.
In.
In.
Right.
Though it sort of goes even beyond debates. It goes into how people talk on Discord. You know? How things can devolve into aggressive arguments for aggressive argument's sake, so to speak. Born out of misunderstandings.
Spread then roll stacks.
And oftentimes
Roll stacks.
things will just... Oftentimes things could really be dissolved by people asking things like, can you elaborate? Can you tell me what you mean by that? Can you tell me what exactly you're trying to say? Well, it involves really pleasant things. Which also gets me into a deeper conversation a bit about what is it that we want in a way.
First set. Second set. Third set.
How to
Fourth
explain?
set. Spread then partner. Spread. Partner. Go west. Avoid lines after.
Oh, fuck you,
I got
Ken.
I
it.
got you. I got you.
True, but it depends on how you try to clarify, right? It also depends on that.
Not gonna lie, I'm not liking that they are not on like actual lines.
Like, I think a good question to
Gotta look at
ask
the triangles
if you want someone to,
right now.
like, if we want
It's
to...
either safe on
Or
the
not.
middle of the squares or on the side of it, if that makes sense.
So, it might sound silly, but sometimes instead of saying, what do you mean? It might be good to ask something like, can you elaborate? Can you tell me more? You know? Can you expand on what you're saying?
Spread.
Language of that kind. If that makes sense. Because I can see how the question, what do you mean, sort of has, especially in the debate
Well,
spheres.
is
I got linked to
Out.
rows.
I can see how that can mean
Go
basically...
west, stack, spread. Roll stacks and spread, but it's not gonna work.
Oh, that's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Like, I can see how what do you mean can be read as, what are you even talking about? You know? Does that make sense? I do understand that basically what do you mean some people associate with what are you even talking about? You know? Because oftentimes it is asked in that tone, what do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you mean bread is not good for ducks? And I say, well, you know, it's not very good. Because it just fills their tummy and
Out.
not much else. It can get quite painful to see when you see two people on the Discord that you know are well intentioned that basically argue over what is well, people missing each other.
Out.
Well, bread does not really have much I don't think they can, but also bread does not really have much of like the nourishment that ducks need. It's best to give them peas or stuff like that.
Don't
Lucy,
Lucy.
Okay.
It would be raw stacks and then spread, but just gonna die.
EPS is going to die, yeah. Oh, no.
Spread.
No,
Yeah,
because Melona
it's
had
fine.
the stack and he died, so.
Okay, so I'm gonna say it again. On that mechanic, I really don't want to see like a single more death. Don't stack in with everyone. When you see your marker, whether you have one or not, then you can stack in. You can stay spread. The boss hitbox is huge. You have space to do your melee attacks. You have all that kind of jazz. Just don't move early.
If only I had
Just
the
like on the in
audio.
and out mechanic.
I don't know.
That's just not allowed on that mechanic.
Feeling so sad about the fact that all of the audio just died. All of it. Outside from me, from the mic. Can you even hear my group? Thanks, Brock Lesnar. I'm not sure if you're a real person, but thanks. I've been seeing people saying this a lot after seeing Asmongold is not even playing FF14 right now.
Groups and cleaves. Out.
Out.
I'm so annoyed with the audio Can you hear my party members? That's a question that I really want to ask the chat now. Can you hear the party members speaking? Okay. Well, that's good at least.
In. Spread positions.
Oh, goodness. I've been punished by having this marker once again.
Spread, then roll stacks. Roll stacks.
Cows eat grass, no? Cows eat grass, of course. Oh, I didn't take the... Oh my god, I'm so... I'm so all over the place today, gigglers.
First set. Second set. Third set. Fourth set. Spread, then partner. Spread. Partner.
I have to...
Go east. Avoid lines after.
I'll have to quickly intake the HRT between poles, I guess. Oh, it's FF14. It's Final Fantasy 14. We're doing Savage Rating in FF14.
Spread position. Towers. Out. Go west. Roll stacks. Roll stacks. Spread now.
I have to dodge the.
Practice this mechanic now.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm focusing a bit on the fight since we're getting to the new moments. That's right, Metroplex. We are doing a raid.
Time to build webs. If you're stacks, you go D. If you're building webs, you go to the bottom of the platform.
Oh, that's right.
Bleed.
There's no
Got
platform
Lucy.
anymore.
I can Timo here. I got to tank it.
Enjoy the amazing damage coming in.
That
Yeah, of course, it deals more damage the more people are dead.
I think I know what might have happened.
did the first web break?
I think that no, it didn't.
No, the first web happened, then the second web was not done correctly because remember how we agreed where you can do the first web pretty much adjusting simply because of the amount of time you have.
Yeah,
And then the second web you do AD, PS, B healer, C tank.
yeah.
But that didn't happen. There was no one on B.
But the first one
That was
was not broken, yeah? As
We
in
have two
nobody.
tanks linked in the second.
Mm.
Yep. We did have 2 healers on first one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we were already stood in line during the stack.
Okay, let's just go backwards in that line then. Yeah. That works.
I help. Thank you. Thank you, Metroplex. And very soon we're gonna be basically... Oh my god, I'm taking the HRT in a super blitz speed. There, I've taken it. So, in 20 minutes, we're gonna be continuing our conversation.
Grips and cleaves.
Okay, good night, Lenitas. Thank you for being here, and as always, I hope to see you again.
In.
I've appeared perfectly on my...
Out. Spread position.
Okay, this is gonna be a pretty good pull, I can feel it.
Roll stacks into spread. Spread.
Right, so far so good. feel like if we can...
First set. Second set. Third set. Fourth set. Partner spread. Spread. Go east. Avoid lines after.
Okay, so we're going to do this, 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 this. Oh my goodness.
Red positions. Out.
Roll stacks.
Stacks. East roll stacks. Spread. I will try to raise Lloyd. Oh, well.
I forgot about the thing is, yeah.
Yeah.
Please provoke before it's... Thank you.
I think it was doing a mechanic. It was busy.
Huh. Well, that did not work well. Oh.
Jeez.
I got cleaved.
We missed each other on this side full.
Yeah, Lucy had the tether.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter like what the role you are. You need to check your tether because
Right.
the tether it doesn't really care if you're a DPS, healer, or tank, I believe.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was on the other side.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what happened to me, basically.
Yeah, there's unfortunately no way to pre-move for that. I noticed that the
Mm-hmm.
last pool as well. I was with the tanks. I fared very alone over there.
Oh my gosh. I thought I was smooth sailing, but no. Apparently not. Oh,
Out. Out. Red position.
There we go.
You're not taking
okay.
any damage.
Yeah. Who needs gear when you can just get that much shield?
Spread, then roll stacks. Roll stacks.
All right, we're getting there. I'm doing pretty okay with the DPS so far.
First set. Second set. Third set. Fourth set. It would be partner then spread. So what happens there?
So the second laser leaves the middle of the
No,
arena.
no. I know why it happens. I've been watching it for a while now. So the reason why is because this only happens in this certain pattern, where the DPS have to move in. And what happens is that the cannons, they are actually not focusing on us, regardless of us being the closest, simply because they snapshot onto the tanks, as they are the only ones available for them. The tanks get pushed right in front of them, while the DPS have to move in. So the tanks have to make sure that the cannons are actually just facing in like a full straight way, instead of, because I actually cannot aim it. If that is the pattern, that's the only pattern that this happens, where the DPS have to. Well, because the tanks are getting literally pushed into it, and they are snapshotting into the tanks. This was also mentioned in the guide that this does happen in this certain pattern, where the cannons just snapshot the target earlier than intended, and that they refuse to move for the DPS. So what they need to do. Yeah, one more pull for today.
Okay. Gonna make it the best pull, at least from my side.
Like, I literally can't move any faster than that. I would get hit by the first laser. Only in that pattern. Otherwise, I can easily pre-position. Grips and cleaves. Out.
Alright. We seem to be... Oh. Jesus.
Well,
Out. Single do. Spread position. Yeah, it's a wipe. Both tanks had the sludge thingy. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That's it for tonight. Let's see what's coming up. Oh yeah, next week. So we have Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. Tuesday is normal, very quick clear, hopefully on the 9s. And then we're coming in here, and I really wanna get to hell consistently on Tuesday. Then get past it on Thursday, and then hopefully get to clearing stages on Sunday. So again, this is not a request. It's pretty much like a static order. If you're coming on these days, and you should be coming, then you need to go and watch the guide. You need to know everything up until Enrage on this fight from now on. Otherwise, good job today, and I will be seeing you on Tuesday.
Yep.
Good night, everyone.
good night and good luck on your guys' runs.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Mike. Bye.
No problems.
My goodness. Okay. We are done with this. I have to fix the audio with things somehow, but that's okay. Oh, because this nerd is our static leader. This person is our static leader. Statics work as a... Statics are almost like a workplace, so to speak. It's complicated. The life of statics and groups and raiding. Alright, let's go back to the thing. Have I had it on all this time? Okay, we go back. Go back to the drama, and I turned off FF. Because the audio was just not working. And now, what do I turn on to? I guess we're just going to go back to Warcraft 2 for President Sunday drama. Hopefully with audio working. There we go. Why couldn't... Oh, I'm so annoyed. Okay. We actually have to make it quiet now. Load game. No, that's... Oh, God. Or is it? I think this is the newest save. Is it? No, it's not. Okay, this is the newest save. And we are continuing the commenting on the dramas. Well, spread and partner is basically just common Final Fantasy raid nomenclature.
This is what my community is engaging in. So whether or not like he thinks that it makes his hands clean or not is sort of immaterial to me. Like I don't care what Chud thinks, because what Chud thinks has no value.
Oh no, that's not what I mean.
Okay.
I mean he has not actually taken like ownership, like by his words, by the things that he says. Him saying that there are harassers there and he lets them there is not him taking ownership of the community as an like being a part of his community. He like kind of acts like it's a separate like sovereign little island nation.
Island nation.
And that is,
I mean,
like,
I guess that's fair.
When I went, I knew the old Chud, old leftist Chud, and then when he like was evolving his content,
Yeah.
I wasn't pressuring him to do it different. I just wanted to know what's up, and I was angry
Yep, same
that
with
he
me.
wasn't being direct.
Yep.
Right, he wasn't being direct. That's I feel like that's pretty much
I
like
think that's fair.
a large part of Stardust's problem as well. Like she knows.
But I
Leftist.
think to be fair though, like
Leftist Chud. I can't even imagine that anymore.
It's like why do people have like you're there? Why are you pointing at Beckett and being like, how are you here?
because unlike me, Beckett is Stardust's partner, so her well-being presumably is something that he cares about. That would be the main difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it went up to a certain line, right? I think like like
I
what,
think
like,
it. I think
DK
it's.
message him
I don't.
with the no, you don't know about that?
Well,
About the
I
docs?
was.
About asking for her docs.
I do know about that.
Right.
But like
Yeah.
from what I witnessed there, the line, in my humble opinion, should have been several complete.
I see. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm sorry, what? That's your opinion. You think that they're
It's a good opinion.
Partnership? No, it's not. It's a terrible opinion.
Really good
like,
opinion.
Someone's private relationship
I
with
want
their
that one.
monogamous partner and their future.
I want that one laser etched on
spouse.
my grave, just up near the bottom, little.
Oh my gosh. I can imagine ever the tabloid scene in the UK ranges from fascist to neo-Nazi for one, and he had all the mannerisms.
Rectangle.
I already forgot what it was.
Oh, Beckett left? Good for him.
I've never watched Chud Logic all that much, to be honest.
Beckett left a while ago.
Huzzah.
But there's boundaries. You don't decide where the objective boundaries are.
No, but I can propose boundaries.
Yeah,
That's within
but-
my rights.
Who asked?
I
Did
don't
Beckett
require
need
people
you
to ask.
bring that
Nobody
up?
nobody asks me anything. If people ask me
Were
things,
people?
the world would be a better place.
So do you put that in the room? Did you say that?
No, I
in
said
the
that. I
room?
said that to him privately.
Privately?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's better.
Okay.
But still,
I wasn't publicly chastising him for it. I
wouldn't be surprised though.
I wouldn't either.
I
And
know what
frankly,
you do.
to be honest, I would have the exact same argument if I did. But
Exactly. So it's not better. It's better to do it in private, but like in general, it's not any more justified. And if you would do it, if you don't see a problem with doing it in public, then like the more that something comes up, the more that people start bringing it back up.
okay,
you know,
your
resurfacing it.
position on this is heard. Just to move very quickly back to the Stardust thing. The reason why I don't think Stardust's issue with Chud is the same as our issue with Chud back then is because our issue with Chud back then, I think,
My goodness.
to our issue eventually with Stardust a little bit later back then as well. I don't
know about our.
Well, with the Richard Spencer
I
stuff,
don't
like
think we have the
she
same-
had a similar attitude with respect to that, right? Like we had issues with the kind of like the nodding and you know just being buddy with the.
Right, but she was open to criticism. For me, at least.
Well, I mean, so is Chud, and like he's accepting the call right now, right? Like he's open
No,
to
but
criticism,
not like that.
he's not respecting
She
it. Though.
reached out to me. She reached out to me to
Okay.
talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it at the time because
Well-
I was like upset.
Well,
and I
good,
need to wait
good.
a little bit.
that changes my perspective on her a little bit. Good.
People are not exactly. If
Mhm.
it changes your perspective, if your perspective is so easily changed with little bits of context, maybe you should like hold on to them for a little longer.
You
Maybe not like profess them
probably-
because your words have weight. Hmm?
Hmm?
Okay, that's fair. I'll consider that. That's
Okay.
actually reasonable.
Okay, there's that. Also, I think that,
I never make the mistake of thinking, by the way.
but I feel like I need to do an intervention with you. I
Okay.
don't know how.
Pursuant to what we were just talking about earlier, do you think
Intervention.
conversation to have off stream?
Yeah, probably.
All right.
But what you're doing, tell me about what you're looking at right now.
I'm looking at a weird, aggravated British guy, and Stardust yelling in front of a very confused Prime.
Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker.
An even weird
An intervention.
guy.
At least nobody wants to do an intervention with me yet.
His wife's docs on the internet.
Okay, so the thing with I think, okay, I remember, so wait, you did or didn't see any of like Boots and a couple other people? I can't remember. Was it Weaponized Discourse or I can't remember, but
It was Boots.
multiple people going
I
to,
talked to. Oh, sorry. Say it again.
like multiple people that talked to Beckett
Mm-hmm.
about like
Did other people talk to Beckett?
Stardust. Huh?
Did other people
talk
talk to
to-
Beckett?
We might have to get this or
I
this
just
island.
mean,
I think
like,
we're on
the-
different
the
bridges here.
fleeting
Hang on.
glances.
Restart that thought.
Okay.
Okay.
So the Elder Drazi thing, right? That's what they're talking about. Chud and Stardust. Wait, have you just
Sort of?
haven't seen this yet?
I'm like 12 minutes in.
Okay. I think that I didn't watch the whole thing. I fell asleep and it entered my dream, and I was fucking dreaming about.
I got
Chud
some. I have
yelling
some
at
bad.
her.
I have some bad news, Aiko. You're still dreaming. You haven't woken up yet.
Actually, that's good news because if I wake up, maybe it'll be better.
Hmm.
No, actually, it's not that bad.
My good.
But no, I think in
Destiny
this,
and
from
Vosh
what
have
I
moved.
At times, it does feel like Aiko is attempting to highlight perceived hypocrisies in President Sunday's actions through implied equivocations. Interesting. A burger's fries and oh, that actually sounds amazing.
Moved
Saw.
into a big polycule together. Everything is right with the world. Twitter is dead, but not because Elon Musk is running it. Yeah.
Oh, now I know what happened. Oh my god. The O-Berry, for some reason, is inside the controller now. I just heard it from the controller. Oh my god. I hate this so much. Did you hear the O-Berry? Probably not, right? It's in the controller now. Oh, I hate this so much. Yep. I'm so angry right now. Now I understand what happened to the audio. Oh my god. Okay. Can someone try
Who is about to come in?
donating now? If that's okay. Can someone try donating now and to see if the fake if the oh my god, if the berry thing will come. If someone can donate any amount of money to see if the O berry will trigger.
Video gamers. Oh, the reason why. Okay. I talked to Stardust just a tiny bit, not really, like just kind of like
Thank you. Thank you. We will do the Power Rangers. And it worked. It worked. It worked. Oh my god, thank you. It worked. Thank you, Maya Major. They said, is Barry back? Barry is back. Barry is back for good. It's just that when I use the controller, the PC decides that the controller must be the source of the microphone and output and everything for some reason. You've just heard the Barry, right? You must have heard Barry twice. I heard the Barry. So if I heard the Barry, then you must have heard the Barry as well. I'm pretty sure. You've heard the Barry. I know you've heard the Barry. Don't even try to claim that you have not heard the Barry. Oh, have you? I just did something illegal. Was it not donating to me? That's illegal, technically speaking, but... So, nobody's saying anything. Is the Barry back or not? Did you hear the Barry? You should have heard it. I heard it. Maybe. Oh my god. What is happening today? What is happening today? Doing gay being crime. Okay. A thumbs up means that it's probably back.
because I was my
thank you.
suspicion was that we were on the same page about like what our issue with Chud and the way that he won't really take full accountability for his moderation, his policies and stuff. He's not like
We're
clear
starting
about
this.
it, just kind of just like Giga Chad about everything. And that's what I wanted from him back then. Because he just wasn't being honest about it. And I think Stardust also just wants him to own it. Maybe there are other things. I don't know what the fuck anyone's doing. Maybe we're all predators. But
I don't know about that one.
remember,
I don't know if we're all
there's
predators.
so much more context to every situation. Be careful about what narratives you put energy behind, okay? Because it does like impact like that energy with Stardust. Or okay.
Thank you.
I
Thank
guess
you.
no. I won't.
I think
keep
she has
up
the
with
same
other
microphone. I just realized as I used to have. That's weird. I just
What do
noticed
you
that.
have?
Well, right now I have an Audio Technica 2020, but oh no,
Or
no,
the
okay,
old
she's on an XLR. Never mind. It just looks similar. That's my previous one, which is in a bag now. I need to give that to somebody.
Give it to Daedalus.
Oh yeah, you should. Actually, good idea. Let's see.
Give
So
it
I
to
think
Daedalus.
that- Oh
Is
shit.
my opinion.
Sorry, my phone is breaking.
It's
Shit.
okay.
Okay.
No, I take your point. Let's pick this up
There's, like, a
privately
lot.
soon. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, yeah. All right.
You doing all right otherwise?
So, yeah. I just I was just looking at the worst fucking things I've seen in my life. So,
What's that? That's up there because you've shown me the worst fucking things I've seen in my life. So
No, it's worse.
no.
It's worse.
All right.
I'm leaving for a bit, playing with my sister and bunnies. Oh, nice. Thank you.
I will.
Who's Barry? Is there in your room, son?
interrogate you.
Barry is a Resident Evil character.
Take care. Have a
Bye.
good night.
I'll be in chat probably unless I get mad and run away. Okay, bye.
Bye.
you know, obviously we will do our best to get rid of the name. I admit there's a bit of fucking tomfoolery, certainly, and people will post the name as a meme. But yeah, this idea that there was this kind of doxing to Californian law that was occurring based on the circumstances that I've laid out.
The circumstances that you've laid out, Chud, include your avowal that your community engages in harassment. That's a mistake. Big mistake. You gotta think before you do things.
Is just absurd to me, considering
That's
he has named
interesting.
3 separate
That's
accounts
interesting.
across his social media profiles.
Even if information is available publicly,
Also, I said it in President Sunday's chat, but Chud Logic has prepared for this by trimming his beard.
still consider doxing if one, the person doesn't want that information being shared, and
It's on his
two,
Twitch
it's being
donation
aggregated.
profile. It's on his Twitch donation
Yes,
account,
it's,
like on his
but
PayPal.
again, once he was made aware that people were making fun of him and posting his name, he made it clear that he did not want that information shared, and he was uncomfortable with it. Also, on top of that, Eldrazi has
Chud has to, like, understand that in the real world, your opinion about what is reasonable and fair has no fucking currency. I don't know what this, like, 10-year-old logic is. It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, maybe Californian law is written in such a way as it's a little bit unreasonable to expect people to, for example, kind of self-censor talking about somebody's name. But if you've already acknowledged that your community engages in harassment, and you've acknowledged that they're posting his name as a meme, i.e. to get at him, then, this is just dumb. Like, what you are culpable for is not based upon your personal feelings about the matter. This is silly.
never introduced himself by his name on stream. He has never gone by it when he speaks to people. He's never gone by his name. He's always introduced himself as Eldrazi.
Okay. I guess that for me, I just think it's kind of absurd that you were saying this is doxing when just by sharing his donation link to his PayPal on his Twitch page. Like, if I'd have let's say I took that link and posted it in my Discord, would that be doxing him, do you think?
By this logic, think about this for a second. I receive the identities of most of the people who become patrons to my channel.
Right, yeah.
Imagine if I were to say, hey, look, the information's just there. I like, Patreon just gave me the information, so, like, you know? There's some asymmetry in the sense that this is outward facing on Eldrazi's end.
I agree.
So more and more people can easily access his name by dint of clicking on the link. But it's the same principle. Like, the name was made available to you. That doesn't mean it's no longer doxing just because you were able to find the name in association with some, like, connected account. Now, if Eldrazi had done this, for example. Hi, my name is... I'm going to make up a name.
Steven.
Tim blah 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 blah. And I go by the name on social media, then you would have a case here. But if you need to, like... If you need to find incidental associations of names with financial stuff, that looks different. You see?
I mean, I don't think it's the fact that it even being like shared the link to it. I think the fact that it was
No.
image.
You're saying.
Image
But if I
of
took his
it,
Twitch
and
donation
it was-
link and put it on my Discord, have I doxed him?
Again.
Here,
it
let
is-
me actually look at this. So, if this has not changed recently, then in theory, I should be able to see what he's talking about. No, we're not watching today. So, Eldrazi.
Okay.
In all seriousness, should leave content creation and just hide his personal life from the world as much as he can. But
I don't think...
I digress. We don't want to give Aiko an aneurysm tonight. Let's see. Donation link.
I think it's easier said than done, honestly.
Oh, he must have taken it all down.
Like, it's easier said than done. Considering that internet is a pretty important part of everybody's life now, right?
Yeah, it looks like his donation information is gone, so he's taken that down by now. Which is a problem, because...
I don't know, that's easier said
Yeah,
than
that's
again.
not great. That's not a great look, Chud.
It is the image of his name and his.
I want to see the
state
chat,
and city
actually.
that was put there, right? And
Right.
it is also where was I going with this? It's the image of his his name, his state, and his city, and also it's the fact that people were posting it.
The question I want to know is how many barriers were there to this? Like, did he advertise, "Hey, my name is," and then he had the donation link, or was this like the donation link was in the URL or in the description? It's something a reasonable person could overlook. Because if it's the latter, that's bad. That's still doxing. If it's the former, that's a lot more dubious. Because that's like, okay, the person was advertising his name, and to some degree in equal parts with his online persona. In which case, it's a little different.
Not to donate to him, not to just harmlessly donate or.
I cannot take this seriously. Stardust wants to hold Chet accountable. She has no standards. This isn't really my take on this. Like, I'm not. She's about 1 year late to the party, and about this many Richard Spencer engagements late. But if the arguments work, they work.
Or find his page. It was people were posting it to humiliate him with the intent of humiliating.
Did not Erudite share her name more publicly than Eldrazi did? Yeah, she did.
Oh.
She advertised her name.
Oh, Chad Logic basically run away from the debate with me, but that's a whole other story. Remember the Travelers debate that we were supposed to have?
Directly alongside them in the same medium, even so, it's a.
I would probably want a moderator for that debate as well.
Oh, okay. The humiliation and
Like,
making
this
fun
wasn't
of him was
like not so Erudite's identity wasn't something people found because she.
Although what I agreed to was a talk without a moderator.
With like financial institutions, or that was acquired through Patreon.
I didn't actually demand a moderator for that.
I am.
When we talked
I don't
then.
want to say it right now, but hi, I'm Kyla. Blah, 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 blah. I'll go by not so Erudite online, and that's that.
the idea that.
And then in addition to that, like, this is. I got these programs, here are my credentials, like a whole host of things that make it basically, that don't even make it impossible not to know who she is. It also sort of makes it appropriate to follow through. Because if you're saying you have credentials, what you're saying is, this institution, this location has licensed me to say I am such and such, which is an invitation to verify. So that's literally what credentials are for. My philosophy on this is, as a general rule, unrelated to this, if her name was still like not connected to it, it would still run afoul of this, but less so. If you want to remain private, do not cite your credentials in arguments or to bolster your positions on anything, because a credential is worthless, is meaningless if it's not tied to your identity, because that's literally what it's for. It's to say, I am licensed to call myself this, am licensed to say I have specialization in this and can perform X, Y, and Z tasks.
I'm licensed to call myself a giggler.
If you are, then that statement has no weight, because anybody can say that. I can just say, hey, I'm a doctor of physics. Really? What's your credential? I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you where I got it from. I'm not telling you. See?
Was making such a big fuss about this name when on his own Twitch donation link, he had his name, state, and city. That's where the humiliation comes from, is this guy's kicking up a fuss about his name, but if you go to his Twitch page, presumably you believe that he wants people to view that page, right? The donation page. So the page that he would want people to access, he has put his name...
Okay, that's a mistake then, Chad. That doesn't work, because this is on a separate page from Twitch. So let's see here. Maybe I can find links on his YouTube channel, because he seems to be not particularly smart when it comes to OPSEC. No, nothing there. Alright. Well, I guess he's not receiving donations anymore. Although, you know what? I bet if I look into his video descriptions, we'll find something.
I actually got quite a bit of donations today. Thank you very much for that. We got tons of donations today.
Oh dear God, that's horrifying. Yeah, nothing there. No, maybe he's purged it.
State and city on there.
It's not uncommon for.
I'm actually good. No, trust me on it. No need to prove it.
Accidentally have their
Good. I mean, I trust you when you say that you're good.
that out yet. I will say Eldrazi wasn't just being
Unless you meant God.
instance, he was humiliated before when people found his name on his TikTok. Then again, when Doobie and Zonia and I covered it and talked about it on stream, people were posting his PayPal with his and it wasn't with the intent to donate to him. Again, it was with the intent to harass and humiliate, which is part of doxing. That is a key component of doxing.
Okay, but the harassment and humiliation you're speaking of...
He took it down? Yeah, okay.
First of all, it wasn't directed at him. It was in my Discord. So I still don't know if I agree with this kind of...
It doesn't matter if it's in your Discord chat. That will not register to any external party as not being directed at him. That's stupid. I'm sorry. What is it? Is it more directed at him if it's on a different social media? These are still accessible. They exist in the same space. If I leave Twitter, it doesn't cease to be directed at me. That's the same logic, though.
That's true.
Harassment framing, but nonetheless, you know, I just think it's insane that the idea that, yes, he put it there and he was stupid or whatever.
He already made it clear by that point, though, that he was uncomfortable with his name being shared.
And I got to a point where I didn't believe that was the case because he had it in so many places.
No one fucking cares, Chud. You not believing his avowal of his mental states has no currency. Like, who the hell do you think you are? You're not like some big shot. You're some schlub who covers drama on the internet. Nobody external to this cares what your opinion is.
I just didn't believe.
Yeah,
accidentally put
that's
my name
true.
in so many places, and I felt he was being dishonest. But you know, it's to this day still we have made efforts to.
This is
get
so
the name...
stupid. Are you like 15 years old? Do I have to explain how reality works to you?
Oh boy.
The law and public perception have no connection to your personal feelings about yourself. None. This has zero value. You are saying literally nothing.
True.
Being taken down. But I think that what you're misunderstanding about this as well is this idea of like. Oh,
Also, I have not shared this still, I think. I don't think. One moment, everybody. We're gonna share this on the Discord now. We might as well. I'm gonna read. Where's the orbiter thing? Oh. Oh, the Adalys shared. Wow, thank you. I'm saying might as well share it. I didn't think so many people were watching now. Okay, thank you, Dadless Media. Wow. All right, thank you.
Name was being mentioned, yes, because it was being discussed. People were finding that it was on his Twitch donation link and were posting it in the Discord and going, hang on a minute, how is his name here if he doesn't want it to be out there?
He didn't want it. Wouldn't the appropriate thing have been to, once somebody finds that on his PayPal, to message him and say, hey, Eldrazi, your full name
I don't care
and
about what the
state and
appropriate
city
thing is.
Is
Why-
here.
okay.
Well,
You're stupid then. You're stupid, Chud. Like, you're also breaking Twitch TOS right now. Like, you're aware of that, right? You just basically acknowledged that you are on Twitch. You have a community that is harassing people. You've acknowledged that people in your community are sharing.
Jesus Christ.
You've acknowledged that you're farming this for content. This is stupid. This is so, like, what are you doing? Who do you think is on your side in this? The goons in your server? Like, normal people, the vast majority of people are repelled by this. Also by everybody else in this chat as well, lest we forget. But that's beside the point. It's unbelievable. These people are delusional.
you already made the agreement prior to that, oh, well, if people are posting it and you're uncomfortable with it, we won't let them post it. And that didn't
Yeah, of
happen,
course, but that was
didn't
before
it?
we realised there was in other locations as well,
but
and we were like, hang on a minute.
It doesn't matter if you realize it was in other locations. You made an agreement. You said, by your word, that, hey, Eldrazi, you know what? If you're uncomfortable with your name being posted in places and your information being posted in places, we'll make an effort in my Discord to moderate that. And what did you do? You did not make an effort.
That was after the fucking TikTok thing, and then we found out he had it on his fucking Twitch donation, and then it was like, hang on a fucking minute.
That doesn't excuse it. Why does
I'm not trying to excuse it.
So after he was doxxed in one place, after there was an accidental dox in one place, you found his dox somewhere else, and therefore you're off the hook. What is this reasoning? This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Like, obviously, the danger of a dox is that it makes it very easier for you to locate other instances of that dox. It makes it easy to corroborate someone's identity publicly, which is why you moderate it and you censor it very early.
And now officially despise Chud Logic's existence. I mean, it's Chud. The logic is Chud, first of all.
Like, yeah. Eldrazi's an idiot. His security
Second of all,
very poor. That doesn't license you to then use his person.
Second of all, do you think the debate about travelers will happen still? Press yes or no. I mean, write yes or no in the chat if you think so.
Information to harass him and to broadcast it using the megaphone of your platform to the world at large to humiliate him publicly. This looks terrible, Chud.
Nope.
Like, there are actually laws on the books against this. Stuff like this has resulted in people dying in the past.
I'm not trying to excuse it. I'm trying to explain to you as to the series of events. I'm trying to explain to you the series of events as to why that got posted, because you're saying it's to harass and humiliate him, right? And the humiliation comes from the fact that he's put it into his fucking Twitch donation link.
That is a key component of doxing. That is a key component of doxing. One,
He's stupid. He's actually just stupid. I don't even know what to say to this.
Well, what can I say?
Like, fucking hell.
Fucking hell.
I actually have no idea why on earth Prime Kai's even there, to be honest.
That is so British.
I understand the purpose to that. Probably just so that not one of these two controls the conversation, which makes sense.
Here's the thing, Chud. Here, 2 points here. One, you gave him your word that if people were sharing his information, he was uncomfortable with it, that you would make an effort to moderate it. Two, the harassment and humiliation of somebody by using their personally identifying information is a key component of what it means to dox somebody.
Yeah.
She's just right here. It actually doesn't matter if Chud feels like, oh, I've got a golden ticket because I found his name somewhere else.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
That's true.
He has no idea what he's doing. He's just oblivious.
I mean, or maybe he just doesn't care.
He's been doing like a non-real job for too long, bluntly, and
True.
he's just out to lunch. I don't know what to. I don't even know what to say to this.
My goodness.
Like just dumb. Just dumb.
Oh, that's brutal.
Thirdly, I have a third point here. Chud, is it true that you had your name attached to your PayPal when you were a small streamer?
Yes, I did. Correct.
Would you be okay with people?
Oh, the voice is now a whimper. Yes, I did. Correct.
Posting your full.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He did whimper. I want to hear this again. Oh my gosh! Like a person on trial. I did not expect this.
Did correct.
Would you be okay with PayPal here? Chud, is it true that you had your name attached to your PayPal when you were a small streamer?
Yes, I did. Correct.
Would you be okay with people?
Oh, the voice is now a whimper.
Damn.
Yes, I did correct.
Posting your full name?
Damn.
You are not allowed to say here, Chud. Do not say to that. Say yes. Yes, you are. Because presumably by this point, you've actually done the OPSEC. You've actually taken those measures. And then you can say, yeah, absolutely, but I've covered my bases so you can't. Just how the world works, tough. That's the correct response, not This looks... I don't need to explain how this looks. You all know how this looks.
I think, at this point, I don't know how they'd find it. probably not.
But
No,
that-
because I'd rather people didn't know my full name. But I corrected that when I was obviously a much smaller streamer.
Eldrazi is a much smaller streamer than you were at the time.
But you know, if at the time it had been posted, I mean, like it's my fault for not fucking correcting that, isn't it? I don't really know what
we
else
would
to
still
say.
find a problem with it, though, wouldn't we? Especially.
Okay, guys, Chud's giving you permission. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Oh damn!
I guess Blood and Donuts was not doing anything off color.
I mean, there were probably people that got the name from the time when he was small. I don't know. I haven't considered the negative and positives getting doxxed. True. Oh
when
my
she was
goodness.
posting Chud's docs in his face prior to his face reveal because she found it somewhere. This is so stupid.
Especially
Well,
if
some
a
people-
larger
some
streamer,
people might, but I wouldn't-
especially Chud, especially if a larger streamer that you trusted, who gave you their word to moderate that when it happens, went back on that. Somebody that you trusted to moderate that.
Okay, but you're
decided to go
mixing
back
this
on that.
argument of a legal argument with this idea that I owe Eldrazi anything.
No, she's not. They are both identical with each other. This is not about you owing Eldrazi. However, that would reflect really, really bad on you if this ever, I can't imagine it would, but if this ever, like, amounted to that, this conversation is damning. You premised it. You started the conversation with acknowledging that your community harasses people. Stupid choice of words.
Yeah.
And then and then you basically acknowledge, no, I wouldn't be okay with it if this was done to me.
Oh no.
What's your defense at this point? Like,
Oh no.
Eldrazi is a fucking retarded moron. I own
Yeah,
literally
he's a retarded
nothing.
moron, and by him being a retarded moron, it should be believable that Eldrazi is as much of a retarded moron to leave his full name in multiple places online.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Damn.
Sure, and you know, to this day, we've done our best to like make sure that if I mean,
God,
to
what
be
is-
honest with you,
what is wrong with him? He sounds like he's about to cry. Look at him. He came in like ready for a brawl, and I was like
I think
people
that's
like you.
Thank you for joining the Giggle Chord, Metroplex Asylum. Thank you. Transform and roll out, although Metroplex did not exactly roll out, to be fair.
But I've been so desperate for
that's
content and
bullshit.
trying to make more content
it's
out of it.
bullshit.
We probably. What do you mean it's bullshit?
I don't think that you have been. I think that there are multiple examples of people posting Eldrazi's information in Discord with you being present in that chat and that not being moderated.
Yeah, that
And
did
I have
happen.
the
I think
examples
I
for
even.
that. I have the
Sure,
examples for
yeah,
that.
that did happen, and I tell you why that happened.
Do I? I have to make one.
There was conversations happening about how much he didn't want his name out there, and we found examples where his name was in certain places,
So
so it was
why
being
is that
posted
okay
as a.
to post it? Why is it okay to post it and humiliate him when you gave him
I
your
don't
word?
care what's okay and what isn't okay. That doesn't fucking matter to me.
So then you're
that's because you're stupid, Chud. Because if you really didn't care about that, you wouldn't be using that as a defense online. Because what this actually does is this makes it so that if, God forbid, anything that you do escalates or branches out into the real world, you have no defense. If you really didn't care about what was okay and
True.
what wasn't,
The whole
then
city.
you would be a little bit more clever and careful about this, and you would cover your bases. And you would have responses to things about this that were dishonest, but which protected you. You would, for
Yes,
example,
please. Thank you.
look, I've got an open community. A lot of people filter through. I can't police every.
Wait, by song. Let's make it specific. By song, do you mean that you would actually sing it? Oh my god, that would be amazing. If you would actually sing it.
Buddy, it's
Sing the song?
no. My community does not harass people, but inevitably, because it's an open invitation system, we're going to have some people who engage that to come in. And when I see them, I catch them. And I'm a busy guy. I don't see it all, even when it's all in the main general chat or in the main spicy chat. Even I just can't police it whatsoever. I was late to the party on the where they found the information about about Eldrazi, wasn't really following it very carefully, but it seemed like he didn't particularly care, and then it seemed like he did, and there was some confusion about that. So I take your point. We'll deal with it now. But Cat's kind of out of the
Oh.
Like, you would do things that make it so that you are not being pilloried for this into perpetuity. You would not be giving ammunition.
Why would I have a spicy chat? That is literally the opposite of what I'm trying to do. Having a spicy chat. Why would we want that? Would you want that? Would you want to have a spicy chat in the chat? Like, that's the opposite of love and solidarity, having a spicy chat. My goodness. It is the opposite of the mantra of the gigglers. A spicy Chad? My goodness. You don't want it. You think you want it, but you don't. To quote the thinkers of Blizzard.
For everybody, just to sound like a Giga Chad to the fucking teenagers in your Discord server. That has no currency. Like, grow the
Giga
fuck
Chad.
up. I'm sorry. This is like sovereign citizen logic.
Sovereign
Acknowledging
citizen.
you're a liar. You're acknowledging you're a liar.
No, am I acknowledging I'm a liar?
Yes, you are a
I'm-
liar. You told him that, hey, Eldrazi, if your information is being spread in my Discord...
Yeah, exactly, Sirius. The kind of response he's going for doesn't work because he isn't committing. If you were Mr. Medicare, he might pull it off, but he clearly does care about what's right or wrong. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. She's... I mean, it's about fucking time, but Stardust is actually just obliterating him. Which is a statement, because she's been obliterated virtually every conversation for the past 2 years that I've known about her. So, I'm...
Nice.
Broken clock.
Discord, and you're
I am the broken clock.
you lied to him.
Good defense, but that would be a bold-faced lie. Exactly, it would be a bold-faced lie.
I am
What
the
he's doing
broken
right now
clock.
is not better than a bold-faced lie. It just doesn't help him. That's what I'm saying. If you want to do the Giga Chad thing, you have to not
A content creator.
weird, fragile ego that needs to have the
She's here. She's a content creator.
server. You need to do the stuff that it takes to keep yourself safe and to keep your position strong and profitable. He's not doing that. He's flailing and reacting to things because he has no idea what he's doing.
Because you went back on that.
No. Listen, Stardust.
You-
Okay?
You know, there is a pretty simple way of avoiding such a problem. It's called cultivating a healthy community from day one onward. Then you sort of avoid these sort of problems, I believe. When I say spicy, I didn't mean or rude spicy, I mean the love kind of spicy. What? What do you mean? What? I don't understand what you mean.
Don't
You
you
lied
on your
to him.
fucking moral high horse about this.
Love kind of spicy? What?
The series of events clearly. Yes, after the first incident with the TikTok thing, we said, okay, we'll make an effort to take the name.
Even agreeing to this conversation was a stupid move on his part. It's just dumb. Like, this is basic media savvy. Like, honestly, every single thing you do on here is now recorded into perpetuity. Do not do things, especially when you are under attack, that you cannot defend or that will cripple you in the future. I don't understand this. Like, he understood this at one point. He kept his face private. He was careful about his interactions. He was careful about what he said. He was careful about how much of his throat he exposed. This is just dumb. Like, I think he's just drunk.
Drunk?
Which is sad, because I think his success was actually due to being personable and having stuff to say and actually generating a loyal audience. But he tried to chase like the Destiny stuff, and it probably got him a pretty penny. But as a consequence of it, he's gotten stupid. Like, he doesn't think about what he's saying. He doesn't think about what he's doing. He has no goals or like principles to hold him to account for things, so he has none of the constraints that trigger growth. That like make you have to actually adapt and grow as a person to get smarter and better at what you do.
I guess.
Because there's no fail condition. He's just rolling around on the bottom of the barrel, which is fine, but the problem is he's doing stuff that endangers himself. It's just.
I mean,
doesn't
should I care?
process this.
Should I care at this point?
Matt, if you don't want it, and then as you push the issue,
No, I
and
didn't mean literally drunk. Jesus Christ, people, learn how metaphors work.
made more content about it out of this bullshit drama. Okay.
Listen, if you usually when you say drunk as a metaphor, you continue with drunk on power, drunk on whatever. You don't just say he's drunk. Or at least I have not heard it used like this before. Lucy, promise you'll never have a spicy chat in Giggle Cord. I promise I will never have a spicy chat in Giggle Cord, as it's an antithesis to what we are all about.
Realize it was in other places.
Sorry, Somniostatic. I'm tired and irritated.
Okay. People started to realize it was in other places and were posting it in the Discord like, hang on a minute, what the fuck is this? He's got it here.
Yeah, and
He's
they
got
were
it there.
making fun of
so
him
at
as
that
well.
point, yes, yeah, I was making fun of him. I said I thought he
Yes.
wanted to get raped at one point.
Stop talking, Chud. Just stop. Oh,
No. Continue, Chad Logic. Continue.
oh, fucking hell.
Lucy, you just criticized Prison Sunday. You're not the Prison Sunday #1 or wait. What did I do? What was the critique that I've done? I only critique with love. Wait, how did I critique Prison Sunday exactly? Oh my god. What did I do? Hey, wait, no, wait. Am I being gaslit? How do people even get doxxed? When someone digs up your information somehow. And shares it publicly with everyone.
What kind of bozo after this? Like this, so that here's the actual timeline that will start with this conversation. My community harasses people. I'm not okay with my name being put out there, but with the identical conditions for how we got Eldrazi's name, I put it out there for content, and I allowed my community to continue to share it and to post it to harass and intimidate him. And he calls it memes, but that's how it will be interpreted. Oh, and by the way, I even said I think he wanted to be raped at some point.
What?
Yeah, he's an idiot. He's just, it's so fucking sad. Like
Don't be
he
sad.
had friends on here at one point. He had people who actually cared about him, like legitimately. People who would actually go out to bat for him.
Don't be sad. It's okay.
It's sad. Like that was a person once. Imagine being Chud's attorney.
Well, you know, it happens. It happens, Gigglers. I'm sorry.
So again, you
Because
are
it was
admitting,
funny.
you're admitting
Because
that
it was
you
funny.
Oh, it was
He's an
funny.
are
idiot.
for you. Yeah.
Yes, it was funny. He's an idiot who lied about not wanting his name out there or was acting like
I don't think he lied,
there was
but
something,
you know,
there was
we
something
can
terrible
we
happening
can
when he's
agree
got it
to
on his
disagree.
own Twitch donation link.
We can agree to disagree, Chud, but whether he lied or not about that, he made it clear that he was uncomfortable with people in your Discord sharing his information, his full name in there, and you gave him your word that you would try to moderate it, and you did not, because there
$100 to skip to Zizek Harari. You give me $100, I'll skip to Zizek Harari.
are multiple screenshots I can show.
You give me $100.
Let me finish what
You give me $100, and I will thank you very, very much.
I'm saying. Let me finish
no,
what I'm
no,
saying.
you should
Let me
check-
finish
no,
what I'm
you're-
saying.
no, no,
Let me
no,
finish
no,
what
no,
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
DemonMama used to be his friend IRC. I used to be his friend IRC.
Yeah.
Zanzi used to be, like, a lot of us used to be. Like, and
Oh, Zanzi used to be friends with Chud Logic.
was attacked, and we
Interesting.
did.
That is interesting. Zanzi used to be friends with Chud Logic. That is. Now we want to talk to Zanzi about it. That's interesting.
Don't end up like this, kids. It's really not worth it. This is what you were looking at right now is hell. He's lost the organ to detect it. This guy is so miserable.
Wait, what's happening? How did I lose all of my fleet? Wait, what happened here?
Like you ever think about that, like a condition in which you're just so irreparably mutilated that you lack the ability.
This is actually a
to
difficult
care
map.
about the things that you currently care about. You lack the ability to feel shame for things that you would rather die than stop feeling shame for. That's where Chud is now, and he's smug about it because he thinks, "Oh, I'm just smarter than everyone. I've just gotten one over them." What he hasn't figured out yet is that the only reason why the way is now much more easy for you than it is for everybody else is that you're already dead.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Finish and then we can go.
Okay, there are multiple instances, multiple examples of you being present in Spicy Chat. Multiple people saying his name, and repeating his name, and all of that.
VR chat
Did not
girlfriend.
moderate it multiple times. It's not just one time. Oh, we were joking. It's multiple times.
An extra job?
What
What do you mean?
I thought this was all
I
about the
changed
legal
my
argument
mind.
and the
I
fact that
changed
it's
my mind.
doxing.
I changed my mind because I already told you what I care about. I care about you allowing this type of and this is a criticism of you, not even your Discord. You
I
are
don't care.
allowing,
I literally
you are
don't
allowing,
care.
Oh, here we go. Hang on, what is this?
Oh my goodness. I don't care. I never will.
Found it.
Oh my god. If it wasn't for the fact that it's probably copyrighted, I would have showed you the whole clip from Doctor Who with I don't care. I work in landscaping. Oh. So what do you need an extra job?
Let's see. Yep, here we go. So, this is what was being mentioned. Stardust, I got the screenshots for you. Oxpin, DemonMama. Now, here's why I know this is from Spicy Chat. Okay? Because one of the things that Spicy Chat was really in on is that Doe has a thing going on the side. I'm not going to get into details about it, but we're talking about this.
Wow, what's with Doe?
Here at the bottom, which you can't see. Look.
Just realize I'm much nicer when I'm on mic. It's true.
I'm not gonna actually verify it here. But yeah. I'm sorry. I'll send this to Stardust because we have it. Thanks to the person who found this for me.
Okay, continue. President Sunday. Continue, please. Take us through that whole thing. Set Saleh.
What you think? My only issue is I don't think this is doxing. Your opinion is totally irrelevant to me.
You got
okay?
it. Go ahead.
You
let her
asked
go.
me a question. You asked me a question, so I'm answering it for you. You are allowing doxing, harassment, spreading personal information, and more in your server, and you deflect from all responsibility from it in two ways.
Mods do not remove stuff from chat.
That's fair. Those are fair accusations. He does, and he does. And he does not look very confident. I don't care is not an argument, not really. It's interesting that he would try to use that as an argument. Saying, I don't care. It won't work on a thing like this. It just won't. You know? Is it paused? No, it's not. He's moving. I thought I paused it by mistake. Oh my god. President Sunday is so motionless. Like a Buddha statue. Full of calm. What was that? What was that sound? Was that here, right? Oh, President Sunday got very quiet. I'm not pausing the video. Just so everybody knows this. Oh, it's flooded with DMs. Damn. So once again, we're waiting for something to happen. I have to establish an economy. Apologize to Chad. Who's Lorky? I don't even see them here. Lorky? Wait. It is actually paused now. Oh my god. I feel so silly. It's been paused now. Oh my god. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh my god. I actually did pause it this time.
Right? I told you those two ways.
Okay, I tell you what. What other examples do you have of this doxing that's occurring in my community, except for the Elder Drazi name being shared?
Sure. So, Courtfire. Do you know who Courtfire is?
Yes.
Okay, so there are multiple examples of you knowing who Courtfire is, knowing what Courtfire does, and having not banned him until another content creator came to you and said, hey, this person is a doxer, and then you ban them. I can give you screenshots
Correct.
of that.
Yeah, I know exactly what happened because I'm the one that banned him.
Mm-hmm. And
I banned him
they're-
because he reached out to another creator to ask for docs information, and that's the first time that I was aware of that he had utilized my
not the
server
first
to try
time,
and
that's
seek out docs
bullshit.
information.
absolute
It was
bullshit.
the first time I was. When it's the first time I was aware of, I didn't know before that he
Mm-mm.
was trying to utilize this.
Okay, I'm sending some screenshots here, all right?
Try-
These are conversations that you've had in Spicy Chat with Courtfire, where he is
Stardust, if you're watching, if you want to join me, you're welcome on.
talking about, that's how we got Lav's docs. She showed her entire house, and and that is somebody acknowledging that he was
Wait,
part
no,
of
no, you
doxing
didn't.
her.
No, you didn't listen to what I said, did you? You didn't listen to what I said. It was the first time I was aware of that he'd utilized my server to contact someone to seek out docs information. I was obviously aware that he doxed people before. I'm obviously aware that you wrote the Lav, document.
You don't think he utilized
I'm not
people
going to
from
pla-
your server for the Lav Kiwi Farms thread?
Well, I don't know. I've got no information on that at all.
He 100% did.
Wait, what are you basing it on?
I'm pretty
Moderator, screenshots before we ban going forward tonight. All right.
sure he's reached out to multiple content creators.
Pretty
about
This is good. This is a bountiful catch. But screenshot first. Screenshot, then hide.
Sure.
laughing.
Oh my god.
Evidence about this from my server at all?
Yeah, screenshotting is a good.
Again,
Yeah,
I have
that's a good policy
Do
to
you have
screenshot.
being
him
aware,
reach- No.
aware.
Do you? No. You don't. No. You're very retarded, aren't you? What I'm saying to
Oh
you,
Jesus.
retarded
if you
one.
into my server, I'm not going to even if I know they're like a bad person, until they do something in my server that I feel breaks the rules. I'm not going to fucking ban
here,
them. Generally
I have
speaking,
a screenshot
right?
for you. I have a screenshot for you. Here we go. Give me a second here. I have something for you.
Damn.
How about this? It is Queeman typing in Spicy Chat. I
Oh,
can't
I
believe
know
that
that name.
KF user Courtfire would send me updates on his investigation about lab topics I take personal interest in. Can we
Okay,
show
how
these
does
on
this-
screen, Prime?
Yeah, sure. How does this?
Yeah.
I don't understand how this proves that he is reaching out to people for docs information whatsoever.
He's reaching out to people. That's not what I said. I said that he's reaching out to people for information in your server, and he still uses that information as a whole.
No.
while he's
You're not
doxing
You're not
people.
listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying to you is the reason that Courtfire got banned is that he
By that logic.
specifically
Yeah.
to someone
True.
to ask for docs information.
True.
And at that point, it's like, well, he's using my server to try and seek out docs. That is something that I'm not going to tolerate. I don't know what the context of this is or what was said before or after, but I don't really understand what this has got to do with what I'm saying.
Okay, here. Give me a second.
I don't really understand what you're looking for here. So this Courtfire person, the first instance that they go to try, to reach out for docs information from someone off the back of my server and drama that's happening on my server, they get banned straight away.
So, okay. What I would say to that is, you say that, but you've got people in your server who are participating and encouraging doxing.
Like
So
who, where,
I
what
don't know
examples
that
have
it
you
really.
got?
I don't know that that really matters. If you're saying that this is
Well, what
this is the
examples
one
have you
thing
got of
that I'm
that
saying about
exactly?
Courtfire.
What
This is the one
examples have
thing
you
that
got of
got
that exactly?
Courtfire getting banned.
What? No.
Sure,
Give me some
sure.
examples of what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. Here is if Kiwi.
I
So
put
DK.
I put that thing the last thing you asked me to put on. It's on.
True.
Mhm.
Yeah. So in case anyone wants to see that,
Mhm.
that's.
I mean, he's not gonna say that here.
So I was super slow getting
Can't
that.
see shit. Hang on. I can't believe that Chaos user Courtfire would send me the. Can you? Jesus Christ, guys, come on. Oh. I can't read that. Stardust, if you're there, send me the thing. I can't see it.
But go ahead. You guys can continue.
Yeah, I mean, even the idea that it's investigation about lab topic.
There
One
we
of
go.
those
Okay.
topics is the docs, right? One of those topics is at least the docs. If we
Why
manage,
is it so small? Because Prime Kai doesn't know how to control Plus, or so I guess it's in a Stardust stream.
getting updates from Courtfire about lab topics, and Courtfire's the one who's writing about lab, and is Courtfire's the one who got lab's docs, then yes, that is like a connection to somebody who is participating in that at the very least. There's a next screenshot where
Okay, let's cut to the chase here. Do you have any examples or proof, okay, that I'm aware that Courtfire is using my server to seek out docs information?
Okay, so Prime, if you want to show the screenshots that I shared in the Discord prior to that.
I see.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if we can't get these screenshots from Stardust directly. That'll save us some time.
Yeah, this is yeah. The oblivious chat logic.
Sure. Give me a second, please. But yeah, continue on while I do that.
No, Aiko is not running defense for these people.
So it's not just Courtfire, right? We've also got Rita in your server.
Okay. It's on screen now. The previous one.
All right. So
Aiko.
this one is Courtfire talking about if you bring something up consistently whenever the person is mentioned, basically Chud is engaging in a conversation with Courtfire, right?
Okay,
and
this is just a complete waste of time. I'm asking for something very specific.
Let me finish.
Because you're just showing a bunch of fucking screenshots.
Let me finish.
Do you have proof
asked me,
that
you asked me a
Courtfire
question.
was
I'm
reaching
getting
out to people for
I'm
docs
getting
information
there.
in a way that I
am
was
getting
aware
there.
of?
I am
Okay,
getting
we'll
there.
let her try to make that case.
Okay, at the bottom of this screenshot, while Courtfire and Chud Logic are being very friendly with each other, at the bottom of it, Chud
so
Logic
what? What's
says,
this got to do with anything?
Let me finish. Okay, this is how a conversation works. Okay, we let people finish. Chud Logic says at the bottom, Courtfire about to get every single person in here doxxed. Right? That is at least an acknowledgement that Courtfire is up to doxing stuff in your server.
No, it's not.
Next screenshot.
Not at all.
Next
Not at all.
screenshot.
I'm aware of. Okay.
Hold
I'm
on,
aware of
hold on,
what
go
Courtfire
ahead,
is.
go ahead,
No,
Chud.
no. This is ridiculous. You're just going to offload a little bullshit screenshots. Yeah, obviously I know fucking Courtfire is okay, but up until the point that
Why
he
would
is
you allow him
fucking
to
using
even-
my server.
Why would you
Well, that's
even
none
allow
of
him
your
to
fucking
discuss
concern, is it?
in your server?
None of-
With
Hey,
the
hold on,
fact
none
that
of your
he's
literally none of
discussing
your
doxing,
concern.
Okay,
he's
wait,
connecting
no,
it
no,
to your
fucking
server.
guys.
Do you have any
Chud,
examples
Chud,
of Courtfire?
Chud,
No,
can you-
I'm not going to be stopped on this. This is bullshit. Do you have examples of Courtfire sharing docs in my Discord or using my Discord to reach out to people in a way that I was aware of? Yes or no?
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask you, to Chud, right? Just to make sure.
Rather
like,
than just talking or jokes, do you have actual examples of Courtfire spreading
This is
docs in a way that isn't being managed or
Sure.
dealt with?
So specifically, all the thing that you will say you'll take responsibility for, if I'm hearing you correctly, is if like he's reached out, like he saw someone in the server and he reached out through there, right? Or in the server, he's like doing the work of doxing, right? Like he's like compiling the evidence for someone. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that, Stardust?
So
This is such a
let's see here.
painful.
Give me a second.
What a painful convo.
I mean, the next screenshot is again Courtfire talking about him doxing somebody, right?
Have
I
any
think that's.
examples?
I think. Well, he's again Chud. Here's my point. Chud. Here's my point. Chud. Here's my point. My point is, Courtfire is in your server discussing how he doxes people, right? That
you
is
showed me that.
connecting
I've
it.
seen
That
that.
is
I know
connecting
that.
it to you. That is connecting it to you.
I'm asking. Okay. I do not care about this whatsoever unless you've got an example of Courtfire spreading docs in my Discord in a way that isn't dealt with, which I don't think even exists. Or you've got examples of Courtfire, reaching out to people based on my Discord to seek out the docs information of people, which, by the way, when I got wind of, was banned straight away, then I'm just not interested.
Okay, so when you banned him, you also made everybody in Spicy Chat aware who was the person who reported him to you, right? And as a result of that, now Courtfire is trying to dox those two content creators.
Okay.
Were you aware of that?
Well, I mean, I'm not Courtfire. I don't obviously advocate for that. I think that's good. No.
He's stupid. He's just really stupid.
Unfortunate. That is a really painful map, I have to say.
The problem is, so here's the defense that Chud needs to make, and here's why he can't make it anymore.
Does Chud understand that there's consequences of the things he says? Yeah, but his defense to that is that he doesn't care. Defense.
What he needs to do is say that all of these Courtfire things are a joke, that at the time they weren't taking it seriously.
Okay.
But he can't do that now, because he hasn't done his own OPSEC. He's allowed this stuff to just sit there.
He doesn't care why he's even talking about it. I'm not sure. Because it's Chud logic.
This is just an unreal level of naivete on his part. I don't... Oh, hey, Stardust. I'm going to the washroom quickly. Stardust, do you want to come on and chat?
Oh, hi, Mark.
Just 3 minutes and I'll bring you on.
Oh, hi, Mark.
You can save me some time and flesh some of this out for me. Okay, I'll be right back, chat.
Oh, hi, Mark. He does care. He's just too much of a coward to admit to his faults. Yeah. Like a monkey. And yes, we're gonna skip that. Oh my god. Okay, I overshot it.
We're back.
Alright, thank you for being back. Also, you should go into streamer mode. No, it's the sounds are from President Sunday. It's because he doesn't have streamer mode on, I guess. Did Lucy just reference The Room? Yes. The best, worst movie. That's right. That's right. The Room. The one movie to rule them all and in the darkness bind them. Yes, it's from President Sunday's side, those messages. You really should have the streamer mode on. Or this will happen. I can't believe I am actually agreeing with Stardust. Well, you know. That happens. That happens. That's true. Karasuke is, of course, correct.
Pull in Stardust.
Yeah, they are. Although it keeps... I gotta admit that it trips me up, and I keep wanting to check if it's me or not. What a trip.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey, so you had some questions?
Yeah, of course.
A few. Can you
Tons.
just summarize the court fire issue for me? I can't bloody read any of these screenshots for the life of me.
Yeah, so I sent you some in the DMs, but essentially
It's true. Hello.
plenty of screenshots of court fire talking about the methods of doxing, how specifically saying how we got Lav's docs, and just basically talking about you know, updating all of this information and Kiwi Farms and all of that, and how people can't cry about getting doxed, blah blah blah. And Chud Logic is in the chat while this is happening, and is aware that Courtfire is a doxer, and doesn't ban him.
Okay, hang on.
The only time that Chud Logic bans Courtfire is after Nick messages Chud Logic that this Courtfire person is trying to reach out to get docs.
Just people playing victim. When you show your face online, talk about your education, where you live, what your partner's name is, show your room. You don't get to complain about getting doxed. You self-doxed. Well, show your room. That's a bit much, isn't it? Like tracking your address from a doorknob. That's how we got Lav's docs. She showed her entire house and outside area. You don't get to cry about privacy when you do shit like that. I see what you mean. Here, I'll pop this on the screen so people can see. So this is what Star is referring to. Oh, that's no good. Let me
Interesting.
There we go.
Interesting phrasing from Chud Logic.
Yeah, so we have Courtfire talking about how he actively got someone's identifying information from the geography of her property when none of the information was otherwise published, presumably. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yep, there's another screenshot in there where Chud Logic is acknowledging.
Okay, now I
Chud
understand.
Logic makes a joke. Courtfire about to get every single person in here doxed.
I saw that
And there's
one.
another...
As you say, that's a joke, and that might have been a defense if we didn't have him going into detail about him actively engaging in doxing.
Well, it's not a defense. It's Chud Logic quite literally acknowledging that this person's a doxer, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can see some.
Yeah, he may be making the joke, but the joke is still based on the truth that he is a doxer.
What was the instigating factor again, and the exact date for Courtfire being banned?
It was.
Wait, so when does this go off the rails?
And I know that Courtfire reached out to Not So Erudite's husband to try and get docs from him, and
On
he,
me?
Turned him. It may have been on you, and Nick said no, and then Nick reported that to Chud Logic, and then Chud Logic banned Courtfire. And then what ended up happening is Chud Logic, somebody asked Chud Logic why was Courtfire banned, and Chud Logic answered, "Oh, because you know, these two content creators reported him to me," and then, you know, lo and behold, Courtfire is messaging them, threatening to dox them.
Yeah, by the way, Spicy Chat, I did see that, so you're a little too late, unfortunately. You gotta... I'll show you what I'm talking about, Star. You might find this dubiously amusing. See Queeman's DMing me.
Queeman's DMing.
Oh.
My God. Ah, the dramas. The dramas.
Yeah, okay,
So-
Queeman. I believe you. I'll take your word for it. That's generally not been your style from what I've seen.
I don't know why they. It's just them shitting on me. That like.
It is, yeah.
The significance of this.
There is no significance.
understand.
There's no
Okay, all
there's
right.
no significance at all. It's just it's funny because
Okay.
they're all panicking about it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
Nothing on the
Okay.
screen though.
Right.
what happens next here? Like what am I watching? How let's see. So we're at 32 minutes in. The conversation, dear God, goes for another 30 minutes.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure because I haven't rewatched the whole thing entirely, and when I did rewatch parts of it, I just kind of skipped around. But you know, let me know if you have any other questions or anything like that. But yeah, I'm not like super interested in relitigating the whole thing. But
Yep.
let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to explain anything, explain my reason.
It's gonna be a long, long thing.
Okay, I appreciate it. I think it's pretty self-explanatory now. I couldn't see the bloody screenshots. I didn't see that you had sent them to me. 'Cause
Bloody.
I muted Discord, but
Like a British. Bloody.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks. Bye.
Bye bye. I'm gonna drink some water for a change.
Yeah, but it's not. You're not really doing a great job with like protecting people from doxing in your server either, right?
So if I ban someone from my community and they go and decide to do something bad, I'm responsible for that.
Well,
then.
if you out them, if you out the person who reported them, making them a target for Courtfire, then yeah, I mean, I feel like you could do better.
Okay. I mean, this just seems like a completely watered down criticism where, you know, you're acting like there's some crazy doxing shit happening in my server. And what have you got? Oh, there's some jokes about doxing that are happening.
No, you've got actual doxing taking place, and your sole defense seems to be that, well, you found the dox. That's not how that works, Chud.
There isn't actually any docs information that you've shown that's shared except for the... In fact, I'll ask again, except for the Eldrazi thing, what examples do you have of docs information being spread in my server?
Let me take a look.
That should be enough, to be quite honest.
Shouldn't you know? If it's such a
I
big
have-
problem, shouldn't there be
yeah, I
loads?
have-
Yeah, the pings you're hearing is actually Spicy Chat, by the way, just so you know. My
Oh.
app is muted.
of examples of
Multiple-
docs?
Alright.
multiple
Okay,
screenshots of
I don't
different
care
things.
about jokes or memes or something like that. Do you have examples, hard examples,
Isn't that one too many?
spread in my server or discussed in my
I
server?
would say that Queeman getting updates from Courtfire about lab
No.
information.
Are you fucking brain dead or
Is
what?
part of that. Are you brain dead?
No,
Are you
no.
Isn't
I'm,
one
listen,
of the pieces
everyone
of
watching knows who the
information?
brain dead person
One
is.
of,
It's
one
very
of the,
no.
One of the pieces of information that Courtfire is compiling for his stuff on Kiwi Farms is labs docs information.
You're
If
fucking obfuscating
Queeman
and pivoting
is-
away.
if
I'm asking a
Queeman-
very specific
if
question.
obfuscating,
Queeman is
pivoting
getting
away.
updates from
Clearly.
Courtfire,
No.
that
Let me
means
ask.
that
No.
Is
Clearly,
that
very
he's probably getting
specifically.
updates on labs docs
Probably.
info.
Do you have, except for the Eldrazi name, which you've already covered adequately, do you have examples of docs information being spread or perpetuated or even sorted
The
out?
brain dead person is as usual, Chud. Yes.
Then you leave, of course I left.
A second here. So again, what I just showed, the most recent screenshot, of Kiwi Farm people reaching out to DK and DK saying, "I'll direct them to you, Rita." I think that is an example of
No,
we
no,
know
no.
what they're
Okay.
doing.
Am
we
I
know what
sorry,
they're
Prime?
doing.
Can you just clarify here? Am I speaking fucking French? I'm asking a very specific question, which is, do you have examples of docs information, apart from the Eldrazi thing which you mentioned, being spread in my server? Yes or no?
I think very clearly, people in your server may not post somebody's address necessarily. Actually, no. You know what? I do have somebody posting a full name. Actually, never mind. Forget that. Let me pull it up here.
Moderator's getting the information to you now. Is that what it is?
No, I have a whole file here on my computer that I have to sort through. So you'll have to be patient with me. But I don't think you can show
It's
this
funny, isn't it,
on
how you're finding
stream.
it so difficult when it's apparently it's so bad and such a big problem I'm not owning up to.
Excuse me,
when
Chud,
you've got nothing.
Chud, I have plenty of things. I've shown you plenty of things, and I have something right now for you. Prime, you can't show this on stream, but it is Rita very specifically talking about getting Hilo the Giant's name, right? And he does have his name. Let me see if I can pull that up here. Yes, I have the second screenshot that goes with that, where Rita.
Oh, it's almost as if she has a lot of evidence and she has to sort through it. Maybe chat doesn't understand how evidence works, but it's obvious that she's looking through a lot of shit. Well, it apparently goes off the rails a bit later.
Post that person's name. Yeah.
Apologies.
Spicy chat.
Even in that regard, I'm like President Sunday with
The
the
second
yawning.
screenshot here.
What's this?
Kilo person.
You can watch Kilo do it in real time on 6 stream.
Stardust, can you send me this? I can't see this obviously, but I would like to see it myself.
Okay. Yeah.
And in that, just so the audience knows, they put
So this
in
is
parentheses.
it's posting his
Just
first
so the
name. I mean, I don't even know how he got his first name
so
here.
the audience.
Was it from Twitter? There's a tweet leaked. Is it to do with that or?
This person, Rita, it says in the previous screenshot.
Lucy, you should go to bed. Not yet.
That he is.
We might get DemonMama on
Must have adopted
if
this
we
username
power
for a couple
through.
months. I'm pretty sure he deleted his old tweets.
Listen,
Docs,
you have a chance here.
man, these people are all retarded. And then at somebody and says, "I'm DMing you." And that is
And then
them
later
basically
references
talking.
their first name.
First name, which that is them talking about. I'm going through their Twitter, right? I'm looking for their
Right.
name. I DM this person, and now I'm posting their first name in Spicy Chat.
Okay, here we go. I'm not going to show it on screen, Star. I just want to see it.
No slurs. Might go to bed sooner or later, but Sunday in Star Wars were talking nice when I went to make peanut butter and jelly dogs and chocolate milk, and then I came back and they were yelling at each other. Oh my god. Interesting. That is so interesting. Wait, they will yell at each other. I might need to get a drink or something for that. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink. I have to prepare myself mentally, okay? Oh my, be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm back. Good. She does deserve to be yelled at. Damn. So harsh.
By the way, Chud, since I know you're going to watch this, pursuant to all of this, yeah, fuck him. Never mind.
Chud Logic.
Found their first name from Twitter. Is that right?
We'll do it tomorrow.
Oh, that's a second message. Okay,
I apologize. I'm really sorry for that. We will definitely do it tomorrow. I'm sorry. I mean, I can power through and we can do it today. If this is your wish, then I will comply and power through. Like a Power Ranger. Power through like a Power Ranger.
Yeah, so just seeing if I have permission to put these on screen quickly.
You'll be tired and bored. I'm never bored. Let's get this straight. I'm never bored.
Okay, so basically,
I'm very rarely actually bored.
what we have here, I'm not going to specify names. You already said earlier in the stream anyways, but I'm not going to specify any further. But somebody in ChudLogic's chat, in Spicy Chat in the server, they found out someone's docs. Just again, bad OPSEC. The person was not careful with where they posted their name, was not careful to scrub it. And Chud's just after that, just responding to that conversation, just chilling. So, okay, just totally oblivious. Yeah, I made a mistake in this argument. Okay. Okay, so apparently this one's mistaken. Let's see.
You shouldn't do content that someone wants tired. It won't come out the best. That is
Okay,
true.
that's what I'm assuming based on about the tweets being
They have
posted.
changed their username. They've changed their username. They've made.
Let's move it to tomorrow then.
Their original legal name is not on there, and Rita is posting
Okay.
it. Rita is another
So is this-
well-known doctor
sorry.
in your community. DK
Right,
is
okay.
offering to direct Kiwi farmers attempting to dock Shaylin to Rita in one screenshot, and then there is another
Okay,
screenshot where
these complaints about jokes and memes are fucking
it's
retarded.
not
okay?
a
I don't
joke
care
or a
about that.
meme.
I'm
DK
asking
has
you
a
for something
history.
specific, and you've given me something which is actionable, and I can go and look at.
Sunday, what about Queeman? Nothing. He DM'd me. Let me read it directly. Queeman was just reassuring me he never proliferated my docs. And this is true. He did call Erudite and Nick out for that. So, issues with Queeman notwithstanding, he didn't proliferate my docs at least. And from what I have seen, and we do not have a friendly relationship to say the least, from what I have seen, this is not a thing that Queeman himself does. Whether he solicited information or was given information by court fire is kind of immaterial to all of this.
Out and find out what's happened there. Okay. Now, what I would say is obviously, again, the best example you've got is someone finding someone's first name from their previous Twitter account.
Here's what's frustrating me. So
really bad
the
audio.
issue is not that I think Chud himself is going out doxing people, and it's not even necessarily that I think that what happened with respect to Elder Drazi. I haven't dug into it. I'm not even sure it's necessarily doxing by itself. There might have been more than just what he's talking about. But
I
what he doesn't
mean,
understand
that is what he'll do.
is that it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. At the point where the person, especially when it's someone smaller than you and they're not a public figure, at the point where the person has said they're uncomfortable with it, they've taken efforts to obscure it. You deciding with your I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't understand how a grown man in Chud's position can think, oh, well, if I decide that I have
I'm
determined...
gonna be honest. I don't think there should be a need for more examples. I think that one example is enough, quite frankly. No?
Columboed this, and I figured out that he's probably not telling the truth when he says he's uncomfortable. Like, how the hell do you establish that? That therefore it's suddenly okay and nobody will take issue with you proliferating someone's personal information, or running a Discord server in which that information is proliferated and the person is predated upon. And you may think that language is overblown, you may think that language is shrill or whatever, but that is how it will be perceived. And it would take so little. It would take... A lot of people in Eldrazi's position would not react to it the way that he has. There are people who have killed themselves for for being embarrassed on the internet in this manner. This is extraordinarily dangerous, and there's just they just don't get it.
I get it.
Just doesn't process.
I get it.
Count.
That's why I'm your favorite streamer, because I get it. I get it.
First names can show a lot.
No, sure, but the point I'm making is, you are saying that there's this, this doxing happening in my server, nothing's being done about it, and you're talking about the Eldrazi situation, and then you've got an example where someone has found someone's name through a Twitter account,
right?
And then they've posted their first name once in my Discord.
When I talk about doxing happening in your server, I'm not just talking about people posting shit in spicy chat. Right?
I think Chud's just a miserable and a bad person. I agree.
Right? Because that would be super easy. People, when I talk about doxing in your server, people may not be posting outright. Normally, they may not be posting outright somebody's full name or where they live or whatever, but they are at the very least acknowledging that they are coordinating things. For example, when DK is talking about directing Kiwi farmers to Rita, or to attempt to dox Shaylin, and talking about hoping that Shaylin dies.
This is absolutely... So now you're throwing in the Shaylin dies thing. I don't understand.
Idiot,
okay, no.
If you're a fucking idiot, maybe you don't understand that.
Besides fucking jokes and memes and stuff, stuff like that, do you have any examples of DK actually doxing someone?
It's not a joke or a meme. Yeah, so DK will... What he does is he has a history of making threats to dox people. And he'll do that to fuck with them, and he'll do that to...
do you have any proof of him doxing someone or anything like that?
I mean, we've got Eldrazi, right? We've got him directing Kiwi farmers.
Okay, going back to the Eldrazi thing. No. Forget the fucking
that is an
directing.
Example.
Once again, and I'm going to give credit where it's due. When Nick, Natsuridate's husband, was sharing my docs, DK actually was not publicizing that recklessly. My general understanding is that the nature of what happened with Eldrazi is that their perception was that it was so proliferate.
I think he believes that for the sake of his brand and job, he has to defend just the worst people as long as they don't wrong him. I guess. Yeah.
That it's like, okay, you're clearly not taking this seriously. You're kind of post hoc worrying about it after the fact, and then, like at that point, it's whatever. The issue here that he's not getting is that the nature of the ridicule that this person is dealing with. If something happens, it will not be a relevant factor that all you had to do was X, Y, and Z steps to find his name. What will be relevant is the fact that his name was proliferated, that this caused harm to him, and who was responsible for proliferating it or presiding over the community that was proliferating it. ChudLogic's face is on a lot of these thumbnails. It may even be on some of the thumbnails with Eldrazi there. That's a liability. That's a very severe liability.
Well.
Doxing. No, that's not an example at all. Do you have an actual example of DK spreading, perpetuating, or showing docs of people in my Discord?
We do have examples of him threatening it, and that is enough, Chud. You kind of, like... I'm sorry, your opinion on what's fair has no currency. I'll have to say it 1,000,000 times over. It's mind-boggling.
Again,
anywhere, for that
it's
matter.
him coordinating in your Discord. It's him coordinating in your
Okay, so
Discord.
if it's being coordinated in my Discord, where's the output from that in my Discord exactly?
I mean, I don't think they're stupid enough to post addresses on the regular in your
Right.
Discord.
So they're stupid enough to coordinate in my Discord.
I wish someone would press Chud on whether it would be okay for people to post his first and last name and pull up public information on him using it. Well, by his lights, it's completely fine. It's not, by the way. He's stupid. But if you were to take Chud's word for it, it would be completely fine. If you had his information, no, that's his fault. That's all there is to it. It's just that easy. If you can mentally assign a chain of causality that ends in him being blamed, oh, it's cool. It's fine then. No matter what you do, no matter what the consequences are, no matter how it's perceived, it doesn't matter. You have immunity.
We should not do that to Chad.
I'm not driving, officer. I'm traveling.
I'm not a believer in doing bad things too. I don't believe that.
Discord, but not to put the output
Well,
into
yeah,
my
because you're a
Discord.
fucking
Where does
idiot
that
who
happen
doesn't
then?
moderate it. So
Where does that happen then?
again,
Where
I
does that-
specifically,
where does the
I
output
specifically
happen?
said,
Have you got proof of
I-
that? Have you got proof of the output of this doxing that apparently is happening? It's being coordinated in my Discord.
I mean, okay, so DK reaching out to Beckett for my name, right? Which was not a joke.
That was a joke. He reached out to Beckett. You can't.
What time in Polish time do you want?
That's not it.
8 p.m. would
If
be
he reached
would be
out to
pretty
you,
good for me.
It's a joke. That's a reasonable expectation.
Oh my god, is this actually a point you're going to try and bring to the
Yeah,
table?
I am because in that same
You were doing really well until this point. This is a mistake. This is a big mistake. Big, dumb decision.
So
that same day,
so you
that same
genuinely
day-
think that DK reached out to your boyfriend and asked for your first name as a serious attempt to dox you?
You know,
No.
initially I didn't, but after the stuff, one here.
No, you don't. You don't believe that at all. You never believe that. Don't say you believe that. That's silly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's a limit, okay? There's a limit.
There are no
I
limits.
don't like DK. I think he's an incredibly irresponsible person. I think these idiots have no clue, like, what they're the danger of the things they're playing with, but this is not it.
Here, let me lay this out for you, okay? There is a history here, right? So
You have evidence that it was not a joke?
Hey, this is a
Can I
tough
see
map.
this? Okay. I don't know how it could not be a joke, so I'll need something substantial to corroborate that. But if you can send that to me, Aiko, I'm intrigued.
DK has a pattern of threatening, right? We've got the issue.
DK only protected you during the erudite Nick thing because he hates erudite. He's not going to full. I don't think he's going to full go at me. Maybe he does, but I'm not particularly concerned one way or the other. But my general, like, if he was going to, I would have expected it to be earlier than this. I don't think he's gone that route. What I have seen, like, the issue I have with DK is the threats. I don't have evidence of him actually doing it. The Drazi thing is messy. So. Alright, let's see. What have you got? Oh, okay, Stardust is calling. Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
One was not a joke because one, when people confronted about it on stream, Beckett said it was not a joke. You want to know why it wasn't a joke?
Why
because
wasn't it a joke?
in that same DM
Uh-huh.
to Beck about are you listening? I'm sorry.
I am. You're cutting out a little bit, though. Just start again.
It was not a joke. When they
Uh-huh.
confronted Beckett about it, Beckett said it was not a joke. You want to know why it was not a joke? Is
No.
because DK in that same DM was bitching to Beckett about me talking badly about Boots on stream,
Uh-huh.
and then he, in on that same day was after I talked badly about Boots on stream, he was bitching to Beckett. He was also typing in Spicy Chat that
Yeah.
he was going to ride me down in SEO, and that he wanted to like ruin my career. And he, you are not joking when you message my boyfriend. I'm sorry, my boyfriend did not think it was a joke.
Okay, can you show me? Is this something I can be?
Yeah, I can show you.
Okay.
I can show you.
Well, let's see then.
I will show you every DM.
everything.
I will send you the entire thing because it is literally him.
Because the DM that
about me.
the DM that I have in my recollection, the one that I saw, was him requesting your docs from Beckett, which
Yes.
I have difficulty taking seriously. But if there's
that doesn't
more,
mean
then
that doesn't mean it's a joke, though. That is ridiculous to say that means it's a joke.
It's a
Just because
it's
I
a
only
pretty
heard that-
reasonable.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not. I'm
hang on.
sorry. How do you infer that's a joke from that?
Oh,
How do you infer that's a joke?
I was about to explain my perspective. So, it seems to me if somebody, for example, asked me for my partner's docs, I would have difficulty taking that as a serious request. If there's additional stuff that makes that plausible, then that's okay. Let's see here.
I'm sending you the entire conversation where he's complaining about.
So they're gonna scream at each other now, I guess.
And then he says that he's good at holding grudges, and then he asks Beckett for my name.
Here,
and says he
just
doesn't
let
wanna
me
go to Kiwi Farms.
Just let me read.
Oh no. Yeah, this is when it's getting heated. I see now what's going on. I think Aiko's gonna come in to continue. Marishu. Oh, no, I've been doing the face thing for a while now. Hello, Marishu. Wait, what brings you to the stream? You should join the page while we're at it. Listen, join the page. Hello, Marishu. Boom. I've been doing the face thing for a while now. Quite honestly. I've done a whole panel with the face on and debate, quote unquote, with Loner Box, which was more of a convo, but that's neither here nor there. And now you can see why I'm up President Sunday Orbiter because of the books. But hello, Marishu. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, one and all. Convo with Loner was really good, by the way. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, so let's continue. So, I was about to say that Aiko is gonna probably get on and say that once again that President Sunday is making assumptions without having the full picture, right? Like you're assuming a thing without having the full picture is what's basically happening here from my understanding of the thing that Aiko's like in this message. Why are you talking then if there's evidence you haven't seen? I swear to Christ, let me in, right? So I think this is going to be the crux of what's about to happen here. Right? Am I... The third act. Oh my god. How many acts are there? It's a long stream.
Find the other screenshots that I have with him the same day.
Okay.
same day talking about.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh! I'm gonna pass for a bit. I bumped into your streams from your chats with Josie Rose. I haven't been to a Lucy stream for a while. Ah, thank you, Mary Shu. I've seen that Josie has started streaming again. So it would be really nice for us to have like a conversation now that I actually do streams with my own face. Especially since Josie was actually the first person to have me on. I feel like I'm gonna agree with Stardust and Aiko. It's a Harry Potter novel of drama, so it's written very poorly. Right. So yes, Josie Rose was the first streamer that had me on, which made me extremely happy. I was like, if I'm a micro creator now, then I was a microscopic creator. And we still had a very nice chat. My goodness. How things have changed. I went from a streamer that did not talk, just typed in chats while streaming. Then I started talking, and now I even have my own face on. What a journey. What a...
Okay, here, let me look at this.
I would prefer if you don't make these DMs.
Oh, I'm
public,
not putting them on screen. I'm just looking at them.
Okay.
Discord is not viewable on stream. I'm gonna actually close the YouTube window just in case.
Okay, I think I know what I have to do here, actually.
Jacket himself said it was not a joke. This was meant to intimidate me.
No, I understand what you're saying, but that will not be definitive for me as a third party. So
I'm an OG giggler if I do say so myself. Wait, does that mean that you've been here when I didn't even speak? Oh, I remember when Lucia had the high-pitched talking voice. But before that, there was the times when I streamed and didn't speak at all. I just wrote in the chats to respond to people. This is what I would do. I'm gonna show you in a second what I would do. This is what I would do. I would not speak at all. I would just do this. And this. Here we go. That was my streaming back in the day. Ah, okay. Ducky lore, yeah. I started the mute streams when I was still in the RGR community. You know, before RGR nuked her community. On Twitch. RGR even raided me once or twice, from what I remember. That was before all of the stuff happened. That's right. Yeah.
I'm looking at these quickly.
Oh, do you remember me from back then, Jess? I think it's important to build up the navy on this map.
What was your
first.
issue with Bits exactly? She used to work for you, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
What happened? Don't mind me asking.
I don't want to talk about it. I'd rather not. I mean, she got another job. But I don't want to talk about how we fell out. You know, I don't feel like that's really appropriate. So.
Well, that's fine.
I found you through President Sunday. Ah, okay, I get it.
Okay.
I didn't know you were in the RGR community. That's how I met Josie's community. Yeah, I was. I was even a mod in her Discord for a little bit. Funny how after 10 months long trauma cycle, RGR just disappeared off the face of the earth. I'm still confused what the drama is about.
What does this mean down the SEO?
You mean this one that we're watching right now? It's basically about technical details of Stardust accusing ChatLogic of having a doxing community. And from Aiko's perspective, it's about jumping to conclusions without having the full picture. I think, from at least so far, that is what I think.
That means that pushing somebody down in SEO, that's how like you show up in Google search. So if somebody pushes you down in the SEO, that means when somebody searches for you specifically, they can't find you, essentially. It's like a way to fuck with your traffic online.
Okay, help me out here. Which one contains the threat? I think I might have read over it. Oh, here we go. Okay, so can you give me your first name? Okay.
Why else would you message my boyfriend after bitching about me?
No, hang on.
Other than
Give me a sec here. Do you mind if I read this section out?
Oh, which one?
Can you give me your first name?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so DK says, appreciate you doing your best to help. Beckett says, yeah, I think Boots is sound, and I know Star feels the same way, so shame to see a friendship burn. Happy to try and help fix in the long term if possible. DK says, I'm sure they'll come around, but I'm good at holding grudges. Beckett says, well, I'd be disappointed if you shitposted less, and I don't expect special treatment for Star because we're sound, same as always. DK says, can you give me your first name so I don't have to go to Kiwi Farms? I have a hot streak of never having been there. I'd hate to break it now. Beckett says, Star's name is public anywhere. DK says,
it does not sound, I don't know. I'm not even sure if I would take that as a joke, to be honest. I don't know, to me, okay, I'm gonna tell you how this sounds to me, okay? To me, it sounds, I have ways of finding out what the name is, so you might as well just give it to me now. This is how this sounded to me. I'm gonna be quite honest. I found you through the charity stream Sunday had done with DemonMama. I helped him and Alora set it up. Oh! Wait, you helped with the setting up of the charity stream? The 12-hour charity stream? You helped with that? Thank you. If it weren't for you, my mom would have been in a much different spot today than she is right now. So thank you very, very much for that. Like, it was a huge thing. She's far better. Thanks to the immediate rehab that she was able to get through the money. And we actually had some stress with the money because on the day when mom was moved to the rehab place, we rushed to transfer the money to a workable bank account. And we were stressing because it wasn't going through and mom would not be admitted until we were able to pay. And then last minute, when mom was waiting in the corridor, the money went through and I paid, and then she was it was a really big stressful thing, but it was yeah. And then 6 months later, the NHS equivalent in Poland offered mom a free rehab, 6 months after she actually needed it. So she went for the free one 6 months later when she was basically already walking, but it, it helped her further, I guess. But the crucial one was the one that actually was possible only because of the fundraiser. And then my mom made some friends in the rehab center. It was very interesting. Visiting mom in the rehab center basically almost every day. The first period was pretty tough with mom not being able to walk at all, needing assistance to go to the toilet, etc. All of it was very, very tough. But yes, thank you once again. I don't know, that does not sound like a joke to me.
This nice try, Bucko. Beckett says Ralph thought he had it, which is what started the rumor, but he just said a random word that sounded Indian. DK says based. Beckett says they were trying to dox me at the same time. Weird few weeks. DK says, well, I'm not one to get it if it's not public then. Carry on. Beckett says, yeah, if it was on Kiwi Farms, I'd say I was interested if she get picked up on the lab thread, but they didn't even list the correct one. This looks like I'm going to be honest, this looks like a casual conversation. I'm not.
A casual conversation where he's bitching about boots right before and then asks Beckett for my name.
Well, because
because he holds grudges.
No, but I'll tell you why though. Because Beckett's response before and after is first to say, "I would like to see this relationship mended," and then afterwards they're joking about it.
They're not joking about it. They're not joking about it afterwards. Are you kidding me? In what part are they joking?
Well, right here. So, Lamau, it's not on their.
This is honestly not exactly how I read it. Like, I don't know. To me, it basically reads like I will go and find it, so you might as well just give it to me now. That is how I read it. What do you mean, who turned you red?
It's not on there on Kiwi Farms. Star's name isn't public anywhere. Nice try, Bucko. Ralph thought he had it. DK says based.
He's just elaborating. I don't think that's him joking around. That's him telling the true story of like people on the dissident right thought they had my name, and they literally had like a fake Indian name for me.
I understand that.
That is not a joke.
Star.
That is not a joke. And Beckett himself says it's not a joke.
Okay, I understand that Beckett is saying this now, but like when I'm reading this, I'm not seeing textual evidence that by this. And with what DK is...
Because the way that he acts...
It doesn't actually matter. That's actually whether or not he acts alarmed in the conversation is actually irrelevant. Like, people will act unalarmed in such situations to control the situation, right? It doesn't really matter if he acted or did not act alarmed in the moment. I don't know. Maybe I should talk to President Sunday about this now. And now I really wonder what DemonMama's take on this is.
Acts about the way that he acts when somebody asks for my name is not going to be alarmed towards the person who's asking about it. That would be stupid of him. We both know how this works online.
It's clearly intended to intimidate, harass.
I don't
Let's
know.
see, so 1204. What's the date on this? What's the date of these
Beckett didn't
DMs?
want to. I'm sorry.
What's the date of these DMs?
The same day as the screenshots that I sent you. After that.
I know, yeah. I don't know. I wonder what DemonMama's take on this is.
Just because Beckett acts like it's not a big deal doesn't mean that it's not a big deal.
Well, it's not.
Because
It's not him not acting like a big deal. It's DK editing saying
mentioned it to
this.
me,
No, but it's
just
DK.
because-
Hang on. It's DK editing saying this. Well, I'm not one to get it if it's not public. Then carry on. So,
But it was clearly meant to intimidate.
but he's saying if it's not public, he's not going to get it. That's not intimidating. That's saying he's
Then
not going to get
why
it.
would you even ask for it in the first place?
No. Look, if you were going to tell me,
Why would you ask for it in the first place? What's the purpose?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Can you give me her first name so I don't have to go to Kiwi Farms? I have a hot streak
Yes.
of never having been there. I'd hate to break it now.
What do people do on Kiwi Farms?
But he said he's never been there. You hear this preceding
Yes,
sentence?
but he is asking for my name. He is trying to intimidate.
Huh.
And just because he says that afterwards doesn't mean that it wasn't meant to intimidate me. Especially following that, you see that at the same date that this is happening, Beckett's saying, I'm going to put Stardust in all my tags, so I drive her so far down in SEO that she has to quit streaming. There's also people saying, oh, we need to,
No. I understand. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but the tenor of this conversation in particular, like if he was asking anybody else, this would be trivial. The fact this is with him, and he's reassured afterwards that if it's not public, he's not touching it. He says he hasn't been to Kiwi Farms. Like, I don't know. Like, we're inferring intent here in a way, in a situation where intent actually does particularly matter.
What is the purpose of him asking for my name Sunday?
I don't know. I really don't. It could be playing on his. It could be playing on his reputation. This could be a very poorly socialized individual bantering, which is actually kind of how I read this, because this is very typical of that community.
I don't buy that.
This is bantering. You think that asking for my first name is bantering?
Asking, well, it depends if it's a serious request. I don't know if this is a serious request.
Beckett and I having a very serious conversation about this is not bantering.
But we're not talking about your serious conversation with Beckett. I'm talking about Beckett's conversation with DK. Now, if Beckett perceives this, if Beckett perceives this as a threat, like, okay, I don't know Beckett's rapport with DK going back.
There's context following that Sunday where there are people.
Like, I don't know. To me, it feels like it went like this. I will get it from Kiwi Farm, so you might as well just give it to me now. Other person, oh, but her name is actually not available anywhere. And DK answers, oh, okay, it's not. Well, forget it then. That's it. That is my read on it. Yeah, but then DK sort of is, oh, so there is no sort of available, so it's not available probably nowhere, so it's pointless to pressure you if it's not available anywhere. I don't know, that is how I read it, sort of. We'll see what happens.
Him again in that chat.
No. I understand DK's mad at you and he wants to hurt your career. I get that, but that's not sufficient
and why would he, that's the same day, around the same time that this is happening. And he's asking for my name?
Is he talking about your IRL name? or is he
Yes,
talking about
he
your
is.
channel name? Because presumably,
My IRL name.
no,
No.
I understand that, but presumably your IRL name wouldn't actually impact the success of your channel.
No, no. Like, are we forgetting that DK continued to give me her name? I would rather not go to Kiwi Farms. Why would you go? Why would you need to go to Kiwi Farms to get her channel name? Why would you mention not wanting to go to Kiwi Farms to get the channel name? Why are you acting like you don't know DK, President Sunday? Asks Aiko in the chat. I don't know. This is. Maybe he was super tired. Maybe he was super mega tired when he. I don't know.
Not real name, right? Like that doesn't follow.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, because you're known on YouTube and Twitch as Stardust, right? So tagging streams with your IRL name, that shouldn't affect.
That's not about my IRL name. That's him trying to intimidate me and intimidate Beckett.
Like, why would you say? Why would he say that he would go to Kiwi Farms to get the channel name? I don't know. I don't.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying, though, is that that is not sufficient to draw a specific read from this particular conversation. And it's tricky here.
If you Sunday, here, let me ask you something.
Yes.
Since Nick messaged you you to say, hey, somebody reached out with your docs, blah blah blah, right? You thought that was enough, that Nick was doxing you.
Yes, but
right?
no, not that he was doxing me. He was telling me he had my docs. I interpreted that as a threat because that's broadcasting what he's capable of doing. What DK's doing here is broadcasting that he's currently. What DK is doing here is broadcasting that he's not capable of doing this. You see the difference?
What he is broadcasting is that he's looking for it. That is what he's broadcasting.
Well, he's asking for it from Beckett. I don't know if it's a serious
asking
request.
For it from Beckett, but
Yes.
that doesn't mean he's not going to look elsewhere, because we know he says right before that, "I'm good at holding grudges."
Okay, well, this is my question to you. What makes you think that DK would be asking, in all seriousness, Beckett of all people in particular, for your docs?
To intimidate me. That was meant to intimidate me. That was meant to intimidate Beckett, and it was meant to intimidate me. Because that's the type of shit that DK does. He threatens to dox people when he gets mad at them, and you know this. He has a pattern of it.
He has threatened to dox people when they get mad at them, and in that context, I could see, like, very easily reading a similar conversation in that light. But the conversation I'm seeing here doesn't have that tenor. Because, look, appreciate you doing your best to help. That's the beginning of this panel. That's
right.
20 a.m.
I mean, I'm no better, so...
I'm going to read it again.
It's 2 a.m. I'm no better.
I appreciate you doing your best to help. Beckett, yeah, I think Boots is sound, and I know Star feels the same way, so shame to see a friendship burn. Happy to try and help fix in the long term if possible. DK Editing says, I'm sure they'll come around, but I'm good at holding grudges. Beckett says, lol, well,
He's saying he did not have it yet.
I'd be disappointed if you shitposted less, and I don't expect special treatment for Star because we're sound, same as always. DK says, can you give me your first name so I don't have to go to Kiwi Farms? What precipitates this does not make it seem plausible that he would want to intimidate you here. So, like, I need something else to motivate this.
Wait,
do you understand what I'm saying?
Why is it not intimidation? Why is that not intimidation?
Why is it intimidation? Is it the bare fact that he mentioned your first name at all? Like, is mentioning, is using...
It's him asking for my name and saying I don't want to go to Kiwi Farms for it. What else does that communicate?
Well, it might communicate...
Yes?
Okay. I don't know how to explain this.
I think you need to think on this, because think I think you need to think on this because no person would, in their right mind, message my boyfriend asking for my name if it were not.
If anyone,
because I was
if
streaming
anyone,
during that, I was streaming while that was going on.
Okay, I don't see how you streaming while it's going on is material, but
it is material. Because
if anyone, look, I think you did a very good job with Chud Logic in this conversation. When I am reading this, I do not see a conversation between someone who is being intimidated and someone who is not. What I'm reading is someone who is like, okay, here's a.
Does the context of
is it physically possible for DK to make a joke about asking for your docs?
Why would he?
Is that a thing that DK is metaphysically capable of doing?
It's
okay, so
possible,
if
but it's not what happened here. It is not what happened here.
But
what happened here is him not only talking about getting my name,
yes.
Also in Spicy Chat at that time, him talking about driving me down in SEO and making me quit streaming.
No, I understand that, but driving you down in SEO is not related to having your first name. Your first name is not tied to your brand. It in principle shouldn't affect your brand.
Meant to intimidate me. These are all things.
No, I understand that, but like it's not sufficient to motivate. It's not sufficient, Star. It's not Star. Star. It's fair enough. I'll grant that, but it's not sufficient to motivate an interpretation of an unrelated text to say that the person doesn't like you. Here's evidence here.
Unrelated.
You see?
It's not unrelated. He's mad about the same thing in those messages.
I know he's mad about the same thing, but that doesn't. I know he's.
Text.
I know he's mad about the same thing, but that doesn't mean that this text was an explicit threat of doxing. I'm not even sure it was an implicit threat of doxing, and I don't. It doesn't look to me, judging by what I'm seeing. Judging by what I'm Beckett's.
Just because he wasn't serious about doxing doesn't mean it wasn't meant to intimidate.
Well, I'm not even sure I can derive meant to intimidate from this. Like, that's an inference that I don't see justification for. Now, you're saying it must be the case. You're saying it must be the case because Beckett's replies afterwards.
How can you say this when you literally interpreted what Nick said to you as a threat?
Because what Nick said to me was different. Nick politely informed me that he has my docs. DK did not do that. What DK did was in the midst of a conversation. What DK did. Hang on, Star. Hang on, Star. What DK.
And then he asked Beckett for my name. That is what DK did. Was Nick bitching about you before he said I have your docs?
Yes. So here's what DK is saying.
Maybe we have something in common here.
We really don't. So here's the issue. This conversation starts with DK telling Beckett, "I appreciate you're doing your best to help."
I was in obvious explicit fear of doxing. I don't understand how PS could do something like this. It's some Destiny level of... Yeah, what DK did was worse.
I'm sure they'll come around.
Then he says, I keep grudges. I'm good at keeping grudges.
Yep.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Well, I mean, it might mean that even if they come around, he's still not going to like you afterwards. I don't know.
I am good at keeping grudges. By the way, can you give me her name? I don't want to have to go to Kiwi Farms.
Yeah.
He says right afterwards, and this is the part that like kind of seals it for me. Well, I'm not one to get it if it's not public then. Carry on.
It's not with me.
How's that to fuck with you? He's declaring that he's not going to seek out your docs.
I don't think that's what it means.
That's explicitly what it means. I'm not one to get it if it's not public then. Now, based upon what you're saying with Elder Drazi, maybe that's untrue. But
why is he even asking for it in the first place? What do you think would have happened?
Because
What do you think would have happened if Beckett actually gave him my first name?
We'd be having a very different conversation, and I think the principal problem factor there would be Beckett actually, because then he would be the one doxing you.
Yeah, but then he gives him plausible deniability, right?
Okay. DK has my docs. right? Like we're aware of this. Okay. DK did not publish it. He could have.
Sure, but you know what he did do is he posted Eldrazi's name multiple times in Spicy Chat.
I understand that, because in his judgment, very poorly, that was already made public by Eldrazi. I disagree that that was sufficient. I'm on your side in that.
So if that is
but
the
what I'm
case,
reading here then,
Eldrazi, and then
listen,
if that's the case with Eldrazi, and then if he got my name, if God forbid he got my name, and he like, what makes him stop posting my name? What makes him not post my name?
if he got your name, what makes him not post your name?
Yeah, what makes him not post my name? If he's willing to do that to Eldrazi, why wouldn't he be willing to do that to me?
I have no idea. I have no idea. If the threshold,
he dislikes me more than he dislikes Eldrazi.
Okay, fair enough. But what he says here is, well, I'm not one to get it if it's
Or
not.
is he that indicates hell?
So do we take him at his word, or what are we basing this off of? Because unfortunately, you're correct. It's still doxing, but Eldrazi's was public. It was a thing you could get at without private access to something. That doesn't satisfy. That does no. That doesn't
matter. They gave him their word.
I understand. No. I understand. We're on the same side on that. But in order to motivate a description of this as a threat, I need something that actually suggests.
I don't know if it's a threat, but it's meant to intimidate.
Well, if it's not, what does that mean for it being meant to intimidate if it's not an implicit threat?
It's meant to fuck with me. It is
How?
meant to fuck with me.
That's not sufficient. You need to particularize this.
The reason why he would message Beckett is because he knows Beckett is going to tell me about that.
But he also knows he's going to tell you then that, well, I'm not one to get it if it's not public. Right?
Yeah, but the main part is him asking for it. He knows that, but if he asked Beckett that, Beckett is going, any responsible partner would communicate that. And that is him trying to fuck with me.
What if he's not? How would you know?
What if he's not?
What
Because
if he's
been
not?
trying to fuck with me for like months.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there's a pattern of him trying to fuck with me for
There's a
months.
pattern of him trying to fuck with a lot of people, but that's different. That's not sufficient to say that this particular statement in this context is a threat, or is meant to intimidate you. Like I don't see this here.
Meant to intimidate.
I'm actually kind of astonished at like the friendliness of this interaction. It's weird to me.
He's friendly with everybody. Beckett will be friendly. He's like me. We will be friendly to people who are like being super shitty.
I don't think this follows.
Star, you do recall, just to be clear, you do recall that when I went on your stream to talk with you about what DK was doing, you actually talked over me, let that Bryson idiot talk over me, and then were mocking me after I left the stream. I'm sorry.
You were being fucking rude. I'm sorry.
Really?
You were being fucking rude.
Really? Was I?
Yeah.
Star, there is not enough here. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but so Sunday we're gonna have to agree to disagree.
Yes.
I pray for you to please look over this and look over the context of the other messages of DK.
I am. So what I'm seeing here, look, what I'm seeing here.
I'm sorry, no.
I mean, we should
Overnight, okay?
not
And then we can discuss
rush
it tomorrow.
to conclusions,
All right.
in my opinion.
Because I have no idea. I can't understand how you can interpret what happened with you and Nick as him threatening you.
Beckett
but you
didn't.
can't understand-
Beckett doesn't.
You can't understand.
There's no
you can't
indication.
understand-
No. Star. There's no indication from Beckett in these conversations that he regards any of this as anything less than a friendly conversation, and these statements as
He's not
ironic.
going to act like that to DK. He messaged me about it. He communicated to me about it. We had a talk about it.
So these. So hang on.
DK about it. I'm sorry. DK is not his girlfriend. I am.
I understand. Well, actually, that's
Why
kind of
would
why.
he communicate that to DK?
Why would he communicate that if he feels like he's trying to intimidate you through him, he has an issue with that? Well, precisely for the reason you just gave.
Beckett.
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 So Beckett's your boyfriend. Becket's your boyfriend. So if Beckett
been in Spicy Chat, Beckett has been in Spicy Chat for months, and people talk shit about me, and he doesn't intervene. Okay,
I know
so why
that
the fuck would he
reflects
intervene
really
here?
poorly on him, actually.
That's not my point. My point is this is the way Beckett operates. It is not about it's not him not really him not reacting here is not him not thinking it's a big deal, because we had a conversation about it. And I knew about it when it happened.
Okay, but see,
You cannot judge whether somebody views something as
but
let me finish what I'm saying.
All right.
You cannot judge whether Beckett thinks
I mean,
something
nobody's
is serious
perfect. That
by
is
the way
true.
that he responds to somebody
understand.
who he thinks is trying to intimidate me.
I understand. You have a event in your recent history in which you made and this is the unfortunate target of this. You made accusations about Mr. Girl standing up with his pants down. You had to
I mistook his treasure trail as
you had
his
to you had to retract this. What I'm wondering here, because it took a little bit of pressure
It's different.
to retract this.
It didn't. I retracted it within 1 hour Sunday. Within 1 hour of me posting that, I retracted it.
Beckett
so
being your boyfriend adds 2 additional factors to this. One, I am astonished, given the fact that you think he read this as him trying to intimidate you, because frankly, I would expect a complete stranger to react negatively to him actually trying to do that if they perceive that was going on. But secondly, it also means that now he actually has an additional motive to go along with your read on things. And I don't know which is which. I don't know either of you. I don't trust either of you, frankly. I think I don't trust any of the people involved in this. DK has a history where it would be very easy for him to say something like this and for it to actually look like a threat to a third party. This is like the rare exception where it doesn't. I don't know what to...
I disagree with you. I disagree with you. We can agree to disagree, but I think it's actually pretty low of you to try and bring something else that is completely unrelated to this drama here. And I think it's pretty low of you, especially when I haven't tried to bring up.
No, it's not. You're misunderstanding why I'm bringing this up.
I think but I think
no. You're misunderstanding why I'm bringing this up.
So this is basically the part that became the. This is the thing that the whole argument has been going on around.
You are an unreliable source of information.
I withdrew that statement within 1 hour of posting it. Within 1 hour. That is the quickest retraction that anybody has ever done.
That is not, but you also made the accusation in the first place. I don't have the record to hand, so I'll take your word for it that was within 1 hour. But I think there were there not streams talking about this?
It's not fucking related though.
Well, it is
How
a little bit. If
you're to this?
Because if you have a history, if you have a history, Star, I let you finish speaking. I let you finish your sentence. If you have a history of making huge leaps leading to accusations of people in public, even if they're people I have no respect for, that's a pretty big leap. I mean, the Mr. Girl one was a leap of several inches.
I don't know. That feels like.
Nobody is a robot.
It feels like.
I'm not analyzing somebody's treasure trail to see where the treasure trail stops and where somebody's pubic hair starts. Because
okay, but in advance of doing so, that was sufficient. But in advance,
and no human being does that. And I made a mistake, and I owned up to it. I owned up to it within the hour of making that mistake.
There isn't an argument here. I'm sorry. I'll think about it overnight. Don't expect anything though, because what I'm looking at here isn't sufficient.
I'm sorry. You are incredibly disrespectful, and to even bring up other drama when I have not brought up controversies that you've been involved in. That is ridiculous. Why should I trust you as a narrator?
I don't require you to trust me as a narrator.
Okay, fine. But, I mean, you can take a look at male anatomy even and see where the treasure trail starts and where the pubic hair stops. Let me know, because I think it's a pretty easy mistake to make.
Okay, but I would verify first before I made an accusation publicly like that.
I don't know. That's not really my read of the whole conversation of DK. Maybe I'm just have different sensibilities.
See the problem? Like this is not the kind of accusation where you should be able to.
I withdrew within the hour, Sunday. I withdrew within the hour.
Did you withdraw and disavow the initial statement within the hour, or did you just delete the tweet?
I did within the hour.
Cool, great. I still don't trust you. I'm sorry. Once again,
you don't have to trust me, but
I don't. You're right.
I think you are. you don't have to trust me, and that's fine. And I don't trust you either. But I think
Here, can
that
I?
you
I'm
need to
gonna
look
I'm gonna
into
put I'm gonna put
I
this
think you
one.
need to
Can
look
I? I'm gonna put this one on screen. Just this one here.
Which one?
The one that I've read out. I've read it out, so they've heard it. It's not secret. Is that fine?
I would prefer you don't, because the entirety of these DMs is private, and I'm probably going to delete it.
Okay, but that's a problem though. If you're going to make the claim that DK was doing this to intimidate you, you kind of also have to make the basis for making that claim public.
Yeah, he was talking about me prior to that. And I don't want to leak DMs, but I don't know. Look, I think that
Right, yeah.
believe it, but I don't think you should show this on screen. Feel free to think about it overnight. Feel free to show parts that I've already shown on screen, but like there's a lot of prior messages here that I don't think that is something that we should share on screen.
What content of this are you concerned about being shared on screen? You had no problem with me reading it. I just want to show that this is what I'm reading.
Is it like the last two ones? Yeah, then if it's the last two ones, then it's fine.
That's fine? Okay. I will put those on the screen now so you see exactly what I'm showing. The very last.
I don't know.
Very
This
last two.
feels...
Nothing in Spicy Chat, nothing before, okay? So just to be clear, ending with, yeah, if it was on Kiwi Farms, I'd say I was interested if she get picked up, da-da-da-da. And beginning with, appreciate you doing your best to help. Does that work?
I think an important thing, yeah, that's fine. I think an important thing to remember here is that you cannot judge whether Beckett thinks that this is important by the way that he responds to DK. People respond to things in different ways. That's like saying to...
Yeah, I agree with
I
this.
understand. I understand. But what you are asking me, though, is to judge how Beckett is responding based on your word that's what he was actually feeling.
No, I'm not asking you to judge how Beckett's responding. I'm saying that him and I both thought that this was significant enough to have a conversation about. And it was clearly meant to fuck with us and to intimidate
Well,
us.
it's not clearly meant to fuck with you, because I'm observing this as a party that has no... I have no loyalties to either side here, and it is not clear to me. And frankly, I have enough of a history with DK at this point that if it was clear, I would jump on it. I'd have no reason not to. I was jumping on Chud this entire conversation. I am not friendly with these people. So my word when I say that something is not clear to me is trusting in this case. Because I am the only one here who doesn't have a motive slanted in either direction.
All right. I mean, look, we're going to have to agree to disagree, but I think for
Well, not necessarily. Look, if you can produce something else, by all means. I don't...
Anybody else that I've shown this to has thought of it as an intimidation tactic.
Who do you have in mind?
I'm not going to name names.
Okay. So you see how that's a little bit like odd to me, because when I hear anyone else, okay, not me clearly, who is anyone else? Like that's a you're making the argument that, well, this to a reasonable average viewer would look like a threat. I don't think this does look like a threat to the average viewer.
I think it would.
Like
I honestly think it would.
Okay, just to be clear, we're signing off on threat, not intimidation.
I don't think it even needs to be read as an intimidation. To me, it read as give me this info that I'm good at holding grudges, so give me this info for me to keep onto, because I don't really want to have to dig it up. That's basically it.
Look,
yeah.
I will let you form your opinion on it Sunday. And again, I ask you, please think on this, sleep on it, revisit it in the morning, and then see what you think. But I'm just surprised that you can think that way about what Nick sent to you and not about that. But other than that, I mean, I'm gonna go. Oh.
Okay. All right.
I don't know about that one. I don't know. It's not looking good.
That's actually a good point. if DK was looking for details... Hang on, Aiko, I need to run to the washroom. We'll talk in a sec, okay?
I have to see what.
This is going to be a bloodbath. I just know it. I'll be right back. Here, my microphone's close enough. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Hey.
Aiko is here.
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Here, my microphone's
Chat.
close enough. Can you hear me?
Yes. Chat, is the balance okay?
Testing, speak again. I'm just looking at the visualizer here.
I fucked your mom and it was so good she doesn't love you anymore because the hole in her heart is now full of my dick.
You didn't have to tell it like it is, Aiko.
Well, that's what I try. I try. Okay. I guess, alright. Right
Okay.
now, what I'm questioning
Yeah.
is why you think that you, like, can read the tone.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
Yeah.
asking. So the issue I have here is not that I trust DK and not that I think that this would be beyond DK, but what I'm seeing in the context of this conversation doesn't yield to the intent to intimidate, and that's what Stardust is arguing. It's not impossible, but I'm not seeing enough to see it positively. Does that make sense? Like I need more.
I
for
understand
that,
what you mean, but I don't know why you like wouldn't take it. Like, do you think that they're like just being buds?
Yeah, honestly, that's one
Do
of
you
the,
think they're
this. Well, this
friends?
is what this is my. Remember our conversation previous to the Stardust one. This was the reason why I was like this to Beckett. I was like, what are you doing? Like, these people are really viciously and fairly racist ways of actually mocking your partner, etc., etc. Why are you being buddy with these people? This is consistent with what I've seen. So there's two interpretations here. Well, there's two interpretations here. So just if I can just finish very quickly. So what Stardust is arguing is that Beckett is just built differently, and he's just persistently friendly with people who are attacking people who he's intimately related to.
This is
But he's also actually
weird to do.
as an attempt at intimidation. That's plausible. My read on this is a little bit different. I disagree with her read. I am making an inference just like her. She clearly knows him better. But what I observe is someone who is just allowing this stuff to fly by. It's not that it's kind of immaterial if it hits him or not. He is willing, for the sake of fluidity in these conversations, to allow these attacks to take place. Which means he may be acting in a buddy-buddy fashion with this person, not because he's unwilling to be candid about like the negative emotions that are actually resulting from this, but just because he doesn't care all that much.
I mean, okay, but it's not really.
Is not sufficient to make it
Wait,
intimidation.
hold on. Let me address
Go ahead,
that
please.
that one part.
Okay.
As far as like how you read these, because I have them too. As far as how your interpretation of someone trying to threaten you, actually potentially dox you. I don't know about DK's situation. I don't know.
I know a little bit. I know this much. I know this much about DK's
that's not
situation.
relevant.
But there's one relevant point.
No, hold on.
All right.
I didn't say it yet.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I'm saying that. Rule number one,
Mm-hmm.
if people are trying to harass you, intimidate you, start stalking you or whatever,
Yeah.
you do not act phase. That is rule number one.
Well, that's
You do not act phase. You don't act.
That's true.
That way, they don't latch on to you.
that's assuming
That's
that's
like
what's
the-
going. That's assuming that's what's happening in this context, though. But what I'm seeing in this conversation,
Right. Wait, hold on. That is the given. He knows that. He is very aware of that.
Sorry, what is
So
the-
you
what is the
can't
given?
Use his. I'm sorry.
what is the given?
The given is that we know, at least I know, Beckett knows, Stardust knows, Stardust especially because she deals with like Nazis and wild people, right? And they do, like, Beckett is kind of built a little bit different because he respects her as an autonomous person, and if she wants to engage in this way, she's gonna get the kind of shit, and he can't run around and be like,
Yeah, but
"Don't
hang
talk
on.
about my girlfriend like that."
No.
But hold
I
on,
understand.
Hold on. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. That's not my ultimate point. What I'm
Okay.
saying is, so someone comes to you,
Yes.
you are going to act like
Hmm.
unfazed. That is the given, unless you don't know how to do this. And,
Right.
and if you didn't know how to do this, it wouldn't have gotten this far.
Well, here's the thing,
wait,
though.
Wait, I'm not done, please.
No, I know
so
that.
when he says,
Okay.
when DK says,
No,
"Can you give me
I can't retain
Okay,
memory
go
of a
ahead.
novel in my head. So if you say things and then say a million other things afterwards, I won't remember to come back to this. So like we got to do these things one at a time. Are you okay with that?
All right.
Okay.
All right, one at a time.
Okay, so very quickly, I would agree with you if DK.
You-
No, listen, please, just please.
You did not, you're not processing. Okay.
No,
You
but
didn't
listen to me
process
just
the
for one
first
second.
part
No,
of
no,
what
but
I'm saying that, listen, you are interpreting Beckett's actions as, you're using that as context to look at
yes,
DK's
but you're not.
actions.
No, but you're
Right.
no, but
But
there's a
his
court.
actions, you
Aiko,
can't
please,
read.
Aiko, please. This is important, okay?
What?
I'm not just reading Beckett's actions with respect to that comment or that specific interaction. I'm reading the interactions going very far back before then, right? So this doesn't start with Stardust being harassed. This starts with this conversation. DK said,
Stardust is always harassed. So this is this round.
okay, but no, but Stardust frequently being harassed does not mean that we just have carte blanche to just interpret every single other interaction with other people as being intentionally intimidatory, as an
So you're starting
intentional
from the
attempt at intimidation.
perspective of DK's innocent before proving guilty of trying to, like, you know, do casual, like, hint, I could
In this
technically, if I wanted to.
this particular context, yes. Because, well, for two reasons. First of all, because that's actually my read on this. But secondly, because if
I have a different read.
then with the other thing where he legitimately did do that, I lose all credibility.
Oh, fuck. It's about you. Are you insane?
No. It's not about me. It's that. No, Aiko.
It is about you. You
Aiko.
losing your credibility.
No.
You know that people can fuck over more than one.
No. Hang on.
I don't know what
Yes.
the fuck you're
No,
talking
of course
about.
they can.
I cannot
Aiko.
believe that you're
Aiko, you didn't understand what I was saying.
I've been
I'm not
talking
saying no. Aiko.
for, like, how
Aiko,
long?
please. The issue is not that it hinders my future attempts to destroy DK. It is not about me. The issue is that Aiko, please let me finish a goddamn sentence. If I like lower the threshold just randomly because I don't like the person, that means that I am actually not trustworthy to myself.
That's not lowering the threshold, though. Like that, I don't really have that read on the situation.
I'm not holding myself to standards. I'm setting standards of evidence here.
I don't think you I guess you don't realize how biased you actually are. I've been talking to you.
I'm biased
for
against
how many
him.
times? Hold on. You're biased against Stardust too.
Much less so. Much less so.
More.
No,
At this very
I'm 100% on her side in this, and I think that.
Okay, forget that.
Okay.
Forget that. Let me move on to
Okay, can we like just
better way
like
of framing it. Hold
very
on.
very quickly?
I have to tell you.
Okay.
What?
Can we just like cool it down a little bit? Like we're escalating here. Can we just like bring it down and be kind of like just
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Okay.
I have. For how long have we been friends? However long that's been.
Year and a half, yeah.
I've talked to you
Mhm.
about the same common thread of you leaping to narratives that occur to you without you having substantial evidence
Yes.
to
Yes.
do that. I have told you this
Yes.
about many people that I don't even like,
Mhm.
and then I can't criticize them because there's a whole fucking other mess, okay?
Yeah.
Like, you and I trusted you when it came to this entire erudite Nick spicy chat situation, and then
Yeah.
I find out you've been in there for fucking months or something. I don't know.
Few weeks.
You have them as okay,
Well, it's a month's
long
account.
enough where you
Yeah.
think of them as being like like witnesses to something, whatever. Where you were like, I have 50 people in spicy chat that will say they interpreted the Nick email the same way. Do you understand? People fuck with you.
No,
People
no,
are
I understand,
fucking with you.
but
People are enjoying pointing you at people like sick. That people are gearing you up, and you are going with it because I know you, and you have like a sense of like of justice and stuff, but you are just very often like you skip the steps, and you can't do that because this is very clear to the majority of people that are looking at it that aren't being semantical perverts.
Semantical perverts.
Someone being like, hey, someone's mad at Stardust. Hey, can you just save me the time and give me her
Okay,
first name so
can
that
I-
I don't have
here's-
to go to Kiwi?
No, I understand. I understand.
Yeah, that is my read. Yeah, that is my read. You might as well save me that. Yeah, that is my read as well. I have Aiko's read on this.
So this is my read on this, okay? This is what I'm seeing when I see these screenshots. DK has an outstanding history of actually threatening to dox people. This is known. I've gone over this. I went over this recently when I talked to Boots, as a matter of fact. What I'm seeing here is actually a pretty...
Yeah, I'm with Aiko on this. Yeah.
That's not hostile. It doesn't seem to involve intimidation. In which DK is very unwisely making a joke based upon the prior reputation of something that he's actually done. The problem I'm having is that I don't see enough here to treat that as another instance of him doing the thing he did before. Does that make sense? Like, I don't,
Okay.
yeah, there's just not enough here for
It
me.
does, but
In your shoes, can you, if DK DM'd that to you?
Yes. Well, we have an example to hand. So the reason why I interpreted Nick in this
Oh
particular...
no, not about DK having your docs, right?
Yes.
Not that part.
Yes.
Yeah, but so far the read of President Sunday is not that we cannot determine. It's that it wasn't a threat. It's that it was a joke. It's that it was banter. Like at this point of what we're reacting to, President Sunday's stance is not yet that we just cannot determine it. It's that it's banter. Well, that is what he was saying so far. Like I did hear what he said later that we cannot determine it, but earlier he did say that his read is that it was banter. Yeah. I don't know. Like when he was talking to Stardust, he said that to him it seemed like banter between friends and nothing more. Which is not exactly saying that we cannot determine.
I mean, if someone else sent you that, someone else sent you
what?
something like that, what he said.
What Nick said or what DK said?
What DK said.
Can I have, like... I'm trying to think of an analogy here, because he's not asking for Beckett's docs. So if DK said, like, hey, can you just tell me what your name is so I don't have to go to Kiwi Farms and save me the time?
That's not the tone of that. It's kind of like, hey, like, can you just save me the time, because I can.
I think I conveyed.
If I want to, but
okay.
might as well save me the time. Like, I don't like, just because you don't think it's necessarily likely doesn't mean that it's that your
So
assumptions
here,
based on
just for the sake of
are
clarity,
correct.
I'm gonna pop it on the screen, okay? So this is the problem. This is what I'm looking at here. Here we go. So the problem I'm running into is that after saying this, after they have a conversation in which Beckett does not respond badly, and fair enough, we have no reason to necessarily read too much into that.
Right.
DK says, well, I'm not one to get it if it's not public, then carry on. So the problem I'm running into here is that if DK's intent was to intimidate Stardust, either he averted course to the last minute, it's possible.
He might have, yeah.
Or this makes no sense. Because what he's doing here is he's saying, oh, well, it's not in public. Oh, well, clearly I've been misinformed. I'm not going to go look for it. Because maybe there was a rumor that her personal information was in Kiwi Farms. Maybe he was joking about that. He clearly hadn't checked because he didn't know. If he's saying, well, I'm not one to get it if it's not public, then that is actually a positive statement that he not only doesn't intend to dox Stardust, he wouldn't dox anybody given these conditions, given the fact that the name is actually private. So
Okay, so he's saying that if it was somewhere.
Yes.
And so if the case was that
which again, like I agree is bad.
Way,
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So the fact that it just Stardust has happened to be able to protect herself because of, Nazis and stuff, if she hadn't, how does that change his insinuation?
Well, it changes what he's trying to insinuate, or if he's trying to insinuate anything. So in the case of Elder
How
Drossy,
do you know? How do you know what's in
well,
his
that's
heart?
what I'm saying. Because when you're saying this is his intent, you are making a statement of what's in his heart. I'm actually doing exactly.
No, that's what those messages are. You're
we're
twisting this.
But I'm not.
Listen,
I'm not.
Do you
I'm
think
making.
there's only one kind of way to do intimidation?
No, there's many ways. Many ways.
Okay, exactly.
And Aiko.
Exactly.
This is completely Aiko. It's completely possible. Everything you're saying is completely plausible. That is a thing that is possibly true. Maybe DK was intending to intimidate Stardust with these messages.
That's what it looks like. Maybe he wasn't.
Okay, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
You're saying that he wasn't.
Okay.
No, I'm saying.
You are saying.
No, I'm not.
She's
I'm saying.
wrong.
No.
You literally said that she
no,
was wrong and that it's not it.
I'm saying she's wrong.
Stream.
I'm saying she's wrong with respect to it being obvious. That's
okay. Okay. Now, okay.
You and Star are both correct on this.
Okay, that I can actually agree with. Okay, that I can agree with.
What?
I'm gonna need chat to say something.
But the issue here is this: with everything they do, DK, that is even with each other. And the other issue that Beckett and DK had no escalation into this, the long conversation. Yeah, but them having no escalation could just mean that DK was using the friendship with Beckett, was it? With Beckett to get to Stardust without necessarily wanting to damage the Beckett friendship itself. So, I don't know, like, I can definitely agree that we cannot say that it was obvious. Since To me, when I saw this, it read to me like you might as well give me the name because if it's out there, I will get it. And then he said, "Oh, so it's not out there. So I have no ways of getting it." Well, forget it then. Forget about it then. Sort of. That is my sort of read on it. So, I don't know.
I don't know.
Do you want?
Am
Do you want
I
to like?
crazy?
Do you want to do? I don't think you're crazy at all. Just do you want to do a vote?
I mean, I am crazy, but you know.
Okay, well, I think you're wrong. So there. But let's let's do a vote. Stupid vote. But
Whole idea of this toxic joking where you can mean or the do not mean this kind of stuff creates an environment that leads into this. This is tried responsibly as much as the that's true, yeah. I agree. I do agree with this. But the main reason why I'm reacting to this actually is not to discuss whether or not I'm not really here to discuss DK. I'm here to discuss a little bit of a different topic, okay? I'm here to discuss conversations sort of devolving into arguments that become muddled and arguments for argument's sake, sort of, so to speak, if that makes sense.
we'll do a vote. Does this message read as an obvious case of intimidation? This does not mean that I will agree with you, but it will, however, bolster the position of Aiko and Stardust that this is obviously the case. So
just say you're.
I mean, to me, it does feel like intimidation, but it is factually true that it is not. That it's not just possible to determine it 100%. That is true. Even though that is actually my read on it.
You're honest. What do you honestly think?
my read on this?
Do you think? Okay, this is.
No. This is what I'm asking. Hang on, Aiko, please. Just hang just one sec. So I've asked. This is the poll I put up. Does this message read? I have it on the screen. Does this message read as an obvious case of intimidation? Okay, we'll give it like 10 minutes. The problem we're running into here, though, is that we have Spicy Chat watching and a bunch of people from Stardust community and yours and mine watching, so we're not going to get a particularly useful outcome here. This is not an impartial audience. So this is kind of useless, but...
What, right now?
Yeah. Chudlogic's audience is bigger than mine and Stardust and yours combined, which means that they can flood the polls. So if they're all saying no, which they are now, I may agree with that, but I can't trust the outcome. You see what I'm saying?
The fucking poll, whatever.
Yes,
yeah.
and, well...
I'm saying that...
You don't have your own audience, Tom.
Things are... Listen, you plant seeds, you fuck around, you do... There are a lot of ways to fuck with people. What I'm...
That's mean.
That you are the one that has diminished the possibility of it being the case. You are putting energy behind the narrative that this isn't enough, and no one asked you to...
Yeah, they do embrace toxicity.
Hang on. Well, hang on. I was, though. So if she's putting this out...
That is true. Almost nothing can be determined 100%. Because I can...
Publicly, if she's saying that she was intimidated and she's making this a public accusation, which she is, then she actually is asking that. So...
It is a valor to be edgy and toxic as much as they can.
To everyone.
Well, does she... Okay. I feel like as someone who has an audience,
yeah,
if you have a platform, you should consider what are your inside opinions that you need to like have more like I guess some kind of logical substantiation behind why you think that this narrative is more like significantly, like a significantly strong case as to why it could possibly be something else? And is it even necessary? Does it need you to weigh in personally about if you think something's more likely or not? Especially, remember, I've talked to you about this, including the time when you didn't tell me that we were live about Erudite. Like you
Was that about Erudite? I thought we were talking about something else.
No, we were talking about Erudite, and that because she came in my chat. And
oh, that's because I was streaming it
for
whatever reason. I thought I actually thought you were coming on because I was streaming. I didn't realize.
No, you asked me if I wanted to talk. I don't think you did it on purpose, obviously. Yeah. But I mean, like.
Well, I asked you who wanted to talk, but I was already I was already streaming at the time.
Saying
so yeah.
That I've said this to you in private, or what I thought was private, and also sometimes in private and public. You make these giant moral, logical leaps that are very much based on like the way you perceive someone's integrity, and you do not actually know what's going on when there are real people involved.
Well, what I'm saying is that
but then DK's integrity would 100% point to him intimidating.
In this particular, no, Aiko.
Beckett cares about Stardust. Beckett is
okay, but that okay. I no, Aiko. But here's the problem. Okay, so in your judgment, you consider these people trustworthy, so you agree with their account.
No.
But please let me finish. No, Aiko, please, please.
I'm only here because you're putting.
Please let me finish.
On a narrative, and I think it needs to be counterbalanced.
She needed. That cuts both ways. So once again, the problem we're facing here is that that's one read. Beckett is being super passive and buddy-buddy with these people while he perceives this to be intimidation against Stardust because he's trying to look out for Stardust. But there's another possibility that you're not considering, and that's that he's reading this way now after the fact, despite showing no evidence in the moment, because Stardust needs that read. I don't know which one. I don't trust these people. I don't know them.
Are you kidding?
What? I don't know these people. Why would I trust anyone's account on this? There's so much inference being made here.
Why would you put forth a narrative that makes it harder for Stardust if the case is that it is intimidation?
Well, if she has a case for it being intimidation, and the case for it being intimidation can't just be the assertion it's intimidation, obviously. There has to be something motivating it. If she's making if she's making that claim and she can't motivate it except by reference to, well, this is just a thing DK does. That's her making it more difficult. That's not me.
That is at all. Come on, that is not a fair way to characterize that.
Okay, well, what's the evidence that she provided then? Can you
just within itself? I don't know.
If we are talking about argumentation online, this would have been moved on so long ago. If you are talking about argumentation, this would have moved on so long ago. If there could have been only one argument. Instead, people called in. We cannot determine if it is an intimidation. Is this a question to me or to President Sunday? This escalated the convo. Sunday started to talk more about this when Stardust sent him more evidence, and he could not determine from there either. This is escalated the convo. Oh. I think his answer is neither. I think his answer is just neither.
No,
but the evidence that but the evidence that I brought forward. But the evidence that I brought forward for why I'm reading it differently or why I'm reading it ambiguously is from the same source. The point I'm making is precisely that it's not obvious because the same
brain is the middleman.
So I understand.
Is the middleman.
Okay, so but Aiko, what you're telling me then is that I uniquely cannot make a judgment about this of all the people involved because my brain is defective. The problem is though.
I expect more from you.
But I'm applying the exact same
I
standards you're talking about
don't
with other things.
I don't respect a lot of people involved.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of people involved in the situation. I'm not naming any names because they already know, I'm sure. I'm saying that I'm being I want to actually, the way to be fair to someone is to not add things that you can't, like, that you literally cannot know. You cannot know what
Here's what
Beckett thought.
here's
You
what I do
cannot
know.
what DK thought. So at least don't
Here's
fuck
what
it up and say that it's
No.
unlikely.
Well, I can tell you why it's unlikely, and it's actually not something we've talked about yet. Boots worked for Stardust. She has her name. You see the problem here?
Why does she have to have her name?
She doesn't have to have her name, but if DK was serious about trying to get her name, he has.
Like, how do you know that Boots has her name?
Because Boots was paid, right? So what happens when you pay somebody?
You think that you can't pay people without like, you think that you can't just like send people money? I hired DK. Actually, DK.
What? When did you hire DK?
He edited my Vosh talk that I still haven't put up. I paid him the same way I send money to anyone else.
Why would you? Well, how did you send him money? Like, was she paying her through like
I paid
Patreon
him with,
or what?
Did I pay him with like, I don't know, I think PayPal or like, yeah, it was like PayPal.
Like this is where I a bit disagree with President Sunday when he says that it's unlikely that this was I can agree that we cannot determine if it was intimidation, but I'm not sure if I agree when he says that it's unlikely. You know? So I guess that would be a thing that we need to.
Or Venmo. I think probably PayPal.
Okay, well maybe that she was paying anonymously. I haven't heard about this, but
No,
it's possible to not.
That's
it's not.
literally normal.
But okay. Well, to put this into perspective, I get the names. I get the names of people who pay me on Patreon as well.
DK,
You know,
I paid DK money. Okay, I did it.
How'd you
and
do
I did
it?
it the way that I would do if I were donating to someone.
Okay.
People do this all the time, and the fact that this didn't even occur to you when this is already the case, when like he told me how to pay him, I paid him in that way, would make sense if his girlfriend also got that kind of payment. Do you think that, like, do you now see how, like, your argument and your assumption has failed?
I don't. There's a possibility that this was.
I agree to disagree. To me, that convo itself where he dropped to Beckett is more closer to a tasteless joke. Yeah, but we still cannot determine that. That's the whole point, right? You might think that it's closer to a joke, but once we start making claims that it's unlikely that it wasn't a joke, then you're sort of not saying anymore that we cannot determine it. You're saying that it's probably one thing out of the two. If that makes sense. Also, keep in mind that it's not a strict binary either. Something can be a joke and a threat at the same time. You can, but I could very well come up with a third option and say it could have been both a joke and a threat. Like, it gets messy. Right? You can state that it's unlikely to me. Yeah, you can. Or I cannot make claims how it seems to me. It could be both, yeah. Veiled threat, says Dank Pro. Hello, Dank Pro. I still rank those 3 in my judgment. Can you elaborate? Are you ranking this as a third option or hello? How did you find the stream? You should join the page. Are you saying you're ranking it as number 3 or are you sort of taking all 3 possibilities into consideration? A business PayPal, that is also possible, yeah.
Is anonymous, fair enough.
Because if you have a company, then basically the company is paying, not the person. No matter how many opinions there is, I can still try to rank it how likely it can happen in my head, right? Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, sure, yeah. That is true. Although people usually like that's basically the same thing that when I talked with Lenny Taz when we talked about the whole this way of doing things is better, and when I say it, I mean that it's better in my opinion, which usually when people hear it's unlikely, they think that the person is saying that they think that it's across the board objectively unlikely, not just in their opinion unlikely, which usually creates friction between people, if that makes sense. The problem is the amount of time spent on stating how likely one thing here and the time here is not happening because of one actor. This conversation should have happened between Aiko Sunday and Sunday offline. Yeah, I can agree with that, yeah. True. What worries me that at some point this sort of the argument itself sort of outgrows the topic itself and becomes just an argument, which worries me in this whole thing. The issue is the amount of time this stream was about this, which basically is what I'm trying to say, that at some point it just, and I'm not just talking about this, I'm talking about also conversations that I'm noticing in Discord, conversations all over the place, that they just sort of escalate to the point when they stop even being really about the topic and start being just a self-perpetuating thing for the sake of it continuing. I think the issue that we're seeing is streamers that are online friends, there are stakes here. And you add here that all this is in the public eye. We'll see later how DemonMama essentially resolves this. Yeah, I've heard that DemonMama attempted to be like the voice of reason in the whole situation, right? So I want to see how. This is why actually I wanted to have DemonMama here for this whole thing that I'm doing. But unfortunately, she said she was going out, and maybe, uh,
Once again, what I'm running into is that.
It's not about anonymous.
oh, it's gonna happen
but
soon.
it is though, because like that would be how it fails. As if it is the case that.
So we might actually get DemonMama here. If she'll be available, then she might hop on for a bit.
She doesn't have access to that information because they use a different medium, which is possible. You're right.
Oh, by the way, this was before all of this shit happened.
Well,
and
that's
we were
why.
friends with Chud.
No, I understand, but that's why I'm.
No, hold on. I'm just talking to chat in case chat's confused.
I know, but you're talking over me to chat and to me. It's really frustrating. I'm trying to get a word in. So that would be one of the reasons, though, why I would be a little bit skeptical about all of this being under such lock and key, right? If you're on good terms. Well, like for.
Wait, what? What were you gonna say?
What do you mean? I was in the middle of.
No, what did you say?
What I was saying is that would stand as a reason for it to be like less under lock and key, right? Because you're all friendly at this point, so the situation isn't as hostile. Does that make sense?
No, I don't know what you mean. Like,
well, for example, well,
2 years ago.
Yes, well, 2 years ago, like you'll recall in the conversation, even ChudLogic had his name under his pay account.
I don't know.
Well, he said he did.
I didn't know what his name was until I.
I didn't either. But for example, when I pay editors,
I still don't know what ChudLogic's name is, and I honestly don't care to know. I don't care to know people's real names, to be honest. Unless we're become, I don't know, friends or something, and
have several options. Most of them involve at some point either revealing my bank information or my name. So I can pay through Patreon, in which case they know my name. If I can pay through PayPal, in which case they probably know my name or my email address or something like that. It's possible if this is done somehow entirely anonymously.
Stardust has a business PayPal. It doesn't show her name.
Well, there you go. Then problem solved.
Then there you go. So you were wrong. Now what?
Well, then
I'm just trying to show you that you rely so heavily on things that are flawed that you ignore.
Okay, but in this case though, her read is flawed. It's not sufficiently motivated. It needs more.
Right.
My read is just that it's.
Yeah.
It's ambiguous.
Wait, hold on.
I guess, yeah.
There's more information that also you don't have.
But there's more
questions. Like you could figure it out instead of.
But if there is more information, then that's sort of a reason to keep being ambiguous until the information comes out. What do you all think?
Coming from a position of nope.
But that's what I'm doing. You're
No, it's not.
No,
it's not.
But it is. That's why Aiko.
Nope, this is a mistake. Nope, and you were
yes,
like,
and then well, no, and then she gave me the evidence, and I looked at the evidence, and I made a judgment about it.
Right, but that's not the only evidence.
Well, what's the other evidence? Can I see it?
How life happens and hours go by and you talk to people, you've known them for a few years, the interactions happening.
Okay, but evidence is but Aiko, evidence is not private. The nature of evidence is that it allows you to prove something to a third party.
I don't think you understand that this is not a court of law. No one's saying he's doing anything illegal.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be a court of law. It doesn't need to be a court of law for me to apply standards for whether I judge something to be true or false, right? Or unknown.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
What I've been trying to explain to you, and why I'm so upset about this, is that I trusted your judgment, and I feel like a little betrayed, honestly. Like
I think it's a bit of a high threshold.
I think this is where the escalation is getting unnecessary, in my opinion.
For me to have to come to the same conclusion as you on
I
a
have to admit, sometimes it really sounds like Aiko thinks that Sunday doesn't ever consider the possibility of being wrong whenever he hasn't come to the same conclusion. Like, I sort of agree that it's good to be like as long as we agree that it's best to not say definitively what happened, then I'm okay with having a read that it feels to me like intimidation, and I'm okay with people having a read that it feels like a joke, because we cannot know, sort of. So I guess I'm okay with, but I think the escalation is not necessary. I don't know. Am I making sense, or am I just trying to? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That as long as we're not saying definitely, it's okay for one party to say that it's unlikely in their opinion, and the other party to say, in my opinion, it feels like intimidation. Because it's basically just people saying how it feels to how the situation presents to them based on what they're seeing, but that they cannot say definitely what happened. And to me, it really should not escalate any further from there. From there, it would be like, okay, that's your opinion, that's my opinion, and basically that's it. Because if we like, it would be a different conversation if we did know for sure, and one and the others, and one, like, if, for example, if we knew 100% that it was a joke and the other person said no, it was a threat, then we'd have a different conversation. But in this case, it's basically just we read this differently and we cannot know in any direction for certain, and that's it. That there's no need for an escalation from there, right? Is what I'm saying. That there's no need to escalate it into an argument. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that, like, a lot of this seems unnecessary to me.
Document. Like I'm reading this.
It's not a document. It's not a document. This is
DemonMama is about to start being in the video, and she did ask me to tell her when the moment comes, and if she's available, then she'll be able to come in, which would be a pretty nice thing. Yeah, new evidence could change assessments. So what do you think? Am I speaking nonsense, or does it make any sort of sense what I'm saying here? Because yeah, like, to me it does feel like intimidation, but I do agree that we cannot, like, definitely say which way it went. So it's fair enough for people to have a different read, I guess. Yeah.
just like like a little
Well,
fragment. You think that people have? Like,
she gave me a mountain of
everything.
she gave me like the entire conversation from beginning to end. Like I have a lot of slides here. I'm only allowed to show two.
One conversation.
But
do you know what else is? Do you like? Have you actually asked, or have you just taken this and you're like, this is everything?
What? Okay. What question have I not asked that I need to ask? What question am I missing?
I don't know. Anything. You could talk to her about that instead of just coming from a place
I
of like,
just
this isn't
did.
enough.
I was just talking
but
to
you
her.
came from a position where you didn't have an actual conversation and asking questions. You were like debating her on whether or not it was valid for her to take it as a threat.
No. Whether it was valid to infer that DK was intending to intimidate. I have no.
The same fucking thing. How is that different from what I just said?
Because one is a judgment about her perspective, and the other one is a judgment about DK's perspective.
That's not the point. Okay, so with like the Nick stuff, because when what I saw of the Nick DMs initially, like
Yes.
I think maybe from you, I was like, oh, it's very clear. Obviously, everyone could see like, yeah, it's intimidation tactic. I had no idea that there were any more things that would make it a little bit murkier, at least in the beginning. I think absolutely Erudite threatened you on the voice call, and probably in other ways. But in those DMs initially, there's a case for you having interpreted it in a way that it wasn't intended at that time. Okay? If someone had, or
If I remember correctly, most of what follows is kind of just looping over. It's possible for you to be wrong, so you're obviously wrong about this. We'll see.
like let's say.
Well, no. Here's the Aiko. Here's the.
And I was like,
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, Aiko. I'm gonna stop you right there. Here's the critical difference between the DMs that Beckett received and the DMs from Nick that I received. The DMs from but I wasn't finished speaking. The DMs I received from Nick included a packed-in statement of what he is capable of doing. He provided evidence that he knew who I was. This is somebody who is already actively hostile towards me and who has made indications in the past that they are seeking personal information about me. Okay? On the other hand, and they're also incidentally protecting the person who gave them this information. So this is now an active threat that they are facilitating. On the other hand, we have DK asking Beckett, can you give me her first name? And then later on saying, I don't look for it if it's not private. He is not making a statement about what he is capable of doing with information that he currently has. The mention of that information by itself is threatening by itself from Nick. With this stuff, it's a little bit more ambiguous. And once again, the nature of the conversation does not indicate to me that he is hostile or attempting to intimidate throughout. It's a possibility. That is a valid that is a thing you can infer, but you can infer otherwise. What? What's that?
Does DemonMama know? I see. Hi, DemonMama.
I do.
Okay, DemonMama is about to come in. Why do so many people have an inability to let go of different opinions of others? I understand voicing your distance if they insulted you, but one can't reasonably expect the world to agree all the yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna go to the... Should I go to the toilet as I wait for a response or something? Okay, I'll go quickly to the toilet. I'll be right back. We were both frustrated and kept talking past one another. It does feel like that a bit, but... This is a bit frustrating because subjective opinions are being mixed with an objective state of affairs. Like, I'm not sure how to explain it. I will think about it on the toilet. Be right back. Okay, I take it the answer is no, since yeah. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I mean, there is no answer, but the answer is no by I don't know, I guess just learn that skill and other people didn't. I am surrounded by people I disagree with, religious zealots, far-right radicals, etc. You just have to realize it's just not going to help to start yelling at them. Take the good they offer and grade it, and internally hope they better on things they are lacking in. It is what it is. Well, this situation is a bit different because this is about the clash of personal perspectives and then talking about the ambiguity of the actual state of affairs. Which, yeah.
I'm curious about how she would read those.
It's kind of silly habit, to be honest. When Aiko misunderstands Sunday, I can't make sense of why he doesn't agree. Aiko starts trying to demonstrate to him that it's possible to misinterpret a situation. True, but there's also the fact that to be fair on this specifically, I'm super out of the loop. That's fair. That is fair. That is super fair. More fair than anything. Oh. There we have it. Okay, we are having DemonMama. Let's go. Start voice call. My goodness.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing pretty okay. I'm watching the thing from last night. Well, it was my last night. I slept over most of it. And then I heard it got out of hand. And that it sort of builds into the thing that we're working together on with Somniostatic. If you're interested in hearing more about it before we begin.
Sure. Yeah. I'm open for whatever. Although I am
limited.
Getting a small echo.
Oh, I can reduce the echo. It's a thing that
Okay.
How's it now?
Test. Better.
Yes, that's because that's a big problem that I have. I have earphones. The earphones are near the microphone, so you can hear yourself through the earphones near the microphone.
That makes sense. Yeah. So
So
yeah, I'm sure. I'm down for whatever.
thank you.
I don't know exactly what I don't know what I'll be able to add, but
The thing that we've been working on is sort of the topic that we've been noticing with my editor Somniostatic. A tendency for arguments to spiral into almost arguments for argument's sake, if that makes sense.
well, yeah. I mean, I think that happens. It's a perpetual pressure in any content creation space that people are incentivized to talk to everything from filling time to making drama to their egos are on the line when you're both on a call with potentially hundreds of people watching. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair thing to talk about.
Yeah, and it's because I've been thinking about the signal and the noise, and it's almost like the conversation itself becomes the noise, if that makes sense, instead of any sort of...
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that totally makes sense. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I felt like debate spaces had such a tendency towards becoming ridiculously toxic is because of that dynamic. Like, there's always an incentive for people to fight more, and never and rarely an incentive for people to cool down and rethink their positions, even though that's like a good thing to do. Generally, it's a better it's better for solving interpersonal personal relations. It's better for like making progress on an issue.
Right,
but,
yeah.
The issue isn't always what matters when you're online and there's all of these different dynamics at play.
Oh, that's true. Like, I'm over here, I don't know if I'm reading this correctly. I'm seeing a problem of two personal reads on the situation, and then the situation itself being on sort of determinable objectively. Like the whole...
I mean, I think it's hard. That was kind of my point, was like, I don't know. I think that it's like super ambiguous, and like that it's fair. I think that it was fair for people to come to various conclusions.
Yeah.
I think there are some cases where that's not the case. Obviously.
Right.
I'm not like being like a context, like I'm not doing that meme like where it's just like people say context to anything, even incontrovertible proof, but nobody engaged in the conversation, with maybe the exception of Stardust, knows the history of the relationship between DK and Beckett.
Yeah.
So, the way I was looking at it, the reason why I said what I said last night was just like, whatever. Like, I think it's possible that it could have gone either way. I mean,
yes,
obviously.
Like, I know that my gut reaction to it was like, it felt like intimidation, but then we cannot know at the same time is factually true.
Yeah. Yep. I think that's true.
So, I don't know. So, what do you... So, because we didn't even, like, we didn't get into your sort of voice of reason interference into
you'll get there soon, and hopefully, I mean, I don't know that there's anything else I can add besides what I said last night.
What did you say last night? That it's ambiguous, yes?
More or less. I mean, I said that I think that it's fair to come to either conclusion, but that like I understood why both Present Sunday came to the read he did, and why Aiko came to the read that she did.
Right.
And I think both of them were kind of like, I think both of them were wanting the other person to like accept that it was like I don't know, overwhelmingly obvious in either direction, but I just don't think it was.
Yeah.
I just don't think it was. Like, even, and again, my bias in this situation is only towards, is away from any of the subject matters at hand. Like, I obviously don't get along with DK. That has never been a thing. DK has, that's putting it lightly. DK
that has history.
DK hates my guts. And is kind of obsessed with me in many ways, but
they sort of stopped being obsessed with me when they figured out that... Do you know the history of my interactions with Chat Logic?
I do, yeah. I know you had a lot of back and forth on a couple of different issues, and that you were going to debate or something, but then it didn't
Yes.
work out, and he
Well,
kind
it
of
just
backed off of it, and
it's sort of just because that's my subjective read on it. Because of course, again, we can't know for sure, right?
of
We
course, you
can't.
can never know for sure. With
Yeah,
that type of thing.
like I made this video about him in which I basically most of it was me parodying his accent, but there was an underlying critique under it. But then he probably smelled a person that could be mocked,
So he thought.
or so he thought. And then he brought me in, and it didn't quite work out like he planned. So mid conversation, he said, "Well, we should just. I can now see why people would watch you. We should just talk in a week about your contentions with me." And we even picked a topic. After I left, he even started watching the video that we were supposed to talk about.
Yeah.
And then it just amounted to nothing.
Oof. Well, yep. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not gonna
what can I say?
forcefully pursue it, but you know.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't have as much. I hope I'm not, disappointing you or anything. But I
No,
don't have
no.
that much to add here because
Like,
all I really have to say is just, that I felt like there was they were talking past each other a little bit, and
yes, and
honestly, I'm glad that they were, from what I can tell, able to resolve most of their issues. It also felt like there was complications from a previous disagreement that may have been coming up.
yeah.
Um,
Well, hopefully
honestly,
they were able
like as
to.
far as serious things going on in this conversation, I don't even know how to begin to touch that. Like,
Right.
personally, I think the whole situation is one gigantic mess, and the only reason that I even became involved at all was because I was directly asked my opinion.
Right. Yeah.
Like Aiko wanted to know what I thought because I happened to be watching. I was like, just sitting there watching something, watching it randomly at night, and so I
Yeah.
said, "All right, here's my opinion." As a mutual friend of both of you, that's about it.
Right.
So,
Like to me, I think it's like there's a conversation outside of this conversation to be had, if that makes sense,
mhm.
about how we
Absolutely,
can
I
like
mean,
how we can sort of try not to let things sort of spiral into like arguments for argument's sake almost.
yeah, I mean, I think it's something that should be avoided. But I will say that I do think, like, I don't know, it doesn't surprise me that that a conversation about Chud Logic's community and the communities attached to that sphere is like spurs this type of conflict. Like, that's what it's designed to do, right? Like, that's what the core of Chud's content is, drama.
Yeah.
So he's gonna do stuff that's intentionally edgy, that intentionally pushes people's buttons, and the end result is, of course, that if that people's buttons are gonna get pushed, people are gonna get pissed
Yeah.
off, and it's gonna generate drama. Which is why I generally stay uninvolved, except to be like hopefully a moderating voice, because I don't think that any of this shit is
Important.
is a good. I don't think. I mean, I think it's important in the sense that like it sucks for people who've been doxxed, and it sucks
Yes.
for people who've been like dogpiled to shit and harassed and stuff. But like it doesn't matter in that like it's all manufactured. It's all being manufactured for the purpose of like I can get clicks by being an asshole on the internet.
Yeah.
I can get clicks by threatening people with docs or by implying that there's docs. Like I don't
Or
have time
playing games
in my life.
basically.
Yeah, playing social games that like bother people, and I do think that there's something important in that. Like the people who become the target of that have a really horrible time. Obviously,
Yeah.
that's how like it's an intentional internet bullying of
Yeah.
people who largely don't do anything except for like I don't know, like in some chat somewhere someone's thought that they were cringe or something, so that means apparently that they deserve to have like their personal life invested into. It's literally 4chan tier drivel. So yeah, that's why I don't usually involve myself in any way, except for when I come up, which is weird because I also was brought up multiple times in the actual conversation, which was weird to me.
Right.
But of course, I'm brought up as like an example of people that community behaves absolutely unhinged towards. Like they're just insane, and they're not okay, and they're not well. So like I
Right.
don't know, whatever. Yeah.
It's interesting. Like, I always think when it comes to these conversations in terms of ultimately what your goal is and what you want to achieve, if that makes sense, to keep track of what your goal is.
Yeah. Well, my goal was just hopefully to be able to offer a outside opinion that helped President Sunday and Aiko communicate a little better. And I think I succeeded in that to a certain degree. I don't feel like I did all that much, but I was able to say like I was able to at least be like, hey, here's just a step outside of the conversation for a second, and like that was my goal. But I understand what President Sunday's goal is, and I think I understand what Aiko's goal is. You know, Aiko is looking out for her friend, and President Sunday is hoping to discourage people from engaging in and participating in a particular type of bad behavior.
Yes.
I just am like, I mean, this, in my opinion, this community doesn't really, the community that's being talked about doesn't give a fucking shit about good or bad behavior. They are just looking for people to make fun of and laugh at and dig into, and they will basically, I mean, I feel like this community would shit their pants in public to get, you know, an extra click on a video. Or whatever. Like it's literally like that embarrassing 4chan immature, like, I said a slur, pay attention to me. And I'm just like, no, you know?
Yeah. I mean, even in the conversation itself, like the primarily argument of chat logic was I don't care, which is in itself.
That's always the argument. It's always I don't care. Because if you care, then you have to have like a
accountability
stance. Yeah, you have to have like you have to, if you care, if you pretend that you don't care about anything, then
sort of, you're outside of it to a degree, in your mind at least.
Oh, none of it matters. I don't have to think about any of the things that are going on. I don't have to think about the impacts of them.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's a bunch of 4chan tier forum drama. That's basically what most of this is. It's forum drama, and some people get hurt at random because of like unhinged behavior, but mostly it's just the people who are participating in that space that get hurt the most.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, the answer is just don't.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like, but like, why would you ever spend time in a place like that, or why would you ever care about a place like that? Yeah.
Yeah. This is basically why you chose to sort of just not pursue that debate that never happened, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if we had a thing, that I probably would have done it, and it would have been probably a very strange thing to behold if it would have went like it went with Loner Box, but
yeah,
that's another topic.
Well, I haven't seen your Loner Box convo, but I did hear that it went relatively well, so that's good.
Oh, that's because I have my style, so to speak.
Yeah. You do have a very even-handed style.
Yes, it's a very calm conversational style, which is why I call it a debate in quotation marks, because I'm not even sure if it could be called that. Like, he didn't agree, of course, at the end of the day, but I do have to share with you a thing that I have learned at a conference lately about the wasted lessons of the Holocaust. It was a 2-day conference in the Polish Museum of Jewish History. And it is a term that sort of bridges the gap with people like Loner Box, in my opinion. It's a term coined by I want to say, activist and a journalist. I think he's also a historian. The term is proto-genocide. I don't know if you're familiar.
I mean, I've heard the term before, but I don't know. Like, I've never studied it deeply.
It basically means that you have all of the mechanisms that underline a genocide in place. Even you have deaths starting, but it's at a point where you can still stop it from becoming a full-fledged genocide.
I do think that that is a useful term for this conversation for sure.
But of course, those conversations become annoying even in the academia, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, also, I think again, the whole reason why this conversation on this topic has become so silly is for exactly what we were talking about at the very beginning of this call, which is that incentive, which is that it's rarely ever going to become about the topic itself.
Right.
The people who are talking about it are often, on at least one side, there is a significantly reduced personal investment in the topic,
Yes.
and so there is a incentive to let it become a drama subject, which is exactly what happened with in the first place with this topic. Like not your conversation with him aside, like it became a launching point, not about the topic itself, but instead as an opportunity to garner drama clicks via a like I said to President Sunday recently, a extremely socially inept manifesto posting thing, which I don't even know if that had any success. But do you see, like, that should not be the result of a genuine contest of like, hey, I think but I mean, from the get-go, this whole thing is messed up. This is one of the problems of like streamer conflicts. They often just produce noise. They don't go anywhere.
Yes.
Because the often very important subject at hand is simply a vehicle for ego, for drama baiting, for click generation, for all kinds of things. And
yeah,
I don't know. I don't think. I think that's less a problem in like. It's less of a problem in like when people just do their own thing, but it becomes a massive issue whenever there's these public stage debates about really important topics.
Right.
And it doesn't always happen, but there's a very high risk of it happening because of the way the spaces are and because of the nature and dynamics of streaming, which is that everybody comes in with a very high ego level, because streaming is by definition, it is very ego focused. You have a streaming personality that is carrying their show, another streaming personality, and the audiences that are aligned behind those personalities.
Right.
So, yeah.
Although I do think that for us, at least in particular, it is sort of important to have some sort of a goal for it all in mind.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like what you're saying about the signal and how we can translate then that signal into some form of action, preferably.
I hope so. I mean, I always worry that like streaming spaces have a low turnover rate from content into action. It does happen, but it takes a lot of effort, and there are there's a lot of things that it often just like sort of peters out into nothing. Like, I don't know. I do believe that it's possible to turn content that drives people towards action. I obviously believe that's possible. Not only have we seen like really cool charity things, not only have we seen really cool like cooperative things, we've even seen projects like Progressive Vote, like making some headway, getting being able to swing certain votes or at least impact the swing of certain votes. But it takes a lot of focus and a lot of concentration.
Yes.
And by default, the space is mostly the space as a whole, like all of streaming, but specifically political streaming, is biased towards just the creation of more content.
Right.
And the viewers are mostly watching very passively and are not amazingly motivated to jump to any sort of action. So it does have to be done very deliberately, and the expectations have to be set that a lot of times what is being done in these spaces is entertainment. That doesn't mean it doesn't matter.
Of course.
But it's just that it has to be understood as entertainment, and entertainment that can be edifying and inspiring, but it's not the same thing as like activism. It's not the same thing as like direct political engagement. It is
right.
We're in the entertainment industry. All of us are, and we have to remember that.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Of course, I think those things can sort of intertwine. If that makes any sense, like
I do think so. Yeah.
Like I'm thinking of bringing on certain people that are involved in real life activism, in real life sort of action, and I think we can, like, when it came to this conversation about the genocide, the trans genocide, right? To me, it's sort of because I know that in the poly people debate, Lonerbox sort of brought up the topic of, well, does it mean that you want retaliation, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a big topic that came up, and I think I brought it up when I talked to him that the level of reaction will depend on where you are. And for example, it can simply translate to people being aware enough to move from an unsafe space to a safer space. And that I think it's important for people to not be caught unawares.
I agree. Yeah, I do think that, like, I'm not trying to be too negative about being able to impact people or like have political actions flow downstream from streaming at all, because I do think it's possible. But there was this. Are you familiar with Mike from PA?
Yes.
Yeah, Mike from PA is a character, but there was like this. There was this time where he was. I think it might have actually been in a debate with Vosh, where he was talking about like how, like, if I bring on a union organizer every single stream, no one will watch my stream.
Yeah.
And that's just true for anybody. It's not just a Mike from PA problem. It's a literal anybody problem. It's just not, like, people do not have the bandwidth. They're not going to. It'd be like asking people to watch your stream and your stream involve them like making burgers or stocking shelves. Like, it's like people aren't going to do, like, they're coming to streams because they're looking for a form of entertainment, and they're often open to hearing all kinds of political messaging. They're often interested in these types of topics, but we always have to remember that, like, the entertainment it's just like there isn't any show that can just every single day bring on like or there's very few. There's a handful of shows that can get away with that sort of thing. Like, for example, the Majority Report, which has cultivated an audience over the course of like 20 years.
Right.
And they are as a old school news radio show. Like, they can bring on an activist every single day if they want to, and they'll still have viewers. Right. Because that's the type of show that they're built. But that's not what the streaming spaces are. And that's not even what's promoted in streaming spaces, like, algorithmically. So we just have to keep our expectations realistic, and also be creative with the ways that we mix entertainment and information. The way that we mix education and entertainment. The education or the edutainment aspect, I should say.
Right. And I also think there's an interesting aspect that, well, it was showcased, for example, with the fundraiser for my mom, that there's the element of being able to move certain funds via this entertainment, and these funds can be moved in a positive real life action direction.
Yeah, funds and attention. And I think that, like, community connection and what can be done with community connection, like, directly, is the most effective and valuable form of, like, political engagement in these spaces. Like, online, streaming online gives us a unique ability to build communities and to communicate with those communities, which means that all kinds of coordination can happen. It's just like,
Yes.
you know, you have to be very wise, and there's an art to it. And I do agree with you that, like, yeah, emergencies can be attention can be brought to emergencies, and people can bring funds where it's needed. People can bring attention to where it's needed. People can sometimes even bring like actual, physical hands, where it's needed in certain cases. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
there have been many cases where streaming communities, there's been a natural disaster or something, and streaming communities have actually been able to mobilize a decent number of volunteers and stuff. But yeah, I think that's where the strongest part lies, is in like the creation of
Yes.
communities that care, and communities that can communicate with one another. And I think that there's like a little bit less value from streaming spaces in, like, I don't know, organizing a vote, or
Yes.
it's not that it's impossible. It's not that there's no value. It's just a little bit on the lesser side.
Well, when I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about a situation. People X that we know are living in a very dangerous state right now. They're being deprived of. I'm talking about hypothetical situation, although these happen, of course, and we, in my opinion, can organize as communities to help the people there to move to a new, safer place, and even to facilitate a new start. I think it's within our means to do.
I absolutely agree with you on that. Well, I should probably go and eat my food now, because my food is done.
Yes.
Was there anything, last things you wanted to talk about? I feel like we've kind of moved off the topic, but it's been really
Well,
nice
I think sort of they are intertwined. I think it's intertwined that the more we, that's the main sort of, I guess, worry, that the more we concentrate on the noise of the conversation, the less we the more we forget that we are doing all of this for reasons, concrete reasons, that we
reasons. Yeah, and also it strains relationships. It makes people more stressed. Sure, it might buy you a few more clicks on a video, but it damages. I mean, this is the whole thing. Like to sort of tie it off, like there was a politics space on Twitch at one point.
Yeah.
Like,
Twitch
not only
Paul.
did it exist as a category, but I mean, it not only did it exist as like an actual category on the website. You could click politics, and there would be people who were streaming into the politics category. But like, there used to actually be some level of community there, and over time, this just constant willingness to just burn bridges and strain relations completely exhausted all of the members of it, ruined all of the relationships in the space, and left very few people better off. It was mostly just like mutually deleterious. So I think that like it doesn't like, it behooves us to actively push back against the incentives of the space that say that like every conversation needs to be maximally ego, every conversation needs to be maximally content brained,
Yes.
etc. Yeah.
And I think it's up to us to build a better thing, in my opinion.
I agree, and I believe that it's possible. I genuinely do.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you so much for having me on, Lucy.
Thank you. Sorry.
It was really good.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, no problem at all. I hope the rest of your stream goes well. I'm gonna go eat some pizza
Yes.
and relax a little bit.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna do it a few hours more because it's 4 a.m. 4:04 a.m.
Fine.
Of
You
course.
go for 7 hours. Don't burn yourself out too hard.
I know it's like a typical thing for me.
Your long grinds. I know that feeling. But stay safe and stay well. It's been wonderful. I hope the rest of your stream goes great.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Nice. Okay, so we got the expertise. And yes, there is a need for more editorial media producer thinking here. What is my goal with my content? What I bring up a topic? And basically, why to answer this question in the context of this stream, I'm not bringing up the topic specifically to argue on whether or not we should think it was intimidation or not intimidation. Like my goal, I bring up the topic of that stream is because I want to discuss the topic of discussions becoming noise. That is basically my main goal with talking about this. And we're working with some new static on the thing regarding this, if this makes sense. I'm looking at the conversation through that particular lens of seeing if the conversation is not becoming noise. Does that make sense? I hope it does. So we're gonna continue.
DMs.
Also, because from what I've seen, the stream ended on a bit of a strained note. Do we know if President Sunday and Aiko were able to reconcile in private? That's an actual two ducks in a heart.
Like if she would think she.
It was a noise. I've fallen back asleep on this one, President. Yeah, and I think that's a sort of a problem that these situations happen.
DemonMama gets a lot of threats.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, she does.
So
And by the way,
really hardcore ones.
oh yeah,
right?
and by the way,
So we're about to see DemonMama talk about that topic.
She's gotten a lot worse than Stardust on this. Much less ambiguously so. Like the stuff that they've said about her and
Wait, I'm
hers
sorry.
are,
Say that again.
the stuff that Spicy Chat has said about and done with respect to DemonMama and people close
Oh,
to
I
her
don't mean
is
spicy chat. I mean like really bad people, like really bad places that you wouldn't even
sure.
go to.
Well, we're
You
talking
wouldn't
about.
be in there. Yeah.
Okay, we're talking
And
about this right
spicy
now.
chat, and so she has a lot, like a wide spectrum of
Mhm.
aggression against her.
Yeah.
So I'm just interested. I'm not saying that she would agree with me. I don't know what her take is, but I really.
I'm not telling you that you're wrong, Aiko. What I'm saying
No,
is that.
I'm telling you you're wrong.
But all I'm
to
saying is
do
that it's
this.
not. But all I'm saying is that it's not clear. Okay. Me saying it's not clear is not a. I'm not doing something wrong by not making an inference that for me would require a leap of logic.
Yeah, DemonMama. Can you add DemonMama to this or something?
Oh. I can.
When I.
No, hang on. You cut. You can't hear me. Hang on. Aiko.
Hold
Yeah.
on, Lim.
Hey, Aiko got cut from the call briefly because I made a group chat. Just hang tight. Aiko, you're cut from the call. You have to accept the new call.
Will Aiko hear that? I don't know if Aiko will.
Tom wants to come on too. Are we? Fine?
Tomfoolery? Oh, come on.
I'm fine with
Aiko,
whatever.
Tom.
I did not expect to be listening to this at this time of night, or
Me
to be
neither.
relatively invested in it. I mean, as far as things go.
Hi.
Hi,
Hello.
Aiko. Sorry.
Hey, likewise.
Just very quickly, Aiko, Tom Fuller wants to join as well.
Let me see. I'm gonna read. Difficulty I assume is to change an issue. You must agree that an issue. People can't seem to get past the first step. There are how many improvements without that? If you can make a dense, academic, boring video, but it depends how you deliver it and interact with the viewers. Downside of rapid viewer engagement: if there's a lot of people, it gets undoable. Or not, I don't know. It's not a stream. I'm not a streamer. Right.
He thinks he can help with communication. You find that?
No, thank you, Tom. I appreciate you. I appreciated the gender doc. This is not the time for that. Thank
Okay, would you be
I
offended
mean,
if
or
I...
maybe after
Would you would be fine with after? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So like,
have you
here's
seen the DMs?
Here, I'll
for
post.
yeah,
Okay.
I've been listening for a little bit now,
Okay.
and okay, so
Mhm.
I do not like I do not like anyone involved in this situation as far as like the subject matter. So I have that is
Wow.
my bias, is that I am
You hate
equally
everybody.
I am equally unfavorable towards most everyone involved.
Yeah.
Besides, obviously, I quite like you, Aiko, and I quite like you, President Sunday. So that's my bias, I guess, if that counts as a bias.
We'll hope that survives the night.
Oh, it will. I would literally I don't see any reason that it wouldn't. But anyway, okay, so do I think that this is like an obvious case of intimidation? No, I don't think it's an obvious case of intimidation. That's my read. That's my personal read. Like just
But to be
completely
clear, and I think you'll agree with me on this, that's a perfectly plausible situation. It's
I think
possible.
it's a perfectly plausible situation, and I do think that like I think the possibility that hasn't been discussed in this conversation that I also tend to subscribe to is that is like the possibility that like at first Beckett didn't understand like what was being insinuated by DK in this particular situation, because I'm not gonna lie, DK's history with this type of shit is like
extensive.
I mean, the dude does this kind of like he gets mad and then he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking dox you." That's like his. I mean, that's like the central controversy between you and DK. And the first time I ever became familiar with DK outside of his him like on stream being like, "Oh, Chud Logic, you're gonna take the anti-gay position, right?"
I was on Chud and DK's case before you. You watched my stream with respect to that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I didn't.
And you even thought I was being cringe a little bit at first. So it was yeah.
I mean, I do. Yeah. I
mean,
and
I maintain that I was. It was a cringy stream.
It's all I'm saying is that like so. I think that there's validity to both of your perspectives in a number of ways, but I do understand. Like I understand where you're coming from, like saying like, oh, I don't think that this is like an obvious case, and I do think there's some parts of it that don't like 100% make sense to me.
Yeah.
But then again, like we're talking about DK here, and like
that's true.
Again, I don't think particularly highly of his communication skills or anything along those lines. So like
that's true.
I just think that it's very possible that I mean to me. Asking about somebody's first name and saying at all like oh well so I don't have to go to Kiwi Farms like that does come across as like an insinuation of like oh I'm gonna aim to get somebody's information. But I will agree with President Sunday that the rest of the interaction just kind of seems like jovial and jokey.
Wait,
I don't know their
history.
history.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I don't know the history between Beckett and whoever. So this is just my read as an outsider. And the only reason I'm even weighing in at all is because I want to see you two come to conclusion, because I care significantly more about you and President Sunday's communication than I do anything else about the situation. So as a complete outsider to this, who's familiar with all of the characters involved, all I'm saying is the interaction seems very weird in multiple directions, and I don't think President Sunday, like personally, I don't think President Sunday is like having like a failure in judgment. I think it's reasonable to go either way on this, and I can understand why people would be torn.
Yeah, I agree.
To say, oh well, was that really what was happening from DK? Like, given DK's past. Yeah, he does do a lot of shit like that, but the conversation does come off as like fairly lighthearted from my read
I'm
of
sorry.
it.
Did at some point President Sunday read the DMs from earlier before that?
Yes.
Yeah, I
how
believe so.
How it came up?
With that when I was I didn't read them out because
stars. Oh, you didn't read them out?
I start.
Off.
Oh, hang on. Hang, please no. Let me finish my sentence. they were long. I was reading them carefully. So during that silent point, Star requested that I not post any of the other screenshots on screen. I'm not going to read them out for the same reason. But what I was reading there was like part of what
Stardust, is that okay? Go ahead.
what I was reading there was part of the reason for why I was interpreting the conversation in the manner that I did. Why on earth am I flipped here? What the? Hang on. Okay, you're all going to be backwards. I apologize. There we go.
Oh, DK is basically a
the reason why I
harasser and
as I did was because beyond just
not a good actor.
One screenshot where the intimidation, quote unquote, took place. There was a long conversation before that, which
and he has a history of threatening people with doxing.
They were working on repairing relationships between the people involved. And then at the conclusion of it, DK was then making a joke about his prior history. Maybe that's not the case. That's possible. Like, I can see that. I don't know. DK's done stupid, unreasonable stuff in the past before that a reasonable person wouldn't anticipate. But my read on this right now is that it's ambiguous. I don't know for certain. Very quickly, DemonMama and Aiko, Stardust wants to come on. Are you guys fine with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Although I will note that my participation in this conversation means it's like a lightning rod, just so you guys know.
I am.
There's a good chance that like 500,000 freaks come crawling out of the.
This is probably going to get me a decent audience, and I'm feeling miserable throughout the entire thing. So I hope you're all happy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, this is awful. This is the worst. I wanted to watch Zizek and Harari.
Hello.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Zizek and Harari, you hear that? President Sunday didn't want to do drama.
Hello.
That's what all drama frogs say.
Hello.
Hello. I think I can resolve this fairly quickly.
Okay.
So I'm willing to acknowledge that to an outsider, this may look ambiguous, right? But what I don't think is right is to say 100% it's a joke. If you think it's ambiguous that it's like intimidation, then it has to be ambiguous that it's a joke too.
Okay, fair enough. I will accept that.
I mean, I think that's agreeable.
That's fine.
I did make an initial inference that it was a joke based upon who it was said to, and I maintain that it's very difficult to take it seriously given the recipient and the nature of the conversation around it doesn't bear out more that it's an intimidation. But I'll agree with that. Yeah, I don't know.
No.
Okay, so yeah, that's all I honestly like. That is my main.
That's what I was saying. So I just want to acknowledge, indeed, as the chat is now saying, DemonMama W in this particular situation.
True.
But no, I'm kidding, but seriously, I do think that like the ambiguity is I don't think anybody's in the wrong for leaning either way with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Again,
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Yeah, if
But
anybody DM me.
my main issue
Sorry,
with
go ahead.
Sunday, my main issue with Sunday was not even that he like maybe he didn't think it was a threat. It was him specifically saying it was a joke, and that is just like not. You can't really. I don't think you can really say that. You know. But,
I think
yeah.
it's at least as reasonable an inference as the one that you made, and it doesn't incriminate somebody. So to that extent, I disagree. But I will grant that neither of us are within the rights to make this to declare this as a certainty in one way or the other.
Okay.
I'm 100% fine with that.
Good.
With that,
Yeah.
I'm
And
gonna
there we
go to
go.
bed.
All right. Good night.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
And
Yeah, nice
Thank
to see
you.
you, Mom. Nice to see you, Aiko. Nice to see you, President Sunday. Sorry we got into a heated debate. But
I don't believe
just
you,
don't,
but
like,
have a
it's
good night.
my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's all
to
good.
you
It's all good.
And DemonMama.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you have a good night.
True.
Why is she a
Okay,
penguin?
that was my only point. You said this is the problem. You declared what it was, and you put all this energy into this narrative. And it's like there's multiple times that you conceded that you were wrong.
Sort of, I guess, yeah.
Boots necessarily having her name. You know,
Okay,
like,
but so did
that
she.
Changed things for you.
So did
No,
she.
I know, it's not
It actually
it's
that
not a
didn't.
competition.
No, that didn't change things for me. It's just as an additional factor. My understanding was that was more or less inevitability. Maybe it wasn't. I was naive. But with respect to the interpretation,
you are an outside person. You are an outside.
we are
person,
all
but
outside
like
persons.
them.
We're all outside persons.
I know.
Okay.
I'm saying, which is why you need to understand that you have a limit.
The powers of DemonMama.
Infer with context.
What did you think of our conversation, by the way? That's true. Let me see. But yeah.
You just, like I said, you take a leap to the end, and that end is not like thought through, so things slip through the cracks. And you know, it makes me fucking crazy as a neurospicy person to have someone just like bulldoze over everything and say, "Oh no, he was joking or something, or he wasn't. He was this or that." Don't put a narrative there.
I can understand what you're saying, but I do think that this is a case where at least for me, just having, I was literally laying on the couch on my phone listening to this conversation, like just as background noise, and I was absorbing it obviously, but like I'm not invested in this, but I think President Sunday was saying like that's his read, like he's saying that's his read, and I think like it's important to remember like that's the brackets.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's,
I think it comes off as this. That's my conclusion of this. You know what I mean? Whereas other people might conclude otherwise, which is why I was saying, like, I don't think anybody's out of line to interpret this either way. If anybody came to me, like, and said, like, oh, like, or came to one of my partners and said, oh, tried to get my name out of like one of my partners or something, I think it's totally fair to be like, oh, this person was fishing. They were just hoping to find any way. Like that wasn't a joke or whatever. Like, I think that's reasonable, but I also think that it's reasonable from that conversation to look at it and go, this does kind of seem kind of jovial. Maybe they were just joking around, especially if you don't know the history of those people. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think President Sunday was just trying to say his read. And President Sunday, I love you, but sometimes you do communicate your ways a little bit authoritatively. It's your academic background. So this is one of those situations where it may have benefited from being like, in my opinion.
No, this is from being raised by a failed lawyer, but fair enough.
Yeah. So I would just say like
That's just so rough. Raised by a failed lawyer. Oh my god. That is so rough.
Like, would have given it to him.
That is so brutal.
Run off with it, right? I just think it was meant to fuck with us. I think Beckett thought it was.
Oh my gosh, relationships with fathers.
Always tough. A lot like me in that he'll be in spaces where people will talk endless shit about me, and like it doesn't faze him. Same thing with me. I'll be in spaces where people talk endless shit about me, and it doesn't really faze me. But he's been on the internet for a long time, and he knows like the number one rule is to not react to those types of things. But I'm willing. I'm willing to acknowledge that it's it can be ambiguous for a third party. I just don't. If you're going to claim that it's ambiguous, I just don't think that like calling it a joke is really ambiguous, right? So yeah.
Yes.
But
you asked to agree to disagree, did you not? At the end.
I did, yeah, but
yeah, and that wasn't a thing. So.
Well, it is what it is. So, these things happen. So. Yeah.
I know I probably made this like way more complicated. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I think everyone has everyone rightfully has a lot of tensions are high around this particular topic, and I can't say I really blame people.
I don't even know about it.
Doxing is fucking shit, That shit's fucking annoying. I mean, again, why do you think I don't have particularly high? I don't have high, opinions of like the whole spicy chat thing, because that's just not my vibe. Like, I think that's fucking shitty.
Yeah, which is why. Yeah,
docs like war criminals and shit. Don't fucking spend your time like in dumb slap fights with people that out meme you or whatever. And I don't know. I think that shit's dumb. So, yeah. But
Okay.
Yeah.
but it's also distressing for the people who are being doxxed.
Pertaining to the previous conversation, Aiko, so I don't know what to make of this, but I do have a screenshot where DK is saying this, and this doesn't mean anything necessarily, because it is coming from DK. But DK apparently says, these people forget that Stardust had given me full access to her YouTube channel and has sent me money. Why would I need to ask her boyfriend for her doc? So there's the implication there.
Yeah, so I
Yes.
have a business PayPal.
No, I'm taking
don't-
your word. I'm taking your
Oh.
word for that.
Yeah.
What's the date on this?
What? So what does that mean? I mean, I don't know what's in DK's head or heart, and I'm not a part of any of this, and I've never been in spicy chat. I'm just a bit pissed because I didn't know that President's Sunday was after he told me to like ditch all of these people because of DK and shit, like because of what was going on, because I should care more about the thumbnails that were made. I should be more angry. And then you're gonna just like dismiss Stardust concerns that you have no idea about. This is just like
Yeah, don't
over and
energy.
over and over. I'm just really angry.
So this is from 3 days ago.
What?
DK saying this is
Oh,
from
wait,
3
so
days ago. It's not in response to this
If I
conversation.
can just respond to that, yes, he had access, but once again, I had a business PayPal account. I
Yeah.
don't. You can't really see my name through.
It doesn't.
business PayPal
I'm
account
not
to pay
disputing
it.
with you. If he doesn't have it, he doesn't have
Yeah,
it.
but
I'm just saying.
even if somebody has full access to like my YouTube, doesn't mean that they can see my name there either.
That's
fair.
true.
It does.
Yeah, that's
It
true.
would depend on. It would depend on. Yeah.
I've gone through very extensive lengths to make sure that my name does not show
Okay.
up anywhere.
No, I'll take your word for it. Fair enough.
Yeah, even with full editor access, I think you have to give someone manager.
I think I'm starting to see what's happening
I
here.
don't even know if that's then. I will say that
For the
PayPal
record-
is often
for the
the way
record,
that shit gets out. But
Just to
Yeah, but I
sorry
had a
to
business PayPal years before I even had a streaming career, you know?
sorry
Smart
to
move,
cut you off
legitimately.
there. Sorry to cut you off there, but just for the record, DK, it's ambiguous to me that the conversation that I've been shown is intimidation, but reaffirming that you wouldn't need to ask Stardust's boyfriend for the docs can be much more easily read as intimidation. So that was a little that was a little dumb.
I think this is a small point in Aiko's favor, which is just that.
Wait,
yeah,
what?
DK coming in and just being like, yeah, if I really wanted to dox you, I already got your docs anyway from your YouTube account.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, like, I don't.
Kind of makes this whole thing
any of
moot.
these people. Exactly.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, those people, I swear.
Honestly, I just have to do this. I just have to. When I see it, especially if it's my friend, then I wouldn't be here.
Okay.
DK, I swear, what a character.
Place where we can leave Emmett.
No, it's not ever justified now. That is my answer. It's not ever justified.
Yeah,
No.
I was invoked. The demon was.
That is
summoned,
my
and I
honest
my
response.
service to hopefully smooth out some level of communication. Because again, first of all,
Is my
I
honest.
think highly of both you, President Sunday, and you, Aiko, and I'm happy to see that some progress has been made in communicating and crossing this particular hump, because I do think more productive conversation can follow.
True. I do think so as well.
Well, thank you, DemonMama. I appreciate you as always.
No problem. I'm going to disappear into a puff of black smoke and return to listening now. Good
Okay,
night,
well,
everyone.
Good night.
I'm also.
Well, I'm gonna continue
I know I
covering
failed you
this.
from watching the rest of the debate, but I do highly recommend it. I think I did a pretty good job.
I'm gonna
but,
finish it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you. Bye.
Have a
Good
good
night.
night.
Stardust.
Bye.
All right.
All right.
I apologize.
So you don't need to
kind of.
apologize.
Kind of. I'll talk to you later. Yeah. I should have talked to you off stream, but I shouldn't have come back. I'll be watching still. But I won't be unhinged. I promise.
Chat is glitched on my app. Oh no.
Okay, goodbye.
I'm sorry.
Bye.
All I can do is apologize for this happening. Yes, Jesus.
Fuck, I guess we gotta bring Tom in.
Tomfoolery was brought in as well? Why? Oh my god. Really? Tomfoolery was brought in as well?
Hey.
Hello.
Give me one sec. Are you coming on camera or no?
Nah.
No? Alright, give me a moment. Let me just pop the thing on the screen.
Oh my god.
There we go. Okay.
Hello. Yeah, I like...
what's on your mind?
I do...
Yeah, I mean, what Stardust said is
I do love doing the thing when I sort of pretend to greet people even though I'm watching a video. Tomfoolery, true.
the first thing that I was going to ask is, yeah, like if you're saying that it's ambiguous, then it would be ambiguous in both directions. I wanted to know, so what is like your assumption is that it's a joke, right?
No. My immediate inference, based upon the context and who it's being spoken to, is that this is not meant to intimidate. And I think pretty strongly that it's a joke based upon stuff that he's already done. Without the context and without like all that preamble, it's very easy to interpret as intimidation, but it has that. So I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know is very fair, I guess.
Given the intensity of animosity that's being suggested here, I'm in the dark about it. I have no idea. If the fact afterwards that DK then goes back and insists that, well, if it's not public information, I'm not going to go after it, that sounds like the kind of reassurance I would not give to somebody I'm trying to intimidate. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's my same issue is the amount of animosity and malice that's being put behind the intent. It seems as though she thinks that he's what I'm trying to figure out is it seems as though she thinks that he's trolling her, and that the troll is that just by asking her boyfriend, she knows that her boyfriend is going to then go, or he knows that her boyfriend is going to then go tell her.
Chat is bugged. Thankfully, Tom wasn't alone.
As a troll, I think where the line is how much malice.
Well, that's the thing. If that's
that.
well, here's the thing. If that's his intent, then saying afterwards,
"Oh my gosh,
I'm gonna dig up this information if it's not public," makes no sense, right? Because that runs contrary to that. That has the opposite effect. That's reassurance. That's not intimidation.
It does, but then it also makes it sound as though he's serious about getting it. Like it makes it sound less of a joke.
Well, no, because I think the implication in response to what Beckett was replying with, where there was a rumor apparently that somebody had posted Stardust's docs on Kiwi Farms or some such. I think that was responding to that. Either he was assuming that just Kiwi Farms would have been on top of that because they just dox everybody, I guess, which is not true, unfortunately. Well, I guess not unfortunately, but they just haven't done that to everybody. Not that they don't do this to a lot of people. And yeah, I think he was sort of running with the assumption that this was already there to be acquired.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case.
Once again, I don't have a reason for thinking that this is an attempt at intimidation, especially since in the conversation where it takes place is exactly at the point where they seem to have resolved the issue more or less. They're talking about like, oh, we're all gonna move past this, and then DK's saying, oh, but I hold a grudge though. It's like, okay. This doesn't, at this point in the conversation, that doesn't make sense to me. It is possible that DK does something that doesn't make sense to me. That's a possibility. But on that basis, I don't have grounds to say that I think this is an attempt at intimidation. I don't think Stardust has grounds to say that. I think it is an inference that is making jumps that I can't buy into.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, well, so I also had the DM or the information that he was that he already had her name, and that like if he wanted or that he didn't actually need to ask for it, which makes me wonder two things. One, why is that information just coming out today to both you and me?
Well, it
and
seems like it's coming
everybody?
out. The person who sent it to me said it's 3 days old. So I don't know if that's true.
I have to pause a bit behind the failed lawyer bit is an oof man that has to sing for the person it's referencing. Oh, hello, Lucy. Hello. Yeah, hello. Sukhoi, hello. We're gonna do it a bit more and then we're gonna probably finish, but thank you for coming.
Right, but I'm saying DK would have put that information out, because we've been talking about this instance for about 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
And but if that was true, it would sound like he's almost verifying, hey, I have her name. What's her name? Oh, we're not going to tell you, that's private information. Okay, well then I'm not going to put it out if it's not already public.
Or
right? Like I already have it.
Or he's
I'm not gonna
making
put it out.
or he's making a similar erroneous inference that I am, and that's that when he had access to the channel and when he was being paid, he would have had access to her personal information, and he hasn't actually verified that for himself. So
That's what I was saying. Yes, exactly.
oh, okay, yeah. So like maybe he's just as seems to be a persistent theme here. Maybe he's just kind of dumb in how he's talking about this. So
DK? No, not DK. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was the main thing. Is like, yeah, it seemed.
By the way, like I'm going to reiterate though, this is the dumb part, the really dumb part. The conversation with Stardust is ambiguous to me. The reassuring us that, hey, I actually do have her docs anyways, or I could get access to it if I wanted to, after the fact, as if, like, that also can be read as intimidation, because that is, once again, like, publicly throwing out there, hey, this is the thing I can do. I I'm not gonna, I would never, but I could drop the axe on you. That's a thing I can do. So that's... fucking hell.
Yeah. But it does, like, I do, in my opinion, I do lean towards, like, it being some sort of troll and some sort of intimidation, just not a malicious intimidation. It seems to be more of, like, a joking, the type of way that him and Spicy Chat seem.
What is a not malicious intimidation?
I see. So you think this is after the conversation?
How can intimidation not be malicious?
Good-naturedly jabbing, like, yeah, I could destroy you, but I won't. We're good now. That kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay, that's a hypothesis.
True. It certainly is.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. Here. You know what? Here's a good way to round this off. Chud and DK, do yourselves a favor and just shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Just don't talk.
True.
Do your drama shit. To run your channel. Just shut the fuck up.
True.
You will coast by in life. You will be happy. It will be easy. Just don't.
True. Absolutely.
I mean, with
true.
that said, Stardust, we just reviewed her conversation with Chud about his community, and she did seem to make a lot of, like, very serious claims throughout that process that she didn't have a whole lot of information to back up. And
I don't think she needed to, though, for the simple reason that Chud began the conversation talking about acknowledging that his community harassed people, acknowledging that he wouldn't be okay with people getting his information the way they did with Eldrazi and so on and so forth. Like, they're just... He dug his own grave in that conversation. It was dumb. I'm sorry.
True. He's a dumb mother
well, that's all I
quacker.
got.
All right.
He's a dumb mother quacker.
Have a good night. Bye.
Well, that was awful. Reservoir says the insinuation from DK is that it already has the name. Yeah, but the insinuation from DK is more threatening than anything that we've seen, so... Oh, god damn it. Okay, so it's a bit more complicated. So the context of DK saying that was he was responding to a Destiny thread accusing him of trying to dock Star and making it clear that he was trolling. I don't care. We're logging that away. I don't care. I can't trust anything any of these people say. So we're just kind of hooped. Unfortunately.
Sad.
Okay, let's finish
That's
this.
really dead.
Let's finish this godforsaken thing so we can move on.
Okay.
That DK reached out to your boyfriend and asked for your first name is a serious attempt to dox you.
You know, initially I didn't, but after the stuff, here, let me lay this out for you, okay? There is a history here, right? So DK has a pattern of threatening, right? We've got the issue with DK and Bryce having that old drama happen between them.
Are you really gonna try and dredge up this old
wait,
drama
you
to
want
back
me-
up your point?
You want
DK
you want me
messaging
to
your
explain?
fucking
Let me
boyfriend for your
let me finish. Let me
her
finish.
spell it out.
This is
Let me
fucking
finish.
madness.
Let me finish. DK has a pattern, a pattern of behavior, right? One.
Okay. Well, if he's
He
got a
threat-
pattern of behavior, where's all the doxes that he's
Let
doing? Can
me
you point them to
finish.
me?
Let me
Go ahead.
finish. Are you gonna let me finish? Or are
I
you
will
gonna
let you
are you gonna
finish,
spurg
sure.
out like a kid with Tourette's?
I'm not spurging out at all. You're the one with these stupid arguments.
You are the one
Okay,
who's
okay,
spurging
knock it
out.
off, knock it off. I will let you finish. Please, Stardust. I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, so the pattern of behavior with DK, from what I can see, the first thing that I saw was him threatening to dox your mods and users after the whole drama with Bryce.
Not what happened, but okay.
Okay. Essentially, DK was demanding that Bryce be banned, and the other mods disagreed. And then DK threatened to have
Are you
his
really going to
friends
try and
dox
litigate
them in
this
response.
drama?
Hey, stop,
Let me
stop,
finish.
Stop
Let me
interrupting
finish.
her. Just let her get
She
it
gets
through
to
it, then you can
fucking list
respond.
out 10 retarded points.
You
Well,
asked
you
her.
You asked me
You asked
for
her
an
for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For an example,
But you're not
this
giving me an
pattern of
example,
history.
are you? You're giving me a pattern of behavior. Where's the
I'm giving
doxing?
you a pattern
Where's
of
the doxing?
behavior.
Where's the
let
doxing?
Me, let me,
I don't care
this
about
is-
pattern of behavior.
Anybody,
I care about doxing.
No, sorry, hold on.
Chud,
Knock it
Chud,
off, knock it off. So, I want Stardust to finish the point. Look,
Okay. Listen,
you want.
I'll mute myself. Go ahead. Go.
Sure. We're looking for Stardust to establish a pattern of behavior, right? And at some point in this story, it's going to, I'm assuming, we'll get to doxing, right? So let her lay out the beginnings of this, and then we'll get there, all right? But please, Stardust.
Yeah, so all I'm trying to do is demonstrate that through a pattern of behavior, that it is reasonable for people to be alarmed that whenever DK brings up doxing, or whenever somebody else in your server brings up doxing. So the first example we have is Bryce and DK's drama, where DK wanted Bryce to be banned. The mods said that they disagreed, and then DK threatened to have his friends dox them in response.
That is not what happened. You're totally misrepresenting what happened there.
Okay, fine. 2, he allows doxers like Portfire and Rita to be in the server. 3, he says he'll direct Kiwi farmers to Rita while they're trying to dox Shaylin. 4, says he hopes that Shaylin dies. 5, posts Elderdrazi's personal info repeatedly after it's made clear Drazi isn't okay with it. 6, DMs Beckett for my first name and says he'll just go to Kiwi Farms for it. And 7, there's the stream with President Sunday once again, where DK's name comes up, and as soon as his name comes up, all of a sudden there's people in the chat posting DemonMama Doxbin, DemonMama Doxbin.
So you've got no proof of that, first of all. You've got lots of assumptions and jumping to conclusions. But I just want to check. Do you seriously...
We have a record of at least one person doing that. I believe there were more, but we deleted them, so we showed that on stream earlier.
Arguing that DK reaching out to someone he knows is your boyfriend asking for your first name, do you genuinely believe that was a legitimate attempt to dox you?
Once again, initially I didn't, but after seeing this pattern of behavior, I think anybody would be reasonably concerned about it. and it was at least an
Okay.
attempt
Yes or
to
no?
intimidate
Just-
me. It was at least an attempt to intimidate me with doxing.
Okay. How did you find out that this happened?
Which one?
Well, if he messaged Beckett about it, how did you know that he messaged Beckett and asked that?
Because Beckett and I had a talk, and Beckett thought that it was
So Beckett
significant.
told you.
Yes, Beckett thought it
So
was
he was trying
significant
to
enough.
intimidate you by asking Beckett as a joke, and then Beckett told you
It
that
wasn't a
happened.
joke. It wasn't a joke. The reason why it wasn't a joke is because he was upset in that same in those same DMs where he's asking for my name. Prior to that, he was mad at me for criticizing Boots on stream. He was also posting in Spicy Chat at the same time that he was going to drive me down in SEO, that he wanted me to like fail with my career or whatever. And he had been talking.
Adults who talk over one another is a wild thing to me.
Everybody
True.
would probably be reasonably concerned, and it was clearly an attempt
Adults,
to intimidate me.
quotation
Yes.
marks.
So where was the concern then? Because surely Beckett isn't going to give someone your first name.
What do you mean? The attempt from him was to intimidate me.
Can you spell out exactly like how that would have worked, the intimidation, right? So he's saying, so our friend Chuck is saying that, well, this could not have possibly led to doxing because your boyfriend Beckett would not give that over. So like, but you're saying, well, that's not the issue; it's intimidation. So in what ways did this intimidate you? Like, how would this have intimidated you? Spell that part out.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, why would you message my boyfriend about asking for my name?
I don't personally think it matters if she thinks it's legitimate. It's gross behavior that should probably be illegal to it in the first place.
If not, if the purpose to be to intimidate me.
Well, it would be as a joke at the conclusion of a conversation. That's one. You can't just discount it out of hand and just infer, well, that's not spooky enough, therefore it has to be intimidation. It's a possibility. I don't think that's clear from the conversation.
I mean, Beckett's the one that told you about it, right?
Mm-hmm. Because he thought it was significant enough. Yes. It was him trying to intimidate me. With that, because he knew that Becca would message me or tell me about it, and I'm sure he thought that I would react to it then and there.
So the DK's thought process was he messages Beckett about it, and that gets back to you, and you'd feel intimidated, even though he's messaging your boyfriend to ask for your name, something he surely is never going to give up.
He messaged. The purpose of messaging Beckett to ask for my name was because he knew that Beckett would send that message to me and would know that I would feel some sort of way about it. I don't think that's that hard to understand.
Why would he not just contact you directly and say, like, I'm going to get your name?
We
and
weren't
find out
on
your
good
name
we weren't on good terms. What other reason would he have to ask Beckett for my name?
I don't know, some stupid fucking edgelord bullshit? Like a joke?
Wasn't a joke.
You know.
Beckett even said it wasn't a joke.
Okay, but Beckett saying it's not a joke doesn't... This is not how proof works. So, oh look, the other person in the conversation, he declared the other person's intentions. That's not how that works. You can't do that. Beckett saying it's not a joke has no currency. It doesn't matter. If Beckett wanted to provide like additional evidence of, like, for example, we've had this identical interaction in the past, and then he went ahead and did this, like, you need to demonstrate that it's not a joke. You can't just say, oh well, the one party to the conversation has decided it wasn't a joke. Like, that's a statement of intent on the part of the other party.
Do you think Beckett might...
Yeah, proof it wasn't a joke, Beckett says. That's not sufficient. It doesn't work that way.
But, you know, sort of bias in that regard.
I mean, why would we think it's a joke when DK has a history of threatening doxing, encouraging doxing, and posting personal information without consent?
Well, if the joke is based upon that reputation, then that would be inevitable, so they'd be arguing in a circle. Like, that's my read on it.
Okay, so...
Like, here's the question, like, why... Given that history is extant, it's been around for a while, Stardust is actually ridiculing me for taking issue with that. I noticed Burger King fan isn't banned from your chat either. Ugh.
You were laying a lot on the person of very strong consent because you're referring to the Elder Drazi name,
Yes.
which again, was
and
on his
state.
TikTok, was on his
And city. Yeah.
yeah, which was on but that was the outcome of it being on his
It
Twitch
still
thing.
doesn't.
But you're
Still doesn't make it okay.
but you're putting a lot on that.
They need a talking rattle, which baby holds the rattle gets to speak, the other be quiet. Yeah, true. That should happen.
Okay, we're going to loop on this again.
To moderate.
So
it
let me
if it
ask you
came up in
this.
his
Let me ask
server.
you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So let's get to the specifics then. You got all this pattern of behavior that is apparently terrifying you. Okay. Let me ask you this. What hard examples do you have, DK, publishing, spreading, or otherwise putting across docs in my community?
Doesn't need one.
Or any
I mean,
community?
again, I've already given you that, right?
No, you didn't. That wasn't the implication. What DK has is a history of threatening docs. He doesn't have a history of doxing, so don't concede that. You're muddying the waters further. That's not... We don't have evidence of DK doxing people. Unfortunately.
That's
we have
true.
evidence of DK threatening to dox people. That's pretty unambiguous by my lights. We don't have evidence of him doxing people.
That's true.
With the
Sadly.
exception of the Eldrazi case, which is... There are particular reasons why they would regard that as different. I don't think they're sufficient, but they're different.
Eldrazi.
No, you
also,
haven't.
yes, him posting Eldrazi's information legally is considered doxing. Also, given the fact that Eldrazi made it
Oh my
clear and
gosh.
you guys agreed to
By the
moderate.
way, I don't agree with this legal thing. I don't think you're qualified to assess whether or not.
Okay,
it would
well,
be
you can
legally
take a look at the
considered
links
doxing.
that I gave to you. Secondly,
Track present Sunday now. I'm tired and I'm watching a thing and I'm reacting. I don't like it. True.
Any examples? So
already
you've got right. Okay, Eldrazi thing. You
already
think that's
agreed.
doxing? What else? What
You
other examples have you got?
What else? You got.
posted his full name and city, which you also have had accidentally on your PayPal, that you would moderate.
No.
Right?
Okay, so I accept
No.
the Eldrazi name is an example of DK doxing. I don't agree with you, but I accept that you believe that. What other examples do you have except for that?
I mean, again, my point is not about
Yeah.
whether DK is doxing
It
blatantly.
was very interesting debate.
Very much like, again, he
It was so
said
quiet
direct
so many
farmers
times.
to message Rita.
No, you're
right?
just repeating
That's
the same points
coordinating.
again. You're not
That's
answering my
coordinating.
question.
But
you're pointing to this pattern of behavior and all.
And Kiwi farmers to message Rita.
All right, let's go.
I don't see DK directing people to message Rita.
I thought it was paused for a second.
Conversations with Rita. Maybe this is somewhere else. Let's see.
Oh, we're winning this level. He sucks. It's a whole thing.
All you've got is
not what I'm
Eldrazi's
claiming.
name. That's
Your
all you've
question
got.
is
That's
not
all
what I'm
you've got.
claiming. Your question is not what I'm claiming. I'm not saying that they're posting.
I think it's a lot, to be honest.
At the very
References
least
and jokes to
coordinating
doxing
it.
on my server,
They're
do you
at
think?
least coordinating it.
Should I have
What
references and jokes to doxing?
what part of I'll direct anybody from Kiwi Farms to you, Rita, is a joke? What part of that is a joke? When people are trying to find Shaylin's, docs.
So you're saying that is an example of coordinating. When they say that on his server, that they're going to direct people to Kiwi Farms
Or
to
people
do
from
this.
Kiwi Farms to talk to Rita.
The other way around. Yes. That is
I
coordination.
don't really know how to answer that. Like, unless you're severely autistic, I don't understand how you don't see the joke in that. You might not find it funny, but surely you can see that as more of a joke and not a serious sentiment.
Maybe you can explain the joke to me.
Well, the joke is obviously the absurdity of coordinating with Kiwi Farm.
Oh, you can basically you can excuse everything away by that.
In your
You can excuse anything like that.
You're spinning off again. You're spinning
It's
off.
not that
You're spinning
absurd.
off again. One of those people is banned. Not that I really care about people's perception of the moderation of my server. Rita is someone who's been repeatedly warned about different things they've done. They've definitely done prying. There was one instance where they were bragging about reporting a website or something, so they've been like banned, unbanned, timed out. So yeah, and you've given me something which I can go and look at to check. But other than that, like, it doesn't really seem like you've got
Well,
that much.
again,
And you
you
keep
can-
talking about
you-
DK having a pattern of behavior, and you can point to one example of something that he's done which you consider to be doxing yourself.
The example of behavior is, again, no doxer worth their weight would blatantly post people's address.
She's going too strong with this. You don't need to accuse DK of doxing. It's enough that he threatened it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Is right. What they're
So-
doing
so-
at the very
so
least.
he's
Wait,
stupid
let me
enough to
finish what I'm saying.
coordinate.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Yes, they're willing to acknowledge that they are doxers in your server, and you know that they are doxers, and you still allow them to be in your server.
Stardust. I
Okay.
think part of
But
I
the
think
thing
part
is,
of the
that's
problem.
what people do. But people do that, don't they? They do post doc. Like, that's the whole point. They get someone's information, name, address, and they post it.
Yeah. So what I think what
That's
he's
what
trying to-
doxers do. That's the whole point. Sorry. Go on.
Exactly. No. That's no. Okay, Chud. So I think what he's trying to say is that you're accusing these people of being doxers. Now you've gotten screenshots of them like saying, "I'm going to do this," right? And Chud saying like this. Most of that is just probably
you got
jokes,
two people
right?
as
but
well.
but then you say that like they don't actually host the final doc, right, on his server. So from Chud's perspective, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that like his server isn't can't be used as a doxing center if there's no docs being posted there other than the Eldrazi thing, right?
I think Stardust is being good strong here. I think she went too hard. She went to an additional claim that she can't substantiate.
Right.
DK is a pattern of doxing thing. That's not sufficient because what's being debated about is this unique case. You can't refer to the case at hand as the sole evidence of a past pattern.
I've actually seen this part, I think. I was awake for
With
this
respect
part,
to the
maybe.
rest, we don't have a history of him doxing people because as far as we are aware, he hasn't. What we have is a history, a sparse history, like we only have a few instances of it, but they're loud. We have instances of him abusing his authority within a server and a community, and we have instances of him, in the course of doing so, threatening to dox or harass or put other people onto the activity of doxing and harassing if he doesn't get his own way within the server. That's what we have. We don't have evidence of him actually doxing people. It's different. It's like we have evidence of somebody threatening violence. We don't have evidence of the same person actually enacting violence. They're both
Right.
crimes. They're of different quality, though, right? This is a different thing. You don't get to accuse somebody of enacting physical violence just because they threatened physical violence.
Ban you just talking about it or give you a warning, right?
What's your response to that?
Yeah, so what I would say to that is, well, Courtfire still reached out to Nick, and you banned Courtfire for that. And you found that
Like
significant
she
enough.
had him more or less dead to rights until she started bringing that up because now, God damn it.
To ban Courtfire for that. So I don't know how you can acknowledge that as being problematic, but you can't acknowledge people threatening docs, people talking about directing Kiwi farmers to somebody who's trying to find Shaylin's address or Shaylin's docs.
Well, I wouldn't call it a joke. I wouldn't positively call it a joke. On like after this conversation, I agree. That's a leap in logic as well. I think it's a safer leap in logic, but fair enough. It's an inference. It's also an inference. But the inference that this was a deliberate attempt at intimidation, I don't see justification for that.
Okay.
And simply saying that, well, Beckett, who is an interested party in this case, he has bias, he's in favor of one party over the other. Beckett has declared this to be so is not sufficient.
Problematic. You can't acknowledge how DK
sorry.
is saying outright he's going to dig for information on your moderators basically, and have his friends help him.
Okay,
and that's not
I
problematic.
can't believe you're trying to bring President Sunday's fucking old arguments back from a year ago.
It's again
back to
a
the
pattern
table.
of behavior. It's a pattern of behavior.
Okay, but you keep saying pattern of behavior like it means something. Okay,
It does mean
pattern
something.
of behavior. Yeah, but you're
Yeah, but for it to be a pattern of behavior, you need to have multiple nodes that represent instances of the same activity. So he's done this here, and then he's done this here, and then he's done this here. I have exactly one key instance of him doing this. And then he's done a couple of other things that are in the ballpark of that, but here's the crucial point.
It is so that talk to people who were trying to dox me, I'd probably be mad at them.
These are threats of bad behavior. They may be intended to be taken as actual threats. They may be intended as a joke. They may be mocking the accusation.
They're gonna speed it up now.
I'm in the dark about this. These are not, however, instances of actually doxing. So you can't use these as evidence of a pattern of behavior that would tend to believing that DK doxes people on the regular. You can't. And his handling of the thing with Nick suggests that he doesn't. I have no reason to think that he doxes people. He does a whole lot of other bad stuff that's bad enough. You can pin him on that. But if you go beyond that, then it becomes harder, because now it broadcasts that your standards for evidence are inconsistent. You will change them depending on who it is and the needs of the moment. That weakens your credibility. So you just called it a threat. Who called it a threat? You don't know the context of the DMs that we didn't re-allow President Sunday, but I read them all.
She's talking about Chad not taking ownership of this shit, but not that he is considered a DJ.
Like, it's possible. Like, you're right. Like, it's possible. Okay.
Got a really retarded interpretation where you think him messaging your boyfriend to ask for your name is part of this pattern of behavior.
Yes,
I'm saying, what substantive hard examples do you have of this doxing that you're saying is happening as prevalent?
You are
You've not
deflecting.
got anything.
Deflecting from an argument I was
I'm
just
not
making.
deflecting
You
at all.
are.
No, because your argument is based on misunderstanding of old drama and misunderstanding of jokes and memes when no one's actually getting fucking doxed in my community.
I was just making the point that Courtfire reached out to Nick through your server, and you found that significant enough to kick him out of your server. If you found that significant enough to kick him out of your server, how is people talking about directing Kiwi farmers to Rita not also significant enough to ban people from your server? How is threatening people that you're going to dox them not significant enough to moderate in your server?
That's a good question. Should have led with that. Keep leading with that one. That is an excellent question. Chud does not have a good answer to that one. This is good. Trying to establish just because... Oh, fucking hell. I'm so done. I'm so done with this.
Because there's a difference between that, which could, maybe you don't see it, but I think can be interpreted as jokes or memes versus...
See, here's the problem, because you've... Now, the harder accusation that you've made, which you can't substantiate, is now being used to downplay the more substantive accusation that you were already making, which was serious enough. You gotta, you have to earn your punches. It's not just about Stardust credibility or my credibility. It's that when you lower your standards, what that does is that creates doubt in the people who are watching. Justifiable doubt, because they're like, okay, hang on a sec. If you're willing to make this inference on this little information, here, what does it say about the other stuff? I haven't confirmed this for myself yet. We're making inferences based upon reasonable interpretations. But for the general audience who hasn't meticulously gone through all of these records, they're going off of who seems credible and who doesn't. It makes it very difficult to hold people to account for bad things if you fudge it in order to get a stronger accusation in than you can actually sustain. And this feels like that. I don't know if it's intentional. It feels like that.
Actually making a substantive attempt via my server to try and get someone's personal information.
How do you know that that's not a substantive attempt?
Because it hasn't happened. Nothing's come off the back of any of this stuff that I've seen.
Lav's docs was found by somebody, right? So.
Who was it found by, Stardust?
Wasn't it found by Courtfire? Or at the very least, Courtfire worked with other Kiwi farmers to find Lav's address? I mean, Courtfire, there's screenshots of Courtfire discussing it in your server and you acknowledging it.
I think President Stein is 100% right, though.
I mean, he talks about how they found her...
He says we, inclusive we. So he's referring to I am part of an organization or a group that has engagement.
Yeah.
This is kind of a different chat.
When you say that he's just...
When you say we, you mean I...
You cannot know.
Right? That's what we means. So if he's saying we found Lav's docs, then they found Lav's docs. That's what that means.
Address, how she, she had certain things up, right? I shared it
Well,
earlier.
yeah, they were referring to techniques that Kiwi farmers use to try and track down and find people's dogs. But I mean,
well, he says that's how he said specifically. That's how to quote him, word for word.
Okay, but
that's
you're,
how.
okay,
Let me finish. He says specifically, word for word. That's
You've got
how
nothing,
we,
Stardust. You've got
how
all
we,
these. You keep going back to these screenshots to prove what you think.
About what, Sunday? What? I'm not sure what you're responding to. You're a couple seconds behind me.
Nope. He says specifically, word for word. That's how we got Lav's docs. She showed her entire house and outside area.
Okay, good. She's right here. She's got him again. Imagine a world in which solid 15 minutes of this conversation just didn't exist.
True.
Wouldn't this be so much easier?
Yeah, I mean, that could. Who was that referring to? Kiwi Farm. I know Kiwi Farms doxes people, yeah, and posts docs. Did you?
I just looked into this and she self-reports her docs. I don't know about her docs. Look, it doesn't matter. From Chud's perspective, this person claims he was part of the group that found the docs, so she don't know who it is. So as far as Chud's concerned, he has reason to think that this person is a doxer. That's sufficient. From Chud's perspective, it doesn't matter if they actually did or not. That's immaterial.
Have this rigorous approach to the doxing thing when you were friends with Flamenco when he was prominently using Kiwi Farms, by the way.
He can use. I have no problem with people using Kiwi Farms, right? But he himself is never engaged in doxing. I looked at all of his history on that site.
Oh, for fuck's sake. No, but he was doing the exact same thing Chud was doing and quite a bit worse. He was...
Chud was such a dumpster fire too. The YouTube channel Vox in the Void does a stellar audio reading of it. It's pretty short, an hour, I forget. Don't use Kiwi Farms. True, why would you use Kiwi Farms and why would you be okay with people using the site?
Chumming it up in the same group with people who were identifying Keffel's hotel room.
True.
On her sheets.
Exactly. Ridiculous.
Yeah, Stardust also uses Kiwi. You can't... Stardust, you can't play this card. This is something you do.
I just feel like it's a similar situation where, you know, you're expecting me to punish people because I'm aware of some other thing that they're doing that isn't linked to my server. And generally speaking...
Well, no, they're declaring these activities that they're doing while they're in your server, while you're engaging in dropping people's personal identities and stuff like that.
Oh, apologize.
Definitions of doxing and things like that. That's dangerous, Chud. Like, come on. This is... Nobody's buying this. This one's stupid. Everyone here is stupid. Nobody here is thinking for 5 seconds about what they're doing. Ugh.
Stupid for them. It's stupid for them to even be...
Flamenco wanted to contact Xander Hall's mom? I think I missed that episode. I'm not telling Chud to not do this shit. I'm telling Chud to not do this shit. It's stupid. It's needless. It's not helping him. Like, it's kind of shit content. You're farming, like, Eldrazi of all people. Here's the thing, too. If you're farming Eldrazi, you can farm literally anything else. Because Eldrazi does not have... Eldrazi is not a household name. You're not leveraging the fame of Eldrazi.
True.
You're find the interest of a community that's already paying attention to you. Do it with something else that doesn't require you to, like, walk this line. Because you guys don't have... You guys aren't nimble enough for this.
You're not as nimble as I am.
Don't get me
So
wrong,
your problem is not actually stuff.
I have
problem is not
KFers
people...
in my community too, and they're not stupid enough to post how they dox people in my fucking server.
I am the nimblest. I am the
So you're allowed to have
nimblest.
Kiwi Farmers in your server because they don't mention the word docs ever, then that's acceptable.
Yeah, and they don't fucking talk about it, and they don't talk about how they do it. Yeah.
Okay, but you say talk about how they do it. Like, unless you're retarded, everyone knows how people get fucking docs by finding the fucking curtains and shit like that. I just think it's insane to me that you're like, well, it's okay in my community because they don't talk about doxing. The difference for me is there isn't actually docs being posted
What are
in
my
my community.
criticisms? What are my criticisms of you, Chud?
Yeah, that's very bad.
I don't give a shit what your
Well,
fucking
you
criticisms
clearly
are.
don't
I'm pointing out how
understand
retarded you are.
My
Okay, but
point-
they're irrelevant
my
to me.
point-
They're
I don't
irrelevant to me.
have a
My issue is
problem-
you're
I don't
making...
have a
Let
problem
Chud
with
respond. Let Chud respond.
Bullshit.
Go away, Chud. Chud, go first.
No,
Why would you be okay with using...
I literally don't care. You're saying that my community has got this prevalent issue with doxing, and you're saying there's a pattern of behavior from certain members, including DK. I'm saying to you, substantiate this. Where's the doxing happening?
Seriously, look, this is very easy. Very easy if you're just modest with your claims and you stick to what you can substantiate. Your community has a prevalent pattern of harassment. Chud confirmed this early in the conversation voluntarily. They have an ongoing issue right now with a possible case of doxing.
Hey, we're gonna watch a new old cutscene. Prepare yourselves. Victory, cheater. Wait, hold on. Forget it.
The remnants of the routed Orcish fleet have managed to reach the northern shores of Azeroth. Admiral Proudmoore believes...
Yeah. I've got the cheater thing because... I'm gonna load the game. Oh my god. Oh no, I don't wanna... I got the cheater thing because I used the... uncovering the map to find the last enemy on the map. If I had a community in the way that a content creator had a community, if someone even admitted they were a user of a site like that, I'd permaban them and instruct the mods to never unban and ignore any requests to unban. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah, I wanna... Now I'm a knight. I'm no longer a cheater. See? I'm a knight now. Because now I killed the last unit without the cheat. First person thinking about it if she thinks it's legitimate, it's gross behavior.
The remnants of the routed Orcish fleet have managed to reach the northern shores of Azeroth. Admiral Proudmoore believes that the Horde will attempt to reinforce their main fortress at Blackrock Spire. Leading a large strike force of Lordaeron troops, Lord Lothar was sent to attempt a parley with the Orcish chieftain, Ogro Doomhammer. No reports have been heard in days. Assuming the worst, Admiral Proudmoore and King Terenus agree that it falls upon you to stage a final siege upon Blackrock Spire. The feral dwarves of the Northern Wildlands have offered the service of their Griffin Riders to assist in the decimation of the foul orcs that have desecrated their homeland and slain the leader of the Alliance forces.
A dragon giggling. I think so. What a beginning to a level, by the way. Lothar dies here. Okay, we're gonna make it quiet.
Perhaps. That's what precipitates this conversation. They have an ongoing problem with people in leadership or positions of authority engaging in threatening behavior. You can substantiate that. If those are your terms, and they are because she falls back on them, then Chud doesn't have these retorts. Chud isn't able to say this stuff, and he's not able to dismiss you and treat you as if you have no credibility. Because you've overreached, now he can, and it sticks. Or it sticks for a lot of people. So a lot of the very valid criticisms that you're making, a lot of the valid accusations that you're making, they're now getting buried and pinned to the less valid ones that you're making. That's the problem.
You're saying there's a pattern of behavior, so surely there's a product or output of that. You're saying that in my community the pattern of behavior is present, but the doxing...
And yeah, like one of the things that Chud Logic is basically assenting to tacitly here is that there's a flow between his community and a community that engages in doxing Kiwi farms and such, where even when he's aware of it and it's like they're explicit, hey, we engage in this, he'll let it slide. That's a point to stick him on. We have a history of doxing, they have a history of doxing thing, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. You need to actually have receipts for that. You can't just... I mean, I don't get it. Like, did she think he was just going to, like, not pin her on that?
Actually happening, that's happening somewhere else.
Well, I mean,
do you have any proof of that?
What is the harassing? I see bullying, maybe must have missed the harassing. There's a slim, almost non-existent line between those in the space. Because the problem is that the bullying is done publicly, right? It's not like they're making remarks to this person as they pass by, which would still be harassment. Like, to a certain extent, bullying is a form of harassment, so that's kind of a meaningless distinction. But in terms of... Yeah.
Do you have any proof of that?
Stop. This goes on for another hour. I've been streaming for 9 hours. I think I deserve a dono or something. I don't know. Jesus. I believe in you, but I'm broke. It's okay. It's the most important thing is that you're here with me. Let me see if we've gained any subscribers on YouTube over all of this. We have not, but we've also have not lost any subscribers, which is an equal success. Those folks and their spat have my eyes rolling so much they might fall out of my head. This is like what they all do. This just turns everything so mad. Well, I've been able not to do it so far.
Going back to the Eldrazi thing.
The Kilo person was also an example of that.
Then that no. The thing is with the
also,
Eldrazi
example, Porfire reaching out to Nick. So that's 3
yeah,
at least.
and he got banned for that. Okay, but they got banned for that, didn't
But
they?
the other two didn't.
Fucking idiot.
The other two didn't.
Yeah, they didn't.
Why would it be
Wait a
absurd to
second.
think that DK would be involved with Kiwi farmers and doxers?
Well, I don't care. You can think that if you want. Think that all you like.
Okay.
If you think that, that's fine. But what I'm saying to you is, what do you have substantively proof of doxing? Okay,
Again,
you've got nothing.
We've got specifically people talking about, I'm going to dig into your information. So are you just okay with
wait,
your
hang on a
server
minute.
admin?
You're
Are you
going
just
back to
okay
that
with your
drama.
server-
You're
are
going
you-
back to that
are
fucking
you-
drama
are
from over
you
what, a year
okay
ago
with
now.
your
You're
ser- are
so
you okay?
fucking pathetic,
Are
aren't
you-
you?
are you
You and your
okay?
stupid
Are
retarded mod
you-
team and your
okay.
fucking retarded boyfriend.
Are you-
went to
are
dig
you
back
okay?
to a year old
Are
drama
you
to
okay?
misrepresent it, to try and paint my community as some sort of
Are
doxer.
you
When you've
okay?
got barely
Are
any
you
examples of
okay?
someone's name even being posted. And both
Are you
examples we've
okay?
got, one is someone's name being posted off of the TikTok, and the second
Damn.
their name first one getting posted because it was linked to a Twitter account. That's all you've got.
Also, their
That's all
state,
you've got.
also their state and their city.
The
After you
state
told them
was a
that you would moderate
screenshot
it.
of the state.
Yeah, but again,
You're-
they were not posting the screenshot to be like, oh, here's his PayPal. It was, haha, look at him. Here's his state and his city.
Chud,
And it was to humiliate him.
Chud, let me ask you a question that I think maybe some people in the audience might want to know. So, in the case of Eldrazi, right? So I did a little bit digging into this. So, in the case of Eldrazi, he seems to not want his information to be out there, right? He seems to have made efforts to get rid of that information once he was made aware of it. Okay. Now you're
By
saying
the way,
that this
do
doesn't.
you know who's responsible for getting his name taken off of Google?
I don't know. I don't know.
Doobie actually, because Doobie and him have been talking, and I know that the narrative that you're going to say is, oh, people from Spicy reached out. Well, guess what? I asked Eldrazi, did anybody from Spicy reach out to help you take your information off,
It also doesn't matter if they then continue to pile on afterwards. It's immaterial.
or anything like that? And he
It's
said,
like, hey, I wasn't threatening you with dox, or I wasn't doxing you. I was just helping you know where your dox was. It's stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
no.
That's stupid.
But I do have screenshots of Doobie talking to
Well,
Eldrazi.
I'm
in
told
DMs,
different.
and
I'm told very
talking to
different. I'm
Eldrazi
told that
in
despite
DMs.
Doobie's big claims about trying to help, he didn't actually help him get the name removed from Google.
Okay, well, once again, Google, the way that it works is you have to contact Google, and Google can take weeks to respond. So until they respond, he's kind of shit out of luck. But there are screenshots of Doobie reaching out to Eldrazi to help him with the information removal.
I'm told.
You dropped this dogs on the floor. True.
Take it down from Google.
The
idea that it takes ages. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the exact dates of this.
Mhm.
But I was told different to what.
I agree, DemonMama. This conversation is literally two people standing and shoveling shit on each other. I'm just Prime Kai being confused.
Saying that.
Well, I mean, Eldrazi didn't say anything to me so, about that, really.
Yeah. Okay. Surprising that Eldrazi, the person who fucking hates my community, because we apparently gave a dox to him, even though his name was in 3 different places, didn't have positive things to say about
So
it.
I want to let me just ask this one question. So Eldrazi,
True, DemonMama, as always.
You both acknowledge he's taking steps to get all these things removed. And you said, Chud, that you don't think that whatever happened to him on your server counts as doxing, like the legal definition or whatever. But he himself feels that something malicious is happening. So because that something malicious is happening, do you think that it is incumbent upon you to take steps to try to mitigate that? A member of the community, Eldrazi, saying something malicious is happening to me. I hate that my information keeps getting reposted. Even if that's not quote unquote doxing, should you not take action, please?
No, wait, where? Did you see the weird trolls with with the Star of David, which is that it's what it's called, it's Star of David. It was gross. I don't know if they removed them all. It seems so. Yeah, I don't see any of it. Yes, I can even. Yeah, there you go. You might as well look into the Star of David. Star of David, Hebrew, Magen David, Shield of David, is generally recognized symbol of both Jewish identity and Judaism. It's a shape of that of a hexagram, the compound of two equilateral triangles. Yes. The Star of David is like the name that is most commonly used. I actually don't know.
Sure. So I think that people seem to think that if there's some sort of tomfoolery and misbehavior happening, it's going to affect them forever. I appreciate people don't like it. You don't like people talking shit about them or mocking them or something like that. And although, yes, certainly, like there was a bit of exuberance with some of the name being referenced, particularly in the first instance after the TikTok thing, I think that the second time round, I'm not as concerned about people posting
tomfoolery.
He didn't want it posted. I felt that was like a level of dishonesty on his part because he had it in 3 different places. But nonetheless, we still will make an effort to try and take it down. And if anyone would ever message me, and if anyone would ever,
oh yeah, I've already seen tomfoolery call in. Don't worry, some use that. We've already seen tomfoolery call in.
Yeah, I appreciate Stardust finds it difficult to stop herself from interrupting because her arguments have been so bad and her evidence has been so bad, and she's got nothing.
Oh, is it?
No, her evidence for that one's actually pretty solid, unfortunately. Like, you tripped on your own shoelaces with that one. She has you there. The accusation of doxing as a pattern, she doesn't. That was foolish. The accusation of DK having history doxing, that was foolish. The assertion with full certainty that DK intended to intimidate her with the messages in the conversation, despite there being no sign of it elsewhere in the conversation or outside of it, that was foolish. But she has equal rights on this one. You going when she asked you if you would be okay with your information being
Yeah.
the DK, Eldrazi's was?
It's still like basically an hour left in the video.
Just unconvincing. I'm sorry.
She's got
Okay.
to desperately fucking claw. You've got nothing. You've,
Well,
you've
look-
shown
look-
me.
look
This
at
is what's frustrating. She actually has something. She has something, and then she forwarded something else that she can't substantiate. Several things, in fact. And that just it weakens the whole thing. Because she had him on the back foot the entire conversation. She was doing really well, and now she's muddied the waters, and now it's not clear. And most people are not going to come away from this with the firm argument that she had at the beginning in mind. They're going to come away with this with the last impression. And the last impression is not of, at least so far, maybe it changes, but the last impression is not of an unequivocal victory on Stardust End so far.
Recent screenshot in Prime K's chat. It says spicy chat will find you, Prime K's. DK will winch, and it's just over and over again.
Okay, this is absolutely ridiculous.
They've been posting that in my chat too.
What basis have you got to link that back to my community?
I mean, to be fair,
You
know what? To be fair,
have brought up Kiwi Farms a lot. Okay, I'm sure that they're now probably in some way watching what's going on. Would,
I mean,
would it
look,
not make more
I
sense
don't
to link it to that community than mine?
I no, you know what? I actually I don't. So my criticism is not of Kiwi Farms. My criticism is of you. Okay?
You understand that when there's stuff like this happening,
But Kiwi Farms is worse, and you defended people in Kiwi Farms.
True.
You can't do that. You have to basically avow hypocrisy. You care in this particular case because you had a sudden switch in consciousness, and suddenly you care. Suddenly you care about Eldrazi in particular.
Okay, I think we need to
But
restart this
you don't
map.
get to make that comparison. That hurts you. That doesn't help you.
people that are watching from the sidelines, like people get an argument on Twitter.
Because I have to say that I'm.
Like America first. Nothing to do with any of the content creators.
I feel like I don't have the power to do this level well right now.
That are fighting. Is someone watching from the sidelines know that they can stoke further drama by getting involved and doing like the equivalent like a false flag in
Sure.
a chat, and you're falling into it by perpetuating that because you're so desperate for a dub
this
and
is
you've got
like the same
nothing.
thing. This is the same thing. No, I'm not desperate for a dub. I have tons of screenshots.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, for
It
sure.
looks really
Nothing,
bad.
you've got
I think it looks really bad for you because my point was you've got people.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask, is there anything important of note for me to see on this video? Is it worth it for us to finish? I know that there will be more tension between Prison Sunday and Aiko, but is there anything? Is it worth for us to watch to the end? Yeah. Okay, then let's just let's know. Let's just link the video that you've got for me. We're gonna watch that instead, and we're gonna finish up. I think we got a really good conversation with DemonMama today. I think it's overall a pretty good showing. Wait, is this it? But I cannot play it. It's embedded on. Is it the cat one? I don't know how to show it on. I don't know how to show it on stream. I'm just gonna download it first. Okay, so I'm gonna do. I'm not sure how to show it. Okay, I think I'm gonna do this.
The mention of that information by itself is threatening by itself from Nick. With this stuff, it's a little bit more ambiguous. And once again, the nature of the conversation does not indicate to me that he is hostile or attempting to intimidate.
Unfortunately, it's flipped.
That is a valid that is a thing you can infer, but you can infer otherwise.
Flipped. There we go. It's flipped, but this is what we're gonna end the thing for today. So thank you all. I think this is a good intro to what we are cooking together with some new static when it comes to how conversations sort of spiral out of control. This is all that I'm going to say for now. We are cooking something very special for all of you. Devolve, yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. And so I thank you all. Love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. And I will finish stream now. Thank you. Thank you all.